Hey fight fans, welcome back to the channel. We wish you a happy new year. We've got a whole bunch of cool fights coming up in the UFC, and because of that, I'm going to be bringing you some very, very cool guests. I've got the grappling coach of the UFC middleweight champion of the world back almost a year, I think it was, since the last time that we spoke. Neil Gracie is joining us on the channel again. Welcome, Neil. Good to see you.
Hi, Werner. Thank you for the opportunity. It's lovely to be back.
I appreciate you being on. Last time we spoke like this, you were getting ready for the first Strickland fight. It's now obviously Dricus versus Strickland 2. I want to get to that, but a couple of days ago, I kind of realized that I haven't even spoken to you about the Adesanya fight yet. I wanted to just get your thoughts on, the historic win for many reasons. Dricus beating Adesanya. What was the whole experience like? Leading up to the fight. What did you make of the fight? I know it kind of did go sort of the way you planned. We'll get to that as well. But what was it like? Just being part of the event and the history behind everything, and then obviously the win that Dricus had.
I think we spoke in the lead up to the fight. We had a conversation, and our training camp went really well. Our trip to Australia, we went to Perth. I mean, that was absolutely amazing. From a South African point of view, we experienced unity through us, the MMA team CIT, with the South African singers, Ricus Nel, Joe Black, and Bobby van Jaarsveld were there, and obviously the Springbok team, and all of us kind of stuck together, and it was just an amazing camaraderie that we experienced. We had a massive support. Obviously the Australian crowd can be a bit hostile, but we had good support around us, and it was amazing. Like, our supporters went and supported the singers that sang on the Friday evening. The Saturday, the Springboks played a test against Australia and beat them. That was amazing, and everybody went to support that. And then obviously the Springboks coming to watch the fight, with Dricus and Adesanya, and historically, Siya Kolisi and Eben Etzebeth walking out with us, Dricus playing the national anthem. That was amazing. I get goosebumps just speaking about it. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I had an opportunity afterwards to speak to some of the guys that were there. Joe Black and I had a nice conversation about it, Dricus as well. That's something that would be hard to recreate. It's a moment in time that everybody will always remember. And then obviously everybody winning and being successful, and it's just amazing for South Africa. So it was a great trip. I think that's kind of it. It was just unity at its best, camaraderie, and everybody sticking together and becoming great friends.
Most definitely. I mean, everything kind of perfectly went in sequence, and topped off by a rear naked choke victory in round 4, which I thought it would come sooner. You obviously know, and I obviously had the benefit or the privilege really of training a little bit with you guys in the lead up. So I knew that's something that you guys were working on. But how good was it to see exactly what you were working on come to the fore in the fight?
It was amazing. It was an amazing moment. Like you say, it was planned. We did, but in all of our fights, we have multiple winning options, and that was a option that we calculated and planned. But like anything, the timing has to be right. And Adesanya put up a good fight. I mean, Adesanya is a great fighter. And his coaching team had a good strategy for him as well. So there were quite a few things that we had to calculate in the fight. And when I say we, as coaches, there were things that we needed to look at, and Dricus himself, in the moment, there were things that he picked up on and decisions that he had to make, which he managed to do successfully, and I'm super proud of him for that. But it was a challenge. Adesanya is really a good fighter, and he put up a good fight. So, in the beginning of the fight, it seemed like there was an opportunity, but Adesanya was really quick on getting his defenses in order, and he was good at getting up off the floor, and obviously his reflexes was amazing. So it was a good contest, but Dricus showed why he is the world champion. So I was super stoked about that.
You couldn't have asked. I mean, Izzy came out like as good as he could have looked. He took some time off or whatever it was, but there was no signs of ring rust. There was no signs of, some people had questions maybe about his age or whatever, but there was definitely no signs. It was definitely the best possible Izzy that Dricus could have faced, and he passed with flying colors.
Yeah, 100%. No, Adesanya was in amazing form. That was the best that he looked in a long time. So, Dricus did well.
Tell me as well. I made a joke about DC saying Neil Geyser meeting. Always give some time for his fans. But how cool was it to meet a legend like DC and get an interview and all that kind of stuff? And how did that come about? Did he just come into the dressing room and say, "Hey, can I chat to you about it?" Or what? How did that come about?
Yeah, it was a surreal moment. I mean, you always, from our point of view, you watch his interviews and follow how he commentates and what he says. And we went backstage to the dressing room after Dricus went to his medicals and all that stuff after the fight, and the door opens and he walks in and he's like, "Are you the coach? And can I have a conversation with you?" And yeah, it was a surreal moment. It was really cool, and I'm really proud of that. And it was a nice experience, definitely.
Very, very, very cool. So now onto Strickland. Obviously, there was a lot of people spoken about, possibly Khamzat, especially after his Whittaker performance, possibly Pereira, there was talk of it. But it seems like Strickland now, later on, after the announcement, it seems like a lot of people are saying Strickland was kind of always the plan. Was there anyone else maybe in the talks or that you know of, or was Strickland, did he always seem to be sort of the front runner for Dricus to face next?
Look, these conversations happen behind closed doors. So, as far as my understanding goes, the UFC offered that fight to Strickland, the Dricus fight to Strickland. After that, Khamzat had a good performance against Whittaker. There were a bunch of people that put their hands up and wanted to fight Dricus, and Dricus wanted to fight certain guys. Obviously, fights that are interesting for him and challenging for him, that excites him. But at the end of the day, the UFC makes a decision. They did offer Strickland the fight, so that's why we are where we are at the moment. So that's not something that you can always calculate. Who your opponent's going to be. The UFC has the last say in that.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Dana decides, and kind of I guess that's the way that it goes. But when the fight got announced, what were your initial thoughts about now a second matchup with Strickland?
I think the reality of the situation is Dricus is the world champion, and there are a bunch of fighters, irrespective of what their names are and where they're from, that are looking to become world champions. And whoever the UFC puts in front of him, that's who we're preparing for, and that's who he's fighting. And Dricus sees it like that as well. I mean, at the end of the day, he is the world champion. Guys are going to challenge him, and he needs to beat them. And whoever's gonna come, we're going to prepare for them, and that's it. So I don't think there's too much, we're too emotionally involved in terms of who it is and this and that. We'll have conversations as to who would be a fun fight or whatever, but that's as far as it goes. It's professional, it's a job. At the end of the day, they put somebody in front of you, and you need to it's a challenge, and we need to accept it and make the best of it and beat whoever they put there. And that's how Dricus does it.
Now, obviously, they fought pretty much a year ago, so it's still quite recent, it's still quite fresh. Is there anything, obviously without giving too much away, is there anything different that you're expecting this time around compared to the last time around?
I think 100%. I think in this game, every couple of weeks things change and people improve and new things. The game evolves and adapts. Well, everybody adapts and the game evolves. So I think from a year ago till now, Dricus is a completely different fighter than when he fought Strickland the first time. And I suppose Strickland would be as well. I rate Strickland's coach, Eric Nixick, as one of the best coaches in the world and a worthy adversary. So a lot of respect for him. He's obviously a great strategist. We've seen that multiple times with various fighters that he coaches and the training camps that he runs. So we know that they've got a game plan. Obviously, they would go and look at the fight and want to change certain aspects of their strategy, possibly come with a completely new strategy. So, and we do the same. And it's going to be a interesting challenge, and we're up for it. It's exciting.
So if you look at it, like, is it, if anything, then I guess is it a benefit, or is it an advantage or a disadvantage to have to fight someone a second time, in your mind?
I don't necessarily. I think to a certain extent it might be an advantage because you've had a feel for the opponent, but on the other side, they're going to come with a completely different strategy. So how much is that really going to help? If they change the strategy around, how much benefit would you derive from having fought them before? It's a new moment. It's a completely new experience for both fighters. So I don't know how much benefit there really is. I think it's nice to have some familiarity, but I don't think at the level where these guys are fighting that's necessarily a massive determining factor for who's going to win or lose. I think we see a challenge in front of us. If we fought him or not, it doesn't really matter. We prepare, our game plan, and we need to execute. That's it.
And obviously now, last year you had to sort of prep over the festive season. I didn't really play too much, or I didn't really think about it that much. But now, this year, for some reason, it's popped in my mind. Is it a bit disruptive to prep over the festive season, or is it good to have that sort of that break over December before you really go full on deep into the last little bit of camp?
Again, I think it can go in two directions. I think for us, it wasn't, it's obviously more difficult to keep everybody around over December, and some of the fighters in the camp would like to go and have a holiday, that aren't necessarily fighting, but they are helping Dricus. So we're very thankful for the guys that offered up their holidays for that. But I think in our camp, we are really professional, and everybody knows everybody's there for each other, and that's just how it played out now. We've got a job to do. We've got X amount of weeks for prep, and it just so happens that it fell over the Christmas season and New Year's and all that, but it didn't affect us. We've got really good training partners in for Dricus, and so it didn't disrupt us in any way. But I think it's the way that we handle our business. It's just professional, and that's it. And we're not gonna let something like that, like a holiday period now, necessarily throw us or derail us.
Oh, definitely. Now, obviously, assuming everything and you guys are planning, and we all think, I think Dricus is going to win this fight, of course. I want you to play matchmaker, if you will, after this, or maybe just some fantasy booking. What would be, and again, obviously you're focused solely on this fight, but what would be for you sort of like we mentioned fun fights or interesting fights. What would be sort of interesting fights coming up after this fight for Dricus in your mind?
Well, I think obviously a Kamzat would be somebody that the UFC would push to try and fight Dricus, and that would be an interesting fight because it would be a very different opponent from what he's faced up until now. But there's some fights in the making now, and some guys coming up that can also be potentially be interesting. So I must be honest, I'm not somebody that likes to look forward too much in terms of that type of thing. I much rather prefer Dricus, saying himself what excites him. From a coaching perspective, my role is to assess who's in front of us and how we're going to strategize and win against that person. So I think Dricus is the best one to answer that question. And then obviously the biggest factor in this would also be the UFC and Dana White and all the guys out there and all the guys that are, matchmaking. Because they've got their own ideas as to whom they think would be interesting for the public. From my perspective, personally, I keep my head down. I watch the fights from a coaching perspective, not so much a fan perspective. So it's difficult for me to say which would be interesting for a fan to watch. I just have a very different perspective on the fight and how to navigate it.
Okay, fair enough. I do think the Khamzat fight would be, for me, the Khamzat fight would probably be the most interesting. I think especially after his last performance with Whittaker, I think there's also a lot of hype behind Khamzat. So I think that might be a fight that the UFC would be interested in making. I saw something about them making a fight, wanting to make a fight, wanting something like Khamzat and Pereira. That would be a little bit weird for him to sort of jump. But I think even a Pereira fight, but I mean, the thing is, for Dricus as the champion, every fight's interesting. Because like you said, there's contenders, and they're going to try to take out, he's the number one in the world, they've got to try to take him out. So whether he fights Khamzat, Charles Barillo, or whoever the contender is that they put in front of him, that's the benefit of being champion, is that you are the man, and all of the fights are interesting, and people want to see you defend your belt. So whoever they put in front of him, it's going to be a good fight.
I think, Dricus is his mindset is towards legacy, being the best middleweight, of all time. He is champion, yes, but he's obviously shifted his goal in terms of wanting to remain in that position and striving towards, a loftier goal, and whoever they put in front of him is somebody that's challenging that goal that he has. So that's interesting in itself. So my position in this is more supporting and coaching, for whoever there is. But Dricus needs to decide what excites him, and the UFC needs to decide what for them what would make sense. So that's kind of how I see it and where I fit in.
The path that he's on already, I mean, to be the only person to beat Whittaker and Adesanya, and then to beat Strickland twice, so let's say, after this fight, and then if it is Khamzat, to take Khamzat's O, and then to beat Pereira if he does decide to go up or Pereira comes down, I mean, right there is already, for legacy, doesn't get much better than that. So, I mean, he's already on that path to being one of the greatest. He's already one of the greatest middleweights. I mean, just in his career already, but to be the greatest middleweight, he's already on that path.
100%. I don't like to look ahead that much. I like to be, in the moment a little bit more and busy with what we're busy with now. And those things will play out the way that it needs to play out. But it will play out if we spend our focus and time on the job at hand and what we need to sort out. And that's where we are at the moment. So I kind of like to keep my head down that way. And yeah, we'll have this conversation again in a year or two's time, and then we'll reflect on where we are then.
Definitely. It's cool to look back. It's really cool to look back on some things, and like, I get that you don't want to go too far into the future and things like that, but it's good. I feel it's good to put these out there, whether I put it out there, whoever puts it out there, it's always good to put it out there. And then to look back, like we're a year later from where we were. I mean, even when I met Dricus the first time, we spoke about, this is before even the Strickland fight was announced, and then like about perfect scenarios and stuff like that. And then I actually went to look back at everything playing out pretty much exactly how it was, except that the Adesanya fight didn't happen in South Africa. That's kind of pretty much all that hasn't happened so far.
Dricus's brother Neil du Plessis always says that Dricus has this uncanny ability to say something and it happens. And so yeah, it kind of fits exactly with what he always says.
Yeah, we need to listen closely. We need to listen closely to the interviews coming up. Yeah. Lastly, when are you guys heading out? What does your sort of lead up to the fight look like? The next couple of, what are we? Pretty much a month and 5 weeks away from the fight. What is your next sort of 5 weeks look like, and when are you headed to Australia? I almost said South Africa. It's so South African there.
Look, I think Dricus is flying out between around about the 22nd. Him and Coach Mornay will be doing that. We'll be flying out on the 22nd and then spending that first week there, acclimatizing and everything. And then myself and the rest of the coaching crew will be flying out roughly about the 1st of February and meet them up for fight week, or meet up with them in fight week. And so at the moment we're finishing up the fight camp. Everything's been going really well. So yeah, we're just doing our final touches and putting him through his paces and sharpening the last couple of tools. And but I think everything is 100% where it needs to be. And we've had a good camp, so we're excited. I think we've got roughly about 3 weeks before we start heading out. So yeah, it's exciting, very, very exciting.
Can imagine, or especially with a big supporter base in Australia. Obviously, you guys know the support back home. I'm sure you guys felt it the last time. We'll all be behind you guys, and go for that second title defense, and then we can start talking next opponents. It's always fun to play matchmaker.
I'll sit back and watch when you do that.
Okay, perfect. Neil, thank you so much. Again, appreciate the time as always. All the best. It's always good to catch up, and all the best for the last couple of weeks, like we say, 4 or 5 weeks. And let me know. Yeah, we'll see. Well, I was almost said let me know how it goes, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see it all play out.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it as well. Thank you.
That is done.
We're about to go to CIT now. I think we're like 15 minutes away. So we're on our way there, and we can't wait to go meet everybody. Meet Neil for the first time. Go see what CIT looks like. And I'm getting a little bit nervous, trying to see what it's going to be like, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. And then hopefully get to have a couple of rolls in with the guys, and not get hurt too badly. Okay, so just for those of you that don't know, I've been living under a rock for a while. We're going to go meet up with Clean Cut Scully, aka Grant, or Grant, aka Clean Cut Scully. The plan for today basically is, I think we're going to be in the grappling session, Kieran and I, and then Grant's going to come and do a little bit of boxing. So I think Grant's going to get to spar with Dricus, which good luck with that one, Grant. He said he's gonna agree with Dricus that like not too many hard shots to the face and like or rather to the body. That's smart either, Grant, but hey, that's your thing. So it's gonna, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty hectic, but Grant and I both agreed, like we're never gonna get a chance to get smashed by the UFC champion. So I mean, we can't pass that up. We just got to CIT. I'm just gonna phone Grant to see where he is, because he asked us to wait for him. Like I said, it's probably wouldn't put it past him to put some sort of a grand entrance or something. So let's hear what he's got to say. Should I tell him he's on speaker, or should I just let him talk? I just called him twice before this accidentally. So remember the days when you used to miss call someone to like call you back?
Yo, please call me.
Oh, please call me.
Yeah. Should I send him a please call me? He's not gonna answer. No. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll call back. Waiting for Grant to arrive. He asked us to wait specifically. Like I said, he's probably gonna have some sort of a grand entrance. So I'm gonna get changed a little bit inside, I think. I don't want to change it in front of everybody. And then we just, I see the doors, those the doors, so they're open. Up there, okay. So we're waiting for Grant first, and then we're waiting for Neil as well to arrive. Neil's Dricus's, is it? Okay. So we're waiting for Neil as well, a little bit later. He's the grappling coach, Dricus's grappling coach. We're going to fall into his session, hopefully. And yeah, now we just basically wait and set up. Outside CIT, we are about to go in. We're just waiting for them to finish up their first session. We'll join in on the second session. We're going to go and chat to the first ever born and bred African champion in the UFC. We're really, really proud to say that this is a huge honor. I mean, not everybody gets to say that they get a chance to train with him. He's got his fight at UFC 305 in August versus the New Zealand Nightmare, aka the last Gyno Bender, aka the last style bender, Israel Adesanya, and we are so excited to see how his training is going and to get a chance to actually train in with him and yeah, just see where his head's at before the fight. Come inside and join us, guys. So I'm about to go join the session. I'm talking softly because the coaches are talking, but we're gonna get to join the session now, hopefully, and hopefully not get too beat up. But hey, even if we get, like I said before, if we get beat up, then it's part of the session, you know. So it's part of the privilege of getting fucked up by the UFC champion. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready, hop in on the session. I think they're about to start. A little bit nervous because, you know, it's still pros, but I think it's gonna be fun. From what I've heard, they're all super nice and super safety first. So yeah, all good today.
Okay, are you gonna go boxing?
I think so.
What the fuck you say to me?
Yeah. I'm joking. No, please
I just want to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, because obviously without you guys this is not possible. First of all, FK and Army, massive thank you. Go out and check their website. Sickest apparel, as you guys can see. Vibe, thank you so much. I use this stuff all the time. Like, I've been trying to find it in Namibia, as I said before, but I'm so happy to have so much of this now. I wanted a flask like this and I ended up getting two, because Jiu-Jitsu also sponsored, and of course the sick Gracie set that I had. But like, look at these flasks. These things are epic. So I wanted one, like I say, I've now got two. Also, of course, Levo Dune Safaris, guys. If you're ever in Namibia and you want to do any type of dune bashing, monster truck riding in the dunes, you guys want to go windsurfing, hit them up. Link is in the description to their website. You will not regret it. It is one of the most epic experiences that you will have. Thank you so much to every single one of you that watch this video, and thank you to all the sponsors. A little bit confused, but it's a good technique. It's my back control sucks, so it's good to learn this stuff without the hooks, you know, or without the grip. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Open my mind a little so much on. Yeah, I don't have words, but now you see why it's such a different way of thinking, right? Like that's why this team is where it is, because of stuff like this.
I'm fucking ready.
Let's go.
Yeah, you warmed up.
I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't want to injure the champion. I don't want to injure the champion, then I get into blame for fucking up your camp.
Well, man, I mean, you can step in. You can step in.
The fucking champ, baby!
There we go.
The body will be nothing.
Yeah, the
I need to knock this back away
body.
anyway.
What are you expecting to get out of this?
Die.
Bro, just manifest it. I told him to manifest this victory, it's gonna happen. The New Zealand nightmare says manifest it, so you manifest.
Quoting from the style, the dog bender.
Gyno bender. It's happening.
That's done. That is fucking done. Man, it's so frustrating.
Like, I gotta get
Manifestation bullshit. Kings. I don't understand that squeeze, bro. Jesus. Oh God, bro. That's why there's a world champion and fucking hell. Oh, watch out, Izzy. You're done, bro, on the ground. Thanks, Dricus. Oh man. Yeah, that's intense. The fucking squeeze, bro. I've heard, but like, I thought now when I'm in it, I'm gonna be able to. It's done before you even have a chance, bro. It's done. The squeeze is just shit's cracking in your neck. Once in a lifetime, though, bro. Once in a lifetime. Okay, Dricus is gone, but don't say anything. I let him win. Just to build up confidence before. Ask Kieran, I let him win. You know, it's 8% only. I let him. Yo, hey, bro. What can I say? I mean, he fucked me up, you know, so.
So you got that for kicking Sean Strickland in his boots?
That is exactly. Yes, it is solid there. Yeah, so I get this one. So they put on. The first time, so bro, people were like crazy, like that is not the flag, and I'm like, guys, they don't put on the flag, they put on the colours.
The colours, exactly.
So now when you beat Izzy, you get a ruby. The most special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah,
facing
absolutely.
Izzy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much. Yeah, good luck. And South Africa, obviously, you know, we're behind you. So
with that body shot, that
You got a nice
was
uppercut to the side and he came up between
you got me on the button of the stomach. I could barely breathe.
that's ridiculous.
I can't imagine just any human just being able to handle that. Like God,
Can you imagine?
it's insane.
Can you imagine what Brock Lesnar feels like now?
Brock Lesnar's a monster, bro.
Have you seen his daughter?
Yeah.
Just
Maya
like, she looks
Lesnar.
like him.
Yeah.
What is that? His daughter? I thought it was his son.
Have you seen it?
When is that? Watermelon.
One.
I'm gonna slam. I can take two of these,
Yeah.
Yo.
You've had two
I've
already.
had two already, so another two's fine, right? I won't die, but no, it's fine.
You're fine, Karen.
I got Beck by Dricus today, so it's cool. And die happy.
And you're gonna hold the UFC title,
That's it.
the official one.
How are we gonna get lit? After we hydrate. Bro, this thing is so nice. This thing is so liquor.
Cheers.
Just pulp. The watermelon is so fucking good.
Raspberry.
I'm gonna go into a total fucking food coma after this.
That's sick. I can't wait to see your stuff, man. Alright guys, I just got home. What a fucking day. I can't believe I had the opportunity of getting fucked up by the UFC middleweight champion. I held the belt. I got to hold the UFC belt, dude. Like, that is crazy. I just want to say a massive thank you to all of my sponsors, because without you guys this would not be possible. So big thank you to FKN Army, big thank you to Revive, big thank you to Levo, June Safaris, and a massive thank you as well to the JIT shop. Links are in the description, guys. Please go check them out, please go support. And if you guys want to sponsor this video, just reach out on Instagram, reach out on YouTube, wherever, all of my socials. And we really hope you enjoyed this video, and we'll see you for the next one. Cheers, everybody. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I'm extremely honored today to have Coach Roberto Atilla.
here with us today. He is a 6th degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He started the Rio Grappling Club, which we're affiliated to. He's my coach's coach. He's a former world champion in various levels of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Pan-African champion. It's a huge honor to have you. Is that correct?
No.
Pan-American champion.
I was actually silver in Pan Americans, but I was European champion without being European a few times. I got the first place in Europe in 2007 in Portugal, and at the Masters one, and then again in Rome in 2017 without gi, and in 2018 in Barcelona, the Masters European, Masters Europe. I also got gold on that one. That was my last competition.
Okay, and when did you start? When was your first competition? When did you start?
My first competition was in 1990.
1990.
990.
Wow.
1990.
But that's the year you started, I think.
Yes, that's the year I started. After 5 months of jiu-jitsu, we had like 2 competitions in a row, and I won both as a white belt. And in Rio at that time, I was very small, the white belt competition. We didn't have huge ones, so they were very small competitions. As a white belt, first competition, I had actually 1 match. And the second one, it was indoors.
Yeah, in-house. Yeah.
In-house comp. And I had 7 matches, and I submit everyone. And then I got my blue belt with 6 months of jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
Actually.
Jeepers. I just got mine. I've been doing 18 months, so that's wow, fantastic.
Yes, but then I took another 4.5 years in the blue belt before moving to the purple. So
really,
yes.
What was the reason for that? Was it just
because I wanted, like, my coaches would want me to compete more, and I would like to compete more and become. My goal was to become the best blue belt in my division before moving to the purple. If it makes sense.
Yes, of course. So you started in 1990. What were you? Okay, I know you travel the world now, going gym to gym, but what were you doing before 1990, and what made you want to start doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Well, I was very young at the time, and I was going to university, and before Jiu-Jitsu, I did 2 years of capoeira. And I like the striking martial arts, but I started to see the grappling as a more effective option. And a friend of mine started Jiu-Jitsu. He was also into capoeira. And I moved to Rio de Janeiro because before I was in a smaller town that had no Jiu-Jitsu whatsoever at the time. And I moved to my father's house to go to university, and I started training Jiu-Jitsu at the same time. I was 19, and this was, I was 18 when I started. And then I turned 19. I already was training jiu-jitsu. I was already a blue belt when I turned 19 years old.
Wow. And what was the jiu-jitsu scene like back then? Because obviously now jiu-jitsu is a very mainstream sport, but this is 33 years ago. So what was it like at the time?
Look, it was a lot smaller. The level in Rio de Janeiro was amazing at the time. Some of the best coaches that are spread throughout the world nowadays, a lot of them came from that generation that was before my generation. So we had like great inspiration and motivation from the guys that were a little bit older than us, because there was already some nice competitions, but we didn't have the big events yet, and the really good gyms were just a few. And mostly they were in Rio de Janeiro. We had some groups in Manaus, some groups in São Paulo, but the core of jiu-jitsu at the time was Rio de Janeiro. And what can I say more about the time? It was more roots, really, because there was no advantage. You need to really make points at least to win a match, or else you would go to the judge's decision. And to be honest, back then it was a total shit show, because refs were always give points to the guys in their gym, forget about the guys from the other gym. So sometimes you would go to a match and if you don't submit, you're not gonna win because the referee is my opponent's coach, and that was kind of the way it was back then,
And who did you start with? Who was your first coach? Or Who is it affiliated
yeah,
to?
my first group was Gracie Barra. It was called actually Barra Gracie. And the head coach was Carlos Gracie Jr. and there was some other coaches there. But on my first year, I mostly learned from not from the coaches but from the brown and purple belts, because the way they structure the class in Brazil there, the group classes back then, it was you would come, do a lot of warm-up, learn one technique, and go row. And then next day another totally different technique, and maybe if you have a month of jiu-jitsu and you will learn some advanced stuff. So you really needed help from your friends because there was no structure. And like sometimes, so as long as Carlos Gracie Jr. was the main coach at the time, I learned from Gordo, from Hélio Soneca Moreira, from Draculino, from Soca. Those were the guys, and the Duda. There was some guys that was blue, purple, brown belts when I was white belt. Those guys helped me a lot more than the coaches. Until I went to America, I trained 3 months with Rickson, and he was teaching the classes himself, so I learned a lot on that period. And when I come back to Brazil, I start to really go. Renzo didn't have his own gym, but Renzo was teaching in a place with like very small group. And by then, Roger was maybe 12, 13 years old, Roger Gracie. He was coming, watching. His father was one of the black belts that would destroy me at the time. Mauricio Gomes was amazing. And I would go to Renzo to train. I was still training because Renzo was part of the Barra Gracie, but I start to feel like Renzo was my coach. Already as a blue belt, I start to train with him and go to him because he was teaching many more things. So this is the guy that really was my coach all the way to purple brown belt level. But I got my brown belt, he was already in the United States, and Carlos Gracie Jr. was really the same thing, not really caring about his students. So I eventually moved out to train with 2 black belts from Carson Gracie Jr.
Okay. Who were the black belts?
One is very famous, Murilo Bustamante, because he was Pride and UFC champion.
Yeah.
And the other guy was a guy that came from Manaus, Sérgio Souza, my coach, the guy that gave me my black belt, also black belt from Carson Gracie, but because he was involved only with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Outside of Brazil, people don't know him, but from the generation of the guys that were competing in the 80s and early 90s, he was one of the best. For you to have an idea, famous guy Fábio Gurgel, they had like 5 fights between themselves, and Sérgio Souza, my coach, won 3 against Fábio and lost 2.
Wow.
Yeah, but some of them were in a blue belt or purple belt, something like that.
Through the course of
their careers, they had like 5 matches between themselves, and Sérgio Souza had like 3 wins against 2. He also had a win against Jean-Jacques Machado.
Yes, I know, yeah.
And another one against his brother Johnny. So he was very good. He was one of the best competitors from Carson Gracie team.
Did you know at the time, because these are all obviously now famous names in jiu-jitsu, but did you know at the time how special it was to be around these people?
Look, I had an idea because I knew that jiu-jitsu was a special thing that the whole world didn't have an idea of. All those techniques that were training were being developed mostly in Brazil, and people outside of Brazil were practicing only striking mostly, like or grappling without the whole structure that we had, like that had a focus on MMA, on position that can be effective for real fights and also on self-defense. So I knew how special it was, that thing, but the people, I didn't know how good they were until I see the sport growing and so many other black belts coming, and you don't see like the level. If I would say something that I don't know if it makes any sense, but because the sport grew so much over the years, if you look at the best black belts now, they are better than the best black belts 30 years ago, yes. But the average jiu-jitsu player now is a lot worse because it grew so much, and a lot of technique was lost in terms of like a lot of groups don't train properly the basics, and I see people with big gaps in their game, and sometimes you see a black belt that doesn't know how to escape a hip, or even another that doesn't know the basics of how to escape from the back. They know all defensive positions, but they They cannot defend themselves when they are in bad positions. And sometimes, unfortunately, even in the competition level, because of the rules, some guys give their backs to avoid the 3 points of the guard pass, and they end up being submitted. You know, I see some guys that when they are winning, they are the best. When they are losing, quickly they get submitted, you know. I have like this Brazilian guy that I forgot his name now, that he caused a lot of trouble as well. He had a fight with Felipe Pena one time.
Oh yeah.
Yes, on one of them. I forgot the name's guy, but
It's not Galval.
no,
Not
not Galvão. He's a newer generation. He's
okay.
a big, tall guy, that very explosive guy, and he had good fights with a lot of guys. But sometimes he's losing. The guys on the side control of mount, he just taps without even having a submission. He just gives up. You
For
know?
the pressure.
Yeah, or he just doesn't want to be there when he's losing.
Do you think so I've got two questions and they're kind of similar, or they go with each other. So have you seen changes in jiu-jitsu now to what's become important? Because there's a big thing been made now about leg locks, and those have come to the fore quite a bit. And I did pose this question to Rico as well, and he said kind of like things go in cycles. But what's your opinion on the style of jiu-jitsu changing from when you started to now? Do you think it's changed much, and there's an emphasis on other things?
Yes, but like it becomes more specialized now, because you see, like, people are either training mostly no gi or mostly gi, and it's the same sport somehow, but differences. There is small difference that make it like that. For the no gi guys, it's more attractive to have a lot more leg attacks, you know. And in the gi, it's harder to submit the people with that. No, I'm not even talking about rules that don't allow some of the techniques, but it's also harder to do it with the gi, you know, like to execute some of the techniques, because you need sometimes like a speed that the attrition of the gi and the grips that the other guy controls. So sometimes falling back with the foot is not an option, because the guy has a grip with you, he's gonna follow you, so it's difficult. So some things I see in a different way. What Rico said about things go in circle is right, but it's developing. So it's not a circle, it's like a spiral. People go back to the same things and they improve on those things that people were doing. So there was a period in the 90s in Brazil that we had some groups attacking a lot the legs as well. And people start to learn how to defend those things, and then they stop doing it, and nowadays it's coming back. But now there is more technique involved, because you have specifically John Danaher studying the Japanese guys and fixing some of what he perceives as problems in the leg lock game, and now everybody's attacking. But then in a few years, everybody's gonna learn how to defend it, and they're gonna focus on something else. But then the whole game progresses because you add more details. And I don't believe in like old school against new school. I believe that is effective techniques will survive the test of the time, you know, and good techniques will be around for hundreds of years, and bad techniques will disappear. Yes. And sometimes the funny thing about jiu-jitsu is sometimes a bad technique, if you train a million times, you can make it good for you. You know?
Yes. And what? Okay, so back to when you started, what was your sort of philosophy and way to get better at jiu-jitsu, and what were your goals basically when you were starting? Was it just to be the best, like you said, the best at each belt, or was it to say I want to get to black belt as quickly as possible, or
no?
I don't want holds?
Look, in Brazil, it's even like who say so different the mentality in Brazil, that nowadays of course change a bit, but like people don't want their belts. They want, because they want to stay longer, so they have a chance to win in their respective belts before they move up. So it's like this rush towards belts, I see a lot more outside Brazil than in Brazil.
Right.
Okay. Right. So, but my goal, like me, there was a lot of guys in my time that was my goal as was to be the best blue belt, and then eventually get the purple belt and try to be the best purple belt, or become one of the best. And only when I felt that I was good enough to compete in the next one, I would move to the next belt and so on. So we wouldn't care, the minimum time you have to the belts, like the federation says, you have to have this time. No, we wanted to stay longer, you know, like, and it was not only me, most of the guys from my generation, they wanted to, because, you know, like if you grow in a competitive environment, and jiu-jitsu without competitions for me is a different sport, you know, like I really needed that for motivation. I wanted to compete next weekend or next month. So that's what pushed me to go train every day and go to the gym as well. You know, it was like the thing, like the competition motivated, because I started to win more than losing, and I like that feeling, and I wanted to have it more. And not only that, you start to interact in your group, and people show you more respect because you're doing well in the gym and you are winning the competition, you are part of the team. Like those things go together. So to feel part of accepted in the group, you wanted to be good in competition. So this was part of my goals. Eventually the first goal was to be good enough to survive others, you know, like that was my first thing, because first months was difficult for me. I didn't have motor skills, so I had to start acquiring those motor skills in jiu-jitsu, you know. And once I start to become good enough and start to win competition, my goal was always that, win the next big competition, you know. And it was be like the next one again, and then the next one, and once you win everything, the purple, now now it's time to go
Ready
to the
for brown belt,
and then start all over again, you know.
right? One step at a time in
Yeah.
each belt, right? And then how long was it exactly till you got your black belt?
Like around 8 years to 8.5, something like this. Yes.
Wow. And that was
98.
98.
It was end of 98. And I started beginning of 90. So it was 8 years, almost 9. Yeah.
Wow. And once you get to black belt, there's I've heard to get to black belt, or once you get to black belt, there's a responsibility to give back, right? So
no, I never saw it like that, you know, because I was giving back to the sport since a blue belt, because I was organizing competition, I was reffing, I was teaching other people that come with less skills than me. I went back to my hometown to teach because there was no jiu-jitsu schools, you know, like there. So I started the first jiu-jitsu school in my city. So if you go to my city nowadays, all the guys that train jiu-jitsu there, at some point, they were my students back in the day, you know, like.
Yeah. And then, so when did you leave Brazil and decide that you wanted to start Rio Grappling Club?
It's 2003.
2003. You started in Europe, right?
Yes,
The
in
first
London.
time, in London. What prompted you to start Rio Grappling Club?
Well, first of all, when I made my transition from Barra Gracie to the team, this team was those two coaches, Murilo and Sergio, they had a team together called Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. Okay, and Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club at the time, when I was a brown belt and moved to them, had all the best browns and purples in the competition, especially in the light, middle, and middle heavyweight, you know, and the heavy one as well. Guys came from many different parts of Brazil, and they were training with us. Zé Mário Sperry would bring his guys from south of Brazil. There was like great competitors as well, because Mário Sperry was amazing competitor, so he had like a group of really good students he would bring from south of Brazil to train before the main competitions to Rio. And in our gym would come Minotauro. I remember when Minotauro, as a brown belt, came first to the gym to train, and nobody knew him in Rio. And then he goes to a competition there as a brown belt, and he destroys the guys, you know, like he get Rodrigo Comprido, that was one of the amazing guys. He just submit Rodrigo, like Rodrigo was nobody, you know, like it was crazy, you know. Yes, like, no, Minotauro was like fantastic. What a guy, really. And guys would come, pop from different parts of Brazil. So when I joined Murilo and Sergio, they had this called Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club, and it was amazing. But then at some point they broke up between those two, and many coaches from Carson Gracie tried to together make a team called Carson Gracie Team, while Carson Gracie Senior was in the United States. Okay, so they put everybody together, everybody was training together, I was still there in this group, and then Carson Gracie came from America and had like a money dispute with some of his students because those guys were going to ADCC. Okay, and in this all fallout they had was in the period that I torn my knee ligaments. So I was surgery, and there was big politics in Brazil. You had to choose sides, and I didn't want to choose sides because I had friends on both sides. You know, I got my black belt from Sergio, but Murilo was also my friend. I didn't want like to antagonize anybody, and like I had to choose between 3 different teams. And if I choose one of those 3, the other 2, the guys from the other 2 be not happy with me. And at some point I decided I'm not going to choose anything, let my knee heal. But once my knee healed and I moved to London, then I had a problem because I found a place to teach inside the University of London, but I had to create a grappling society. Okay, to like all the paperwork. So I had to create my club. And I decided, you know what? I'm not going to choose between those 3 clubs in Brazil. I'm going to start my own team now because I'm far away from those politics and I don't want to get contaminated by those politics because I like everybody on those 3 teams. I like the people that were training with Sergio. I like the guys training with Murilo that became the Brazilian top team. And I like the guys from Carson Gracie as well. They were all my friends. We used to be training together before my new operation. And I say, man, you know what? Now is a new period in my life. I'm going to start mostly teaching. This is going to be my focus, so let's make our own team. And I didn't have a name for this team initially in 2003, but I had to create the Grappling Society. At some point, I went back to Brazil, and when Murilo and Sergio split, Murilo had the right to the name Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. Okay, so I went to Murilo to ask him if he could sell me that name. Actually, I didn't want to use it to copy or use it for free. But he asked me a week to give me an answer, and then he wrote back to me because we met in person, but I wanted to explain my ideas, that I didn't want to get involved. And he said to me that he would like to keep the name because the things were funny in the Brazilian top team between him and his partners. They eventually split up as well, but he kept the name. So he never used back the Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club, but he asked me not to use the Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. He didn't want to sell to me. So I decided to start Rio Grappling Club because I was in London, I had a grappling society and I needed a name for that. So that's the whole origin of the name Rio Grappling Club, and the roots was because this was such a great period of my life of training with such amazing guys. I learned so much as a brown belt and as a black belt, you know, like I wanted to make my team somehow a tribute to to that team that doesn't exist anymore.
Yes. And how did you go about starting? I mean, finding people. I can't imagine were there a lot of people that wanted to do jiu-jitsu back then? You know, what was your approach back then to try to get people?
Look, when I came to London, there was actually some scene already. Jiu-jitsu was growing, and I made myself seen by visiting some clubs, training with other people. You know, like, and people knew I was teaching in the morning. I was the only guy teaching morning class. No, it's like almost midday classes in London at that time. And the place was very central. So I started to come people from different places. And not only from England, like I start to have Polish students. I get a guy from Lithuania. I get some guys training from other places. I start doing seminars in Scotland, and everything started to build up from that, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, do you want to say something?
No, it's okay.
And what was so you started to spread out from there. What were your next sort of locations? I know you mentioned Scotland, Poland. Where did you go to next?
I remember going to Greece in 2004, Italy 2005, Croatia and Bosnia in 2007, South Africa was 2007. In 2005, I went to the United States as well, back again to the United States. And then I met a guy that brought me to South Africa 2 years later. You know, so it all, and funny thing is, like, the gym that I was teaching in the United States, in upstate New York, was a coach of an American guy that visited me in London.
Wow.
In 2004, he trained with us for, I even remember the guy, we don't have much contact, but he's a black belt, very nice guy, Trevor Sargent. And he was blue belt back then, training with me in London. He came with the wife for some work in London. He stayed like 2 weeks training with us, and we kept in contact. When I visited his coach in America, then there was a guy from South Africa. I made a joke if he was close to Jeffreys Bay. He said he was because he was from your city.
Yeah.
And I say, man, I want to go. And then I ended up here. And
next thing you were in
after
South
many
Africa.
waves, I came back and back and back and back and.
Nice. So what? How many clubs are there now all over the world? I mean, because so from there, I mean, just in the last weekend alone, just in Rio in South Africa, Rio Grappling, we had 100 odd students at the grading, and that wasn't even probably half, not even a third of the students I think that we have in South Africa.
Yeah, I think maybe half of them, or maybe a third of them. Yes, yeah, something around that. Yeah,
And
I'm not sure.
How many clubs are there now total?
We have over 100 clubs, maybe 105 or 106. I'll be honest, I have to count exactly.
And number of students? Roughly?
This I don't know.
Thousands.
I'm so bad in the like this admin, like because each gym does their own admin. We don't have a centralized admin. So we have gyms with 20 people. We have gyms with 5 people. I have gyms with 200 people. It's hard for me to do an average, I can tell you, like, if we look in the map, I'm going to tell you, this gym has roughly 100, 150. We have some big gyms in Croatia. We have some big gyms in Scotland, Poland as well, with groups. In Florence, in Italy as well, the numbers are quite big. Belgrade in Serbia, the numbers are quite big as well,
And what's the level like in Europe?
Like, this is the most difficult question. What's the level like in Europe? Because, like, if I ask you what's the level like in your gym, because each person has their own level. Let's be honest, in every gym, you're going to find guys on a higher level, others in lower level. Depends how long they've been training, how much they committed, the level of instruction they're exposed to, the level of the partners. But level is an individual thing for me, like I cannot say you the overall level, because it's very hard. Everywhere you see good guys, average guys, bad guys. What I can say for you is, like, the places where the sport grows more and you have numbers, you end up having more possibilities of guys above average to come and show. So if you look at that, in Europe, for instance, we got a number of guys coming from Scandinavian countries doing very well in competitions. You still have some. Now we have Adam Wardziński from Poland doing very well, and soon we're going to have a new generation of Polish guys doing very well. But I tell you that every country in Europe that I visited, I've seen good people, and I've seen people like committed to jiu-jitsu. I can tell you in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy. So everywhere there are gyms that people are pushing hard, and you're gonna get some guys on the highest level. But you're gonna, on the same gym, you're gonna somebody that just started or training for a few years, but once a week, and they like don't really commit to this. So, like, I don't know. Level is a funny thing to talk about.
Thing. Yeah. Because the reason I ask is, is like there's obviously famous countries, like if you watch ADCC, so obviously Brazil always had, that's where Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu started, so people would consider Brazil high level, highest level. The US, because they've got a lot of competitors. South Africa, I've seen, because we've got some local competitions, and obviously through the years the level will grow. It's a natural progression, but with South Africa, we don't see that many people going to these international events.
Yeah, but it's so more difficult. Think about that. Most of those competitions that you're talking about, they're running in America, even more than in Brazil nowadays. But so the Brazilians, sometimes they don't have a pass or a visa to go to America. It's very difficult. For you South Africans, it's also very hard to travel abroad because you're far away. So it's more isolation. So it's more difficult to get a competitive career when you have just local competitions. Then you go to places like in Brazil, and you have like you can go to BJJ competitions every weekend with a high level. So I think like it's unfair to even compare this. Like you have to have a lot more growth in the sport this side. And still, because of the distance, it's going to take long to build up. But I believe every country has the potential to have great grapplers. There's no secrets in grappling. It's about like commitment, a very good coach, and a very good group of partners, I think.
Yep, makes sense. Because I was going to ask, what it would take for South Africa, because we've got good grapplers here. Then obviously there's a few hurdles now that you mentioned, but I was going to ask, what would it take for the guys to get up there? Do you think it would take people going and being based in the US for a while and getting on the scene, getting their name out there? Or, what would it take to have South Africans regularly going?
Yes, you see, there's even a guy now, Luke Griffith.
Yeah.
Luke was training as a kid with Bobby Karagianidis. His father and uncle are still training at Bobby's. And he was our student until recently, and then he moved to improve his competitive career. He eventually moved to America. I don't know everybody can do this step, because you have financial hurdles. It's not easy to transfer yourself either to Brazil, where you're going to have possibly, depending on what you want, you're going to have even better training partners and people more willing to help you grow than United States, in my opinion, and you're going to spend less money. And it's also closer to travel. Unfortunately, we don't have the direct flights between South Africa and Brazil like we used to have before pandemic, but it still is a possibility for people. Not being able to go abroad, to stay abroad, like it would be very helpful if people could compete abroad on a regular basis, because that exposes you more to see what's going on in the competitions. And if you want to be a good competitor, the more you compete and with the more different people possible, the better for you. You're going to have more chances to progress your game, and this, I think, is the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle here is the kind of isolation. In Europe, the level eventually is going to catch up with North America and Brazil, but it's going to take time also because the culture is different and stuff like that. But the people who are committed, you're going to have good athletes in the future from everywhere. Like you see from judo nowadays, you get a guy from Mongolia, another guy from Australia, another one from France. There's still some Japanese kicking asses, but they don't totally dominate the sport anymore because everybody can learn. And I think jiu-jitsu is actually easier than judo.
Is it?
Yeah. It's easier on the body.
Yeah, because you're not getting thrown the whole time.
Yes.
Yeah. Is jiu-jitsu and judo, jiu-jitsu's got its origins from judo, right?
Ah, man, like I wish I could go in time and check exactly because you hear so many different stories. Like, I would say that Brazilian jiu-jitsu and judo both came from the Japanese jiu-jitsu, but I'm not sure how this evolution came, and because I trained judo a long time, I think they are the same sport with different rules. So they were the same sport. Because of the rules, they separated. And because the coaches were focused on one side or the other of the same thing, is also because of this we had this huge separation. But I don't know, I wasn't down there, to establish the origin, but it's all jiu-jitsu. I try to see judo is part of jiu-jitsu. Brazilian jiu-jitsu is also a type of jiu-jitsu. The Japanese were calling many different styles jiu-jitsu, so let everything be jiu-jitsu and let jiu-jitsu be everything, a friend of mine.
Yes, because I was looking at the history of jiu-jitsu, and obviously everybody knows the Gracie family, but there's is it Mitsuyo Mieda, I think, is attributed as in some sources as starting jiu-jitsu.
Yes, look, from what I say from many sources I read, Maeda was the most important jiu-jitsu coach that came to Brazil. Not because he taught the Gracie family, they were fundamental to keep the sport growing, but he also had his own gym there running for years, and he made other students that also shared this technique. But because the Japanese immigration in Brazil, there was also another judo and jiu-jitsu coaches that established pretty much at the same time as him that also started groups, and through the years, some people that were training either jiu-jitsu or judo, but because the judo became Olympic, a lot of those old jiu-jitsu clubs in Brazil became judo clubs. The Gracies kept going with jiu-jitsu, and some others also kept going with jiu-jitsu, but judo took a lot of those early groups that were in jiu-jitsu in Brazil. So jiu-jitsu was not only Maeda, but Maeda was definitely the guy that he ran all over the world testing his skills after he was a jiu-jitsu player that trained judo, I think 2 to 4 years with Jigoro Kano. but he was calling his sport jiu-jitsu. I heard, I'm not sure, also because for two things, the guys from judo didn't want to be involved in challenges anymore, because Jigoro Kano in the beginning to establish judo, they did challenges against other martial arts in Japan, but they were already established, they didn't want to get involved. And because Maeda had a jiu-jitsu background before his judo, and he traveled around, like he was in England, he learned catch grappling there, and he was challenging people in America as well, so all his knowledge became what the Gracies learned from him, and they also probably didn't learn all his knowledge, but partially his knowledge, whatever they could take it, they brought from north of Brazil to Rio de Janeiro, and they started their own club there, what's called Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. I think it's 1925, so it's almost 100 years ago,
Yes.
98 years ago.
Wow. And who was the guy that fought Helio Gracie that was Japanese Jiu-Jitsu?
He was a judo champion, Masahiko
Kimura,
Kimura.
yes. Okay. And that was also just after, what was that, the early 1920s or 30s, I think?
No, I think this was 50s.
50s, okay, a little bit later.
Yes, it was 50s.
Okay, because those challenges were like the super fights at the time. They were having a lot of those challenges.
Think about that, jiu-jitsu, not jiu-jitsu, MMA didn't exist, but the no-holds combat in Brazil before 58 was more popular than football.
Wow.
They filled a whole gymnasium with this Helio Gracie against Masahiko Kimura challenge in Rio de Janeiro.
Wow.
And Kimura came from Japan. He was smoking his cigars. He was a lot younger, a lot stronger than Helio. And it looks like that he was taking it easy even, because Helio was already an old man, a lot smaller than, but he has beaten some Japanese before, so like this Japanese came exactly like, you have to beat him or something. And he was the judo champion of the time, or one of the judo champions at the time. And it was an amazing story about Kimura, as well.
Yes. I saw a picture of you and Helio Gracie on when I think, I can't remember, it was Instagram or on Google. How well did you know Helio Gracie and all the other Gracies in the Gracie family?
I started training with the Gracie family in the 90s, so I know pretty much, I won't say all of them, but pretty much almost all of them, the ones involved with jiu-jitsu. But I have seen Helio with all their respect, with distance, when I was a blue belt and all the time. So I never met Helio Gracie in person to talk to him, but I have been given that chance because like 6 to 7 months before he died, he was in Barcelona, where Royce Gracie has a house close to Barcelona, and the guy that is the housekeeper trains at my friend's gym in Barcelona. And he told me that Helio was there and invited us to come over. So I had a chance to talk to Royce, because I met Royce briefly before as well, and to come and talk to Helio, to being choked by Helio with Royce's gi, actually,
Yes.
and wearing a black belt that wasn't mine, it was funny, actually. It was such a great experience. But what surprised me was not even how strong his choke was, because it was working perfectly. He was 95.
Yeah.
But I saw him going. He had a hard way to climb stairs, but you could see his technique. He would lower his posture and adjust him, and going step by step. He would not use the hands on the rails. Now at 95.
Yeah, that's insane longevity. Because I know he was still rolling deep into his 80s, wasn't he? Or into his early 90s? He was still training, obviously, but
probably lightly, not really hard. My brother had more access to Helio because he was working with the family in the media part, so he had chances to make many interviews with Helio. And my brother, I have photo of Helio choking me, and my brother has a photo of himself choking my Helio instead. I didn't have that much.
Yes. And there's some crazy stories back in the Gracie gyms, that they also had just the open challenge for anybody to walk into the gym and fight them. Did you ever experience that, or were you ever part of any of that?
No, but I saw not the MMA part, but like to talk about the scene in Brazil was very, 1993, we had the first Brazilian Nationals. Okay, so this is 1993, and it was organized in a club in Rio de Janeiro, and we didn't have a national federation. It was the Rio de Janeiro Federation that organized that one. And the head of the Rio de Janeiro Federation was Renzo's Gracie father, Robson Gracie, which is younger brother of Carson Gracie. At some point, one of the final matches in this competition was a purple belt final match, was due to happen with Robson Gracie, the president of the federation, as the referee, and one of his nephews fighting one of Carson Gracie's students. You know, and at that time, Carson told his best black belts to go, invade the area, sit on the mats and not let this match happen, because he wanted to challenge his brother, that his brother could not be the referee for that important match that could even decide the outcome, which team would win the first Brazilian nationals. You know. So this was very funny, because nowadays nothing like that would happen, but this was agreed by Carson and Carlos Gracie, which is also his brother, younger, but he was the coach of Robson's nephew, that they would meet a week ago in Gracie Barra, in Barra Gracie. At the time was not Gracie Barra, Barra Gracie was the only one gym that didn't have this McDojo franchise network that they have nowadays all over the world. You don't need to cut that, it's true. They are so sold out for money, you know, except some good guys that are still there. But mostly he's a McDojo, and before it was very, very hardcore gym. And I remember being there on the day that Carson came with Walid Ismail and another student to film, and the guy, his student, to fight for this medal. So it was a jiu-jitsu match that was supposed to happen a week before in the competition. They postponed and made it a challenge match inside the gym. And few of us were allowed to watch this match. And I watched this match, and Carson Gracie's student is called Ray Diogo, I remember his name, and he was fighting Daniel Gracie, who teaches out of Renzo Gracie, Philadelphia nowadays. And Ray Diogo had three times the same amazing sweep that he did against Daniel, and he won by 6 points. And I was watching their live, this challenge match. So this is a very interesting story. When he won, he looked at this poster that was the Tasmanian Devil with the Barra Gracie written. At the time they used without paying the royalties, but they had the Tasmanian Devil, and this guy Ray Diogo look at the thing and screams like Carson Gracie, and it was so like powerful because he just won that match, you know, like it was. I still remember that stuff clearly in my mind. It was amazing challenge, you know. It was jiu-jitsu under the rules at the time, but because of the whole situation around this match, was like that was
wow. Were there, so now it's like a 5-minute match when you do jiu-jitsu in most competitions, but back then were there time limits, and was it the similar sort of rule set that you have now? Or
like, I remember when I started, you had 2 points for passing the guard and 3 for the knee ride. And for some reason they realized that it's a lot harder to pass a guard than to put a knee on the stomach of the person after you pass. So they switched that. And I remember also we didn't have advantages. And actually was better without advantages, because I'm totally against the concept of advantages. We don't see that in any sport whatsoever. You don't, if you hit the goal post in football, it's not a half goal. If the goalkeeper puts out the ball, it's also not a half goal. Like in jiu-jitsu, you almost pass the guard, then you have half point. Like not a half point, but you have an advantage. And I don't know, I find it wrong totally. You know, like I find that you reward things that shouldn't be rewarded because it's just too little. You know, you almost pass the guard, you almost swept the guy, and you almost submit, but you didn't submit. So you didn't actually score points against the guy, but you still can win. Okay, I think you should actually, in 90% of the matches, the referee could be able to look at 2 fighters and in the end of the match say who won clearly, without even counting points or anything. And on those 10% cases, I would be favoring another how to say like another 2 minutes or 3 minutes
Overtime.
an overtime with like with a golden goal,
Mm.
you know, instead of advantages.
First
you
one
know?
to points wins.
Yes.
Because jiu-jitsu is as much about defense as it is attack as well. So you might almost get a submission, but the guy defending, right, is just as good defending it than the guy that was going for the attack.
Exactly. I understand that you have to reward the attacks, not the defense, but it's wrong to reward the failed attack. Because if I almost catch your arm, but you defend it, it's a failed attack. I shouldn't be rewarded for a failed attack.
So like when you were showing us last weekend, triangle defense,
Yeah.
there's varying stages of triangle defense, and the last defense that you were showing us is when the triangle's on.
Yeah.
And then there was the escape to that. So in this instance, the triangle would be on, it would be almost a submission, but it's the hardest technique. It's the hardest to get out of once it's on, obviously.
Yeah.
So for you being in that triangle or in that armbar, whatever it is, for you to get out of it once it's on is actually, there should be an advantage almost in your favor, because it's tougher to get out, you know.
It's true, it's
you know?
true.
And you're not the one failing the submission, but I guess maybe they want to push the action or
Yes.
something like that, you know.
Yeah, but the advantage actually, if you think of it, doesn't push the action, because if before the guy would stall after scoring 2 or 3 points, now he stalls after 2 advantages.
Right.
You know, if the guys are equal in points and you have 1 extra advantage, if you know how to use the time in your favor, you can stall a lot without being how to say, with punished, and that's it. You know, you can get away most times. You know.
But in ADCC, I think if you stall, they give you negative points, right? So then I guess that's kind of a solution to it.
Yeah, but then in ADCC you have 2 rules. Basically, you have no points, and then after the half of the time, points. And then makes the strategy very funny, and people become strategy dependent to win. I think the ideal way for ADCC would be to either have no points whatsoever or points from the beginning. Because you see the guys have some strategy to either go quickly or just stall until the points are on. You know, so like I'd like to think that it's not the best. All the rule sets have flaws, you know, and it's good that we have different ones so people can test themselves in different rule sets, don't get attached to one. But in the end, I don't know, it's not the way I would see grappling competitions. Like the way they have those rules is not the way forward. They should actually move the rules. That competition is the most popular ones, because obviously they put a lot of money on that competition, and it's once every 2 years. That's why it's so much prestige to win that.
Yes. I guess there's no real sort of perfect formula for competitions.
There is no perfect formula. Another thing I would like to see in ADCC is that everywhere has an uniform, instead of being able, because nobody does it, but you're allowed to come with a gi if you want to ADCC, or with not totally naked, of course, but you don't need to have shirt, and then you get sweaty. It becomes a lot difficult for the guys to put you down. So maybe you are a good wrestler, you can use a strategy just to get a takedown, stand up again, stall a little bit, and not get taken down, and you win many matches. You know, you don't need to really engage.
I wanted to ask you, while we're on the topic of ADCC and wrestling, like how important, obviously we spoke about judo, what emphasis would you place on wrestling in a grappling context? So even if if you're doing jiu-jitsu competitions, you're going to inevitably come against someone that's done judo or wrestling. What emphasis is there, or how important is wrestling for you?
I think if you do gi, wrestling is not less than judo. You should actually learn judo and wrestling if you're doing gi. If you're doing no gi, then even though some judo knowledge would help you, I think it's going to be more better to focus only on the wrestling. Okay, but wrestling is very good, important part of the sport, and should be included in jiu-jitsu classes. You know, if you at least the basics, you know, people should know a lot more wrestling if they want to be good in jiu-jitsu, because it's part of the game as well. You know, you have to know how to take down people, and you need to know how to sprawl, how to defend, how to counter. Even if you're gonna use guillotines or things alien to wrestling, like or kimura attacks, but you still need to understand how the guy's gonna attack you, where he's gonna focus, so you can learn your defenses as well. Even if you wanna do totally like submission counters to the wrestling guys, you still need to understand what they're doing. So it's very important.
And the wrestlers, you'll see a lot of the guys that have a wrestling background that go into jiu-jitsu. It's just the scramble and the top pressure and just the awareness. They're almost already at they are already at a much higher level.
Look, I think like judo guys and wrestlers, when they come to jiu-jitsu, they have a big advantage. But they have one small disadvantage that a lot of them never fix, is that they expose too much their backs. For reasons of the rules, they are rewarded if they expose their backs instead of playing from the guards. So the most difficult thing is to teach a wrestler how to play guard. If a good wrestler learns how to play guard and how to not give his back, he can become awesome in jiu-jitsu. And the same for a judo player, and the problem is some of them, they cannot fix that habit because they can get away in judo and sometimes even in the jiu-jitsu training in the gym, but then they go to a competition and they get a scarf hold and the guy is gonna end up in their backs.
Yes. I think that was the case with Rico. Rico had a wrestling background, and then he was able to really hone in on playing his guard, right? Or is that how? Because I mean, now obviously, and the years I've seen Rico roll, fight, or whatever, he's good in all positions.
Yes.
He said the same thing about giving the backup as well from wrestling. But can you remember back to when you met Rico? Like, how has he? What was it like when you met him? And then his progression as he was going along.
No, his progression was amazing. But the most, if I can remember one thing, is that when I started doing, because he did some privates with me, and at that time I was playing a lot half guard and deep half guard. I still play that. It's one of my games. And he was in the beginning, he was having a lot of trouble. He's struggling with my half guard. But then he asked me to teach him, and after I showed him what I was doing and what to do, and then it was game over to me.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
The weight difference is too big,
Yes. Yeah. You said you met him in what, 2007?
2007, he came to a seminar of mine in Johannesburg. We meet for the weekend, but we start to work together in 2009. I came to Cape Town. He had a gym in his garage, and I was teaching him privates at Camps Bay, in another gym of one of his acquaintances here in Cape Town. But we were also training at his garage, and then I come back in 2010, and then later he opened his gym in Peru, and then he moved up to reps, and we start doing the camps here. It's been a long time, yes.
So you've been coming back every single year since
yes,
then, roughly?
Since 2007, I came once a year, but in 2009, I came twice, because one time I came to organize the Abu Dhabi trials. I brought to Johannesburg the first one, and I brought medals from Brazil. It was a mess to organize that stuff, but I promised to the friend that was in Abu Dhabi to do that. So I did that first one, so I had to come twice, which was a pleasure, but I came such a short trip to that time to South Africa, just stay like a week in Johannesburg, 5 days in Johannesburg and back to Brazil. But then every year I came once, and then in 2020 that was closed because of COVID, and now I was coming in November and I had to postpone because I was waiting for my European visa to come through, and then I came now in January.
Are you moving to Europe, right? Or where were you based?
I'm between Barcelona and Wrocław in Poland, but mostly I'm gonna be in Barcelona.
In Barcelona, okay. And how does your travel schedule look like throughout the year? Do you go regularly to all the clubs, or?
Well, because of I was going to pretty much almost every country every year. I tried to, for that reason. Unless there's like very small, sometimes if the group is too small, I could skip, but it was a pleasure for me to go to those places. But now there came the pandemic. I had 2 years without being able to travel outside of Brazil. Like it was hard really to travel. You had to have justifications. The gyms were empty. So I came back to travel into last year in 2022 in March, and I went to Europe for 2 months, and I decided that I should move back to Europe and not stay in Brazil. So I'm fixing the whole thing. So I don't have an idea. My schedule is gonna change totally from this year. But the only thing I know for sure is November, December, I'm gonna come again to South Africa.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. And what do you do otherwise, besides jiu-jitsu? I know you do a little bit of surfing, kite surfing, windsurfing, or kite surfing, windsurfing.
Kite surfing and paddle surfing. No windsurfing.
No windsurfing.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, what else are you doing in your spare time? I mean, what do you enjoy to do? I know you
Man,
like to travel.
I like cooking. I like gardening. You know, I have beautiful garden back in Brazil, and I miss it as well. You know,
Yeah.
like yes. And like I don't know, I like a simple life. You know, I'm a simple guy. I don't like my hobbies are related to sports. Like I like to learn new things. I like to learn languages and about science as well. It's a little bit of many things actually.
I heard you speaking a couple of different languages. Like last night, you speak a little bit of Italian, and I think with Alex, you're speaking a little bit of Bulgarian.
I don't speak Bulgarian. I can understand few words though.
Where did you, is it just from your time traveling, being around a lot of people?
And studying, because if you don't study, you don't learn any language. But I learned Polish not so well, but I can have a good conversation in Polish language, and because that is very similar to other Slavic language, I can kind of understand if somebody comes from different Slavic countries and speak to me. I can make an idea what they're talking about. Not always.
Yeah, but you can kind of get the gist of it.
Yes.
What's your favorite place to go to?
I have so many, man. But actually, if I say one city is Barcelona, that's why I'm moving to Barcelona. You see, I like the
Yes,
club, but
okay.
mostly I like the city.
Yes.
I'm not into football that much.
Okay, that's crazy. Huh? Most Brazilians like football.
Yeah, I watch it from time to time, but it's not one of my really great hobbies, to be honest.
Yes, yes. And yeah, what would you like to see out of jiu-jitsu for the Rio Grappling Club going forward in the next couple of years, and then just for jiu-jitsu in general?
Look, for the jiu-jitsu in general, I think the path forward would be, I don't know if being Olympic sport would be actually good for jiu-jitsu. Honestly, I've seen some.
Why is that?
I think first, the Olympic structure is all corrupt, you know, like nowadays. And also the idea of competing for your own country sometimes is not only is wrong in many levels, in my opinion, the way I see things, but also you have some sports that you're gonna have only the possibility of one or two people per country. So somebody that has a possibility to get a second passport from a country that has no jiu-jitsu whatsoever might come there to the Olympic Games and have a chance. And the guys from Brazil, US, or places where the level is higher, they're gonna have the trials will be even harder than the competition itself, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, because they're gonna allow only one per weight per country. You know, so this is like a format that I don't see it as much important, and in my opinion, the Olympic concept already is a failed one, you know. But it's just my personal point of view about that. I think jiu-jitsu is gonna keep growing. People gonna specialize more in gi or no gi, which is great. But I think they are, in the end, the essence is the same, the basics the same, the foundations are the same, and I believe people should train both.
Okay, yeah.
But that's my opinion as well, and I'm glad to have people in my own group that they train only no gi or they train only gi because that's what they prefer. You know, I'm not the owner of the truth or anything. I myself like to train both.
Would you grade somebody that's only done no gi? Would you be able to, or would you grade them?
Well, my question is, do you wear belts when you are training no gi?
Of course not.
So why do you need to be graded?
Fair enough. I would just think it would be, you know, if somebody, so in the gi, and correct me if I'm wrong here, so in the gi, it's kind of like it's a way recognition of your skills, of your knowledge, your time on the mat, your time with your gym. So there's different reasons why you would get certain belts. And would it not be the same thing?
Yeah.
I know you don't wear it when you compete, but is it? Would you then say to somebody, "You're equivalent purple belt"?
Okay, let's go back in time. The judo and maybe even the jiu-jitsu traditionally, they only had the belt just to tie their uniforms, and at some point they created a distinction between the beginners and the advanced. So they had white and black belt. That was it. In Japan, there was only white and black belt. And then they exported judo to France and to Europe. They decided that to keep the Westerners interested, they put the belts. And it was effective because a lot of people go after the belts. But I really think, and honestly, gi or no gi, it should never be your quest to get the belt, because once you are at the black belt, you're going to stay the rest of your life in the black belt. So why hurry this journey, and why focus so much on the belt when the journey is so much precious on what you're like I say, level is an individual thing. So you cannot compare people just because they have the same belt. They have different levels.
Yeah.
And you should worry about improving your level, your skill level. And if you get a color belt or a stripe in your belt as a recognition by your coach, fair enough, it's good for the others. Your belt is only shows to the others roughly where you are in your journey.
Right.
But it shouldn't be important for yourself, your belt.
Yeah, and your end goal and everything. And so you've got, when did you get your 6th degree on your black belt?
Yeah, that's, since you mentioned this, let's talk about degrees. The degrees after you get the black belt, they basically are automatically granted to you upon certain time. So we start with 0 degrees, and then after 3 years as a black belt, if you are active, you're entitled to get your 1st degree. And then another 3 for the 2nd, another 3 for the 3rd. Then it becomes 5 years for the 4th, another 5 years for the 5th, and another 5 years for the 6th. So those belts, if you are respecting the times, they just a reference of how long you are a black belt. It also doesn't show your level. So I got my 6th degree officially from the IBJJF because I have 24 years as a black belt, and I was competing back in 98. So, and I've been active throughout these years mostly, and they recognize this, and they give me the 6 degrees. You have people around the world that are wearing those stripes because they had the time, and some others that just like their coaches given then, but they didn't have the time, and then this is wrong. I would say they are fake somehow, because you can be amazing, you can be even like 10 times better than me, but if you put your stripes before due time, like you're faking something, so it's not important for me, those stripes, but also, like I say, it's important for the others. They see, oh, this guy has 6 degrees. It means like he's been black belt for a long time. Doesn't mean I'm good. Black belt. There can be a black belt with like 6 months of black belt that can be more knowledgeable than me. It's possible, of course.
And so is coral the next? So how do the belts work after black? Is it a coral belt next at 7th degree?
Yes, the 7th degree becomes a coral belt in 7 years' time now, should be. And another 7 years, you get the 8th degree, which used to be coral, and some guys like Rickson are still using the coral, and the federation changed to red and white.
I was going to ask you the difference between the two, the black and white, red and white.
Look, it used to be 7 degree black and red, 8 degree black and red. Okay? And without changing the times, they changed the color of the 8 degree black. The coral became this thing, which they copy from Judo and other European Jiu-Jitsu, other arts were doing. While the coral one, the black and red, you only find in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So in my opinion, they shouldn't have added this red and white. And because I believe in that, if I'm alive and be awarded the red and white, I'm going to just put a stripe on my red and black. I'm not going to go to that belt.
Yes.
If I'm alive in 14 years time, you know, like it's
Yes.
long time, you know,
Yeah.
like from now on. And if I'm still active in jiu-jitsu, because I don't want a belt if I'm not training anymore, you know.
Right. Okay.
If I'm not at least teaching anymore,
Yes.
I don't want a belt just to show the
have
guys,
it.
oh, look, that I have it.
Yes. And then ninth degree is a red belt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then 10th degree is reserved for
Yeah, for the
founders.
The founders.
The
yes,
founders.
that's
Okay.
it.
How many red belts are there in the world now? Do you know roughly? It's because it's a very. I saw a thing that said if you were a black belt at 19, the earliest you could get a red belt was at 67, just for the amount of time. Does that sound accurate?
Probably, I don't know. I have to make the maths because I don't know if it's 9 or 10 years from the 8 to the 9.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
it's a
like
long...
let's say let's make from the 6th,
Okay.
which is easier for us. 19 plus 24 means you have to be 43 at 43
Sixth
to be a
stripe.
6th degree.
Mm-hmm.
A 6th stripe is gonna be at 43, and then at 50, the earliest you're gonna get the coral.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gonna be in the coral another 14 years, no, hold on, you get the coral, and then you have another 7 to
and
get
10.
7. So
Yeah, 67. So
Fif-
50 plus 7, 57 plus 10.
57, and then should be at 67. The earliest you
67.
can get is 67. And I didn't start that young.
Yeah.
As you know, I was 18, so I don't think I'm
Yours
gonna
is 75. That's your age. Do you think jiu-jitsu is one of those things you can do, and the longevity is insane. I mean, do you think you'll be doing it at 75 still, teaching?
If I'm still alive, I don't think I will be around, you know,
Why not?
teaching. I don't know. I'd like to think I'm gonna do my more like softer sports. I'll be swimming, doing something in the ocean. I'm probably gonna be like, I don't know, really, like
Traveling and
let's see,
surfing.
like no, I'm not gonna be traveling that much at 75. Let's hope I get to 75 and we have another podcast.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll be probably like making assumptions now that I have no clue, you know.
Yeah, not gonna plan too
I
much
cannot
ahead.
forecast the future, even for myself, no.
And surfing, I want to ask you a little bit about the surfing. What have you surfed some famous spots at all, or do you do shortboard, longboard? What do you do?
I shortboard, I surfed in Haleiwa, I surfed in Rocky Point in Hawaii, I surfed in Laniakea.
Pipeline?
No
you try it?
pipeline. I was the beginning of the season. I wouldn't surf pipeline, I'll be honest with you. My level is not that high to
Okay, yeah.
be surfing pipeline. But I would go maybe to smaller Waimea, maybe. I would see. I would have to see if I had another season in Hawaii. But I had only one very short season in Hawaii and was mostly teaching jiu-jitsu, but I had the chance to surf on those spots. I was in Jeffreys Bay here a few times. I surfed in... I don't remember, it's a very funny name of close to Sydney, like there was a famous
Bells Beach?
beach. No, Bells Beach is more down to Melbourne area, but there was a famous place it's close to Kira Point, but I don't remember the name of. It was a place in because I remember, and I was paddling out and I see Marco Aquilupo paddling on my wave, so I let him go, you know.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So you surf quite high level then, or you know, like in these are famous spots and these are big spots. You know?
I'm decent enough to not be like
In trouble.
in trouble in some places. Unless there's very big, then I stay out.
And you were saying you want to look at Skeleton Coast, Namibia soon as well. Yeah. Let me know, because I want to go. I used to bodyboard. I would probably never ever be able to go to some of these spots you speak about as well. But I was at a decent level, and I've also I said to my wife, it's like every single time I've never got the chance to actually go to Skeleton Coast, because that wave is just crazy. I mean, 2-3 minute long barrels is something that's unheard of.
Yeah, but
anywhere.
if you can hide yourself for a few seconds, you're gonna be happy already. You know?
Yeah,
like you don't
that's
need
true.
to do the
all the way down the beach.
All the way down the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe fall there down in the barrel, but it's still fun.
Yeah, but that's open ocean then after that, so it's quite.
Are there sharks there?
So there are, but apparently, okay. So there's a lot of seals. So there's on the point. So how it works is the town's called Walvis Bay, and there's a lagoon in Walvis Bay, and then they've got a peninsula that runs all the way across. They call it Pelican Point, and Pelican Point's basically a seal colony. But if you go just down from Pelican Point, you've got They call it Donkey Bay, Skeleton Coast. So you would think, and we just did a tour now on with a tour guide there, and he said apparently the great white sharks over there, they don't like the seals for some reason. They chase fish and all the other stuff, but so apparently it's not, you're not at too much risk.
All right.
Which I still find hard to believe.
Because the color of the water is not so enticing.
Very brown.
That looks like you're not gonna see until
No. I mean, even in clear water, you probably won't
look
see
if
it.
if the wind on the right direction, I rather do kite surfing there and try not to
Yes.
fall. Like stay above the water to be safe on the safe side.
Yes, the nice thing is there you can do it in the lagoon. So you're much more sheltered there. In front of my wife's parents' place as well. Like they look out onto the lagoon, and then you can see everybody kite surfing and windsurfing that side. So yeah, it's definitely something you should go have a look at. How long are you still in South Africa for? That's
I
next question.
have another. Today is Friday. I have another 6 days in Cape Town, and then I have 10 days in Johannesburg.
10 days in Johannesburg. Okay, so you're gonna still do some sightseeing and things like that. Get some surfing done.
This side I'm gonna kite. Hopefully Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if the wind's alright. I have friends there in Big Bay gonna let me use their gear because I didn't bring any.
Yeah, it's fun out. We go there often to go see people going kite surfing and windsurfing that side. I've got some questions from.
All right.
Some. I asked people to send in some questions ahead of time. So these are some fan questions. We'll do 3 if that's okay with you. Let's get these here quickly. The first question. Okay. The username is Ice-T Bear, I think. It says, what's the best approach to training for the most optimal outcome? And then he's got, how has the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training differed across the world? So the first question is, what's the best way to train for the optimal outcome in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
The best way to train. That's very difficult because it's so individual thing as well. And I might not be the best person to say that, but I think the best approach. First is that you have a way to go to the gym and try to learn every day, not face the sparring sessions as a death and life situation that you have to win all the time. Actually, I believe that you have to test a lot your techniques and improve your game a lot more by paying attention to what you do. And if you're too much obsessed in winning and losing the training sessions, you're going to miss out a lot of details there. So I think it's a very important thing. But having said that, I think because you're just so complex, you have to focus on some parts at periods, and then after you are good enough in that area, you should actually get out of your comfort zone and do something else. And it's very difficult because some people learn, they come to the gym and after 6 months, they have developed amazing guards. Some people are just like that, and they learn a few things, but they had the motor skills and their guard becomes amazing. What they should do now is start to train from the top, force themselves out of their comfort zone. And if you want to be really good, you have to actually have a very good defense. And the optimal way to train in this case is do a lot of specific sparring to improve your defense. People starting from your back, from your mouth, from every uncomfortable position. If one lesson I could remember from Rickson Gracie, he said that you should, if you are in uncomfortable positions, because you didn't train enough to be on that position. You should be training from that position as much time enough as you need to be comfortable from that position. And that means with somebody a lot heavier than you mounting you, or somebody very skilled on your back. And if you don't have the right mindset, you cannot put yourself to those situations, and so you're gonna learn less. That's my view on that. And the second part of this, he asked about
how does training differ in the different parts of the world?
like not really much, but one thing I could say is that like sometimes I show a technique in most places, and if you leave these people 5 minutes alone, they already start talking and stop training. You show a nice technique or even some basic stuff, a drill that they should do, and if you don't give them time, and the people after a while you see that the pars are stopped. And one thing, that's why I many years ago I was in England and I moved to Poland, and I spent 3 years there, and that's why I believe the potential of those guys there, because over there I teach a position, I can leave the room and stay half an hour out, and I come back, they still training the position. That's what differs. Some places people are more committed. In general,
and
the
group,
mindset, their
different.
mindset is better because they want to train, and they're not afraid of training more and training hard. You know, like.
Yes. Okay. So more of a mindset thing. Okay. The next.
I hope that satisfies this question.
Yes.
I don't know exactly what he was asking, but that's.
Yeah. So I think the long and
If
short
he's
of it
talking
is,
about specific methods, there's not so many ways of training. So, but like.
eventually everybody sort of does a similar thing, right?
Exactly. You're going to have to drill technique without resistance. Then you have to do positional sparring. You have to do general sparring. You can do very focused sparring, and you can put yourself in trouble. You can train blinded. What else can you invent? There's like not that much different ways of training. You can change the times of training, where you start from, like the intensity of the trainings, like few variables that you can move around and can have some effect, and if you change them from time to time, not being stuck in just training all the time 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes, vary the times as well, the starting position, things like that are important.
I think maybe if I can ask a follow-up question to that, where does weight training and that kind of thing fit in for you? I mean, in jiu-jitsu in general.
I haven't done enough when I was young, and I regret that, because I think weight training is important, because like jiu-jitsu doesn't prepare us for doing jiu-jitsu. We get a lot of injuries, and if you do some proper weight training, not to become looking good at the mirror, super strong or anything like that, but you have to have a maintenance way that you prepare your muscles better, and they became stronger to resist the wear and tear that jiu-jitsu brings you.
Which is a lot.
Which is a lot.
Yes. Okay, the next question is from Linda Victor Loving. Yes. Yeah, Linda Victor Loving Life. So she says she just wants...
Is she loving life?
Yeah, apparently.
That's the only way.
That's good, yeah. So
yeah, that's good.
She says, okay, I'm translating this one here. So for smaller athletes, what are the best submissions or positions for somebody against a bigger opponent? It's a very specific question. I don't know if there are specific answers, but maybe just a general approach for smaller opponents versus bigger opponents.
Yes, it depends on the weight difference. Sometimes if is a woman, right? So sometimes she might have people who are 50 kilos heavier than her, and in that case there is no good approach. It's like the good approach is to avoid training with people too much heavy for you, because that just bring injuries, like it's ideally you can have people 10, 20 kilos heavier than you, sometimes taller than you, but when the difference is too big, is actually very uncomfortable for the smaller person. I don't see a good approach, and because I'm not that smaller person, I'm not a big guy, but I train with people bigger than me, and my approach was always to relax and to try to play, like to keep some distance. Don't let the guy put too much weight on me. With somebody is heavy, I try to either I'm gonna try to play from the top if possible, or if I'm from the bottom, I'm gonna avoid giving the person the possibility to crush me, like try to keep this person inside my guard, keep the distance with the legs, and which submissions work, it really depends against who you're fighting. Like it's such a personal thing, because you depend on what submissions you are good at, and which ones are going to work against that specific person.
And the scenario probably as well.
And regarding the weight of the person as well, because if the difference is too big, nothing can do.
So would you say there is such a thing as too big a difference? You know, when okay, okay, no, that's good.
Look, if you have two persons with a 50 kilos difference and one knows very well jiu-jitsu, the other one doesn't know jiu-jitsu, I'll bet all my money on the smaller person. But I don't go all in. Actually, I never go all in. But anyways, like I appreciate risk control in everything in life. But in any case, if two people have a similar jiu-jitsu level, always the bigger, stronger will have an advantage.
100%.
There's nothing you cannot hide from that.
Yeah. Strength and weight make a difference. I know a lot of people say, don't use your strength and don't use your weight, but people don't say don't use your flexibility, don't use your speed.
Man, everything, all those skills are important for a good fighter. If you use weight, is a good thing because jiu-jitsu relies on gravity and you should use your weight. And if you have strength, you should use it. Just don't do it in a stupid way that you get tired in 2 minutes. Some people, what they want to say about not using strength is not to force the strength when the technique is not working.
Right.
You know, and I understand the concept, but like at some point, if you cannot fight without using strength. So it seems like it's a paradox. You know, you have to use strength. It's a fight. You know, but you rely only on strength, you're going to get somebody more technical than you that's going to kick your ass. So I think you have to add everything. You have to add to your technique, which is the basis. To your technique, you're going to add your strength, your agility, your speed, your flexibility. All of this is going to help you better to become a better grappler. So why not use the strength if you have it?
Awesome. A combination of everything. Okay, then the last question was from Donnie Nalfoto. He just said, what's the worst thing about rolling with white belts?
When they're too smelly.
Okay,
or
fair enough.
Very dirty geese.
Yeah.
Or sometimes when the white belt is very, very raw, and they don't have the motor skills that they can hurt you in an accident, you know, like because they don't really know what's going on, then it's very hard. But once the white belt acquires some skills and has, 5-6 months of jiu-jitsu, he's already understanding what he's doing, he's not going crazy and wild, I don't see any problem in rolling with white belts. It's fun as well, you know, like I can test more things because you can get away because the timing of this white belt is not so precise. You can give your arm and see if that escape works before you try with somebody on a higher level. You can train with white belts and blue belts. You can develop you can be a very high level black belt. And if you put yourself out of your comfort zone, you can develop your jiu-jitsu, improve your defense by training with white belts.
One last question based onto this as well is, if you were learning a new technique, would you test it out on white belts first? Or would you just test it out on whatever training partner there is?
It depends if I have a chance. I don't have a problem with losing a position just because I test something. So I will test if I see that the position fits on that moment. You know, like I want to test this and the guy give me the opportunity, I'm gonna do it regardless. You know, like if it's gonna
it puts you in a bad position or not.
If I'm working on something, I want to test the thing as many reactions as possible from different people. So the idea is I'm going to test this with white belts, with blue, with blacks, with everybody, and I'm going to start to see which proper reactions are actually causing me trouble, to see if I find solution for those things, you know.
No, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Teacher Roberto. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
I think that's all the time we have.
Done. That is done.
We're about to go to CIT now. I think we're like 15 minutes away. So we're on our way there, and we can't wait to go meet everybody. Meet Neil for the first time. Go see what CIT looks like. And I'm getting a little bit nervous, trying to see what it's going to be like, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. And then hopefully get to have a couple of rolls in with the guys, and not get hurt too badly. Okay, so just for those of you that don't know, I've been living under a rock for a while. We're going to go meet up with Clean Cut Scully, aka Grant, or Grant, aka Clean Cut Scully. The plan for today basically is, I think we're gonna be in the grappling session, Kieran and I, and then Grant's gonna come and do a little bit of boxing. So I think Grant's gonna get to spar with Dricus, which good luck with that one, Grant. He said he's gonna agree with Dricus that like not too many hard shots to the face and like rather to the body. That's smart either, Grant, but hey, that's your thing. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty hectic, but Grant and I both agreed like we're never going to get a chance to get smashed by the UFC champion. So I mean, we can't pass that up. We just got to CIT. I'm just going to phone Grant to see where he is, because he asked us to wait for him. Like I said, it's probably wouldn't put it past him to put some sort of a grand entrance or something. So let's hear what he's got to say. Should I tell him he's on speaker, or should I just let him talk? I just called him twice before this accidentally, so. Remember the days when you used to miscall someone to like call you back?
Yo, please call me.
Oh, please call me.
Yeah, should I send him a please call me? He's not gonna answer. No. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll call back. Waiting for Grant to arrive. He asked us to wait specifically. Like I said, he's probably going to have some sort of a grand entrance. So I'm going to get changed a little bit inside, I think. I don't want to change it in front of everybody. And then we just, I see the doors, those the doors, so they're open. Up there, okay. So we're waiting for Grant first, and then we're waiting for Neil as well to arrive. Neil's Dricus's, is it? Okay. So we're waiting for Neil as well a little bit later. He's the grappling coach, Dricus's grappling coach. We're going to fall into his session hopefully. And yeah, now we just basically wait and set up. Outside CIT, we are about to go in. We're just waiting for them to finish up their first session. We'll join in on the second session. We're going to go and chat to the first ever born and bred African champion in the UFC. We're really, really proud to say that this is a huge honor. I mean, not everybody gets to say that they get a chance to train with him. He's got his fight at UFC 305 in August versus the New Zealand Nightmare, aka the last Dino Bender, aka the last Style Bender, Israel Adesanya, and we are so excited to see how his training is going and to get a chance to actually train in with him and yeah, just see where his head's at before the fight. Come inside and join us, guys. So I'm about to go join the session. I'm talking softly because the coaches are talking, but we're gonna get to join the session now, hopefully, and hopefully not get too beat up. But hey, even if we get, like I said before, if we get beat up, then it's part of the session, you know. So it's part of the privilege of getting fucked up by the UFC champion. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready, hop in on the session. I think they're about to start. A little bit nervous because, you know, it's still pros, but I think it's gonna be fun. From what I've heard, they're all super nice and super safety first. So yeah, all good today.
Okay, are you gonna go box?
I think so.
What the fuck you say to me?
Yeah.
I'm joking. No, please no. Well, please, you.
I just want to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, because obviously without you guys this is not possible. First of all, FK and Army, massive thank you. Go out and check their website. Sickest apparel, as you guys can see. Vibe, thank you so much. I use this stuff all the time. Like, I've been trying to find it in Namibia, as I said before, but I'm so happy to have so much of this now. I wanted a flask like this and I ended up getting two, because it's also sponsored, and of course the sick Gracie set that I had. But like, look at these flasks.
These things are epic. So I wanted one, like I say, I've now got 2. Also, of course, Levo Dune Safaris, guys. If you're ever in Namibia and you want to do any type of dune bashing, monster truck riding in the dunes, you guys want to go windsurfing, hit them up. Link is in the description to their website. You will not regret it. It is one of the most epic experiences that you will have. Thank you so much to every single one of you that watched this video, and thank you to all the sponsors. A little bit confused, but it's a good technique. It's my back control sucks, so it's good to learn this stuff without the hooks, you know, or without the grip. So, yeah, it can be interesting. Open my mind, there's so much on. Yeah, I don't have words, but now you see why it's such a different way of thinking, right? Like that's why this team is where it is, because of stuff like this.
I'm fucking ready. Let's go. I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't want to injure the champion. I don't want to injure the champion, then I get into blame for fucking up your camp.
Well, man, I mean, you can step in. You can step in.
The fucking champ, baby.
There we go.
The body will be nothing.
Yeah, the
I
body
need to knock this back away anyway.
What are you expecting to get out of this?
Die.
Bro, just manifest it. I told him to manifest this victory, it's gonna happen. The New Zealand nightmare says manifest it, so you manifest.
Quoting from the style, the dog bender.
The dino bender. It's happening.
That's done. That is fucking done. Man, it's so frustrating. Like, I gotta
understand that squeeze, bro. Jesus. Motherfucker. Hold on, bro, hold on. That's why there's a world champion and fucking hell. Oh, watch out, Easy. You're done, bro, on the ground. Thanks, Dricus. Oh, man. Yeah, that's intense. The fucking squeeze, bro. I've heard, but like, I thought now when I'm in it, I'm gonna be able to. It's done before you even have a chance, bro. It's done. The squeeze is just shit's cracking in your neck. Once in a lifetime, though, bro. Once in a lifetime. Okay, Dricus is gone, but don't say anything. I let him win. I let him win just to build up confidence before. Ask Kieran, I let him win. You know, it's 8% only. I let him. Yo, hey, bro. What can I say? I mean, he fucked me up, you know, so.
So you got that for kicking Sean Strickland in his boots?
That is exactly.
Yes, it is solid there.
Yeah, so I get this one. So they put on. The first time, so bro, people were like crazy, like that is not the flag, and I'm like, guys, they don't put on the flag, they put on the colours.
The colours, exactly.
So now when you beat Easy, you get a the most special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah,
facing
absolutely.
Izzy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Good luck, and South Africa obviously, you know, we're behind you. So
With that body shot, that
You got a nice
was.
uppercut to the side and he came up between you.
You got me on the bottom of the stomach. I could barely breathe.
that's ridiculous.
I can't imagine just any human just being able to handle them. Like, God,
Can you imagine?
it's insane.
Can you imagine what Brock Lesnar feels like now?
Brock Lesnar's a monster, bro.
Have you seen his daughter?
Yeah.
Just
Maya
like, she looks
Lesnar.
like him.
Yeah.
What is that? His daughter? I thought it was his son.
Have you seen it?
When is that? Watermelon.
One.
I'm gonna slam. I can take two of these,
Yeah.
Yo.
You've had two.
I've had two already, so another two's fine, right? I won't die, but no, it's fine.
You can't, Kieran.
I got backed by Dricus today, so it's cool. And die happy.
And you got to hold the UFC title.
That's it.
The official one.
Now we can get lit. After we hydrate. Bro, this thing is so nice. This thing is so liquor. Just pulp. The watermelon is so fucking good. I'm gonna go into a total fucking food coma after this.
That's sick. I can't wait to see your stuff, man. Alright guys, I just got home. What a fucking day. I can't believe I had the opportunity of getting fucked up by the UFC middleweight champion. I held the belt. I got to hold the UFC belt, dude. Like, that is crazy. I just want to say a massive thank you to all of my sponsors, because without you guys this would not be possible. So big thank you to FKN Army, big thank you to Revive, big thank you to Levo, June Safaris, and a massive thank you as well to the JIT shop. Links are in the description, guys. Please go check them out, please go support. And if you guys want to sponsor this video, just reach out on Instagram, reach out on YouTube, wherever, all of my socials. And we really hope you enjoyed this video, and we'll see you for the next one. Cheers, everybody. We've got the most special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but listen, fighting in Perth is a close second. I mean, I'm very excited to fight in Australia, so yeah, of course, fighting at home would have been better, but I can't wait for this fight. I think it's going to be special.
No, 100%. I mean, he is one of the top 3 middleweights ever. I mean, I don't know how you rank him.
I mean, of course, I think Anderson Silva is the greatest middleweight of all time, and
like we said, second to none.
I mean, not far behind that is Roberto Atilla. There's no doubt. So yeah, this fight's amazing. I'm so happy that we're finally doing this. This fight's finally happening, because there were so many times that it almost happened, didn't happen, and there was a time, especially after the Strickland fight for him, where I thought this is never happening. I thought that was the end, and we had to give the fans this fight. The fans wanted this fight, and I think the whole fight world is looking forward to this fight. So, I love the big shows. I love to entertain the people with my fights and fighting the best guys, and 100% he is the next best guy.
No, 100%. At the press conference, there's like a few weird moments. Like, I was just gonna say, people are picking up on it now, but like your trash talk is like criminally underrated. Like the bit about like, I don't know what he was saying. Like, I started laughing because like a week before that, I don't know if you saw Trump and Biden's debate.
Oh yes.
And it was like the Trump meme where it's like, I don't know if he knew what he said or what. Like, what the hell?
It was exactly like that. I mean, yes, some one-liners, nobody just understands them. They don't mean anything. So you just do some one-liners out there that I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe it's over my head, but
I don't understand. It's like, I don't care where he's from, but I'm going to show him where. What?
I don't really give a fuck where he's from, but I'll show him who he is.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I don't even know, man. It's like, it sounded very Biden-esque, you know. And then the thing about the dog, bro, like, I'm not your dog. It's like that. When he said, don't kiss me, it's like.
He said, don't go kissing me now, and I said, I'm no dog. So
how did you, is that something, because like you were never like a big trash talker really? I mean, it was just like...
Bro, I've never been a trash talker. I mean, even if you look at my fight, it's all depending on how my opponent treats me, you know. I've been, if you are coming at me, listen, I will never ever be bullied or pushed around. That's not going to happen. So I'm always going to, if you treat me with respect and we make it about the fight only, that's the way I'm going to handle it. I mean, look at myself and Whittaker, look at myself, and even Darren Till, he was chilled when we were at a presser, and every single guy that I fought before this, it wasn't necessary because even look at Strickland, I was respectful and I was, it wasn't trash talking at all, up until he tried to bully me on with the mic. That's not going to happen, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, but I will say, bro, it was already a 10-8 round with that one, with the golf comment and everything. Do you think he retires when you beat him? I mean,
yes.
Have you given it a thought?
I don't give it a lot of thought because it doesn't really matter to me. It's irrelevant to me, but yes, probably. But like I said, it's not really something I think about, and it's irrelevant to me. But yeah, I mean, the guy's done it all in the sport. He's had it. To say a great career is almost underselling. He's had one of the greatest careers ever. So, he's earned it. He's earned it, and it'll be a great time.
100%. Yeah, you'll be the first person to beat Robert Atilla and Roberto Atilla. I said it last time. I don't know if it means much, but it'll be another feather in the cap. I've got to ask you about the Loftus when you got up into Loftus, because there's always something special with the Springboks. Dude, on the TV, we could feel the atmosphere. How was that? Like, especially with the national anthem at the end, like that was just...
It was, that national anthem brought tears to my eyes, 100%. It was, me and my brother were standing there and sitting there next to the field, and we were on the field. It was, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was the craziest, most special moment of my life. And it wasn't even, it felt like I was winning the title again. It was incredible. To see the whole nation getting together and unite like that. And, the anthem, the lady was singing the anthem, just stopping midway. And
just getting the crowd singing.
Yeah, because there was no, the crowd was absolutely, it was the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Really?
It was insane.
That's epic, man. Like, are you going to do a lot more of those things with the box, you think, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing the weekend of the fight. I'm going to give my best to be at the game, but it is weight cut day, so probably not. But as far as I know, the whole team is coming to the fight. We are arranging for them to be there, so it's going to be special to to have my boys there, just like we're always there for them, and to have them support me like they always have been, it's going to be amazing.
You should get to see our Eben in your corner, man. You should pick one of the two to be like, corner. Imagine rocking out with Eben Etzebeth. And people like, who the hell is this guy?
Only professional record, 19 wins, 2 losses.
Security, man.
Scared.
Yeah, that would be quite sick though. So, okay, so it's the day before at least then, but it's like you said, it's weigh-in day. So then, okay, what time are they playing? Like, is that night?
I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's the afternoon in Perth. But it's going to be at night in South Africa. But then I'm fighting the next day, probably midday around 12 in Perth, but it will be normal time in South Africa. It's going to probably be like 5, 6 o'clock.
Are you fighting midday?
Yeah, because we're fighting Vegas time still.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's not going to make a big difference between, because I'm fighting in Perth. It's going to be the same time around between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be, we'll have the exact times a little bit closer to the fight.
Okay, damn, man. Well, when are you off? When are you leaving?
I'm leaving on the 29th of July. I'm going out almost 3 weeks out. And making sure I acclimatise going forward in time. And get accustomed to Australia. I was there now for 3 days. Amazing place. Really enjoyed it, and I think it's going to be good.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Good luck, and South Africa obviously, is all behind you. So
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're looking forward to seeing you beat Izzy. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I've got a very special guest today, Coach Juan Otu. Juan, thank you so much for being on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm not a coach at the moment, though.
Okay, but you're still a coach. I know you as the coach.
You can call me that if you want.
Yeah, man. We were just saying, other than the grading, I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you got going on these days? What are you up to?
I am for quite a long time. I was playing not single dad, but my wife's been in England, so I've been taking care of the little one at home, living with my parents. My work's pretty much been taking up most of my time.
Nice, and you're going over yourself as well soon, right?
Yes, I'll be over in about a month or so.
Nice. Okay, into England or?
Yeah, UK itself, England, a little town called Olney. But it's pronounced Oni, like pony.
Okay, Oni, nice.
It's 6,500 people in a little town. There's not even a police station.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeepers. So what, are you guys moving there permanently or?
Correct.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the start of our 5-year plan.
Nice.
And, once I get citizenship, I'm free to roam the Europe.
Yes, 100%. Do you have any idea what you're going to be doing that side?
That's the beauty of it. I'm in an espousal visa. I don't have a working visa, so I'm not locked in.
Okay.
And the excitement of not knowing what's going to happen once I'm there, it's really like getting the heart pumping at the moment.
So it's going to be a good thing to like just wake up in your day and just have nothing planned and just do what you want to do when you want to do it.
Like sit back on the couch and think, damn, I'm unemployed right now. And just let it sink in for a moment. And then go on a job hunting spree. Like I've never had a CV before, so I'll have to write out my first CV. I'm excited for that.
You've never had a CV before?
No.
Why is that?
I work at a family business. So,
all right.
I don't know, a lot of people don't know this about me, and some people know that exclusively about me, but I work for a company named Auto Science. Back in the day, it was Cape Auto Science. My dad started this business like 35 years ago or something. And, when I was of age, naturally I went in there, and you don't write a CV to your dad, do you?
No, 100%, of course.
So yeah, luckily he hasn't fired me yet, so I haven't had to go job hunting.
Yeah, is it tough working in a family business? Or I mean, I know it's probably all right, on the working front.
It is tough, yes. There's pros and cons. Naturally, your dad is your boss, so you have to deal with your boss when you get home as well, and you have to deal with your dad when you get to work.
Right.
So there's a little bit of both, but it's nice. There's lots of perks, but I've also always wanted to prove myself, and you want to impress your dad too, and getting thrown into you are now going to do site work. And then start doing site work, and then you are now going to start do the health and safety for the business. So, like, where do I even start? So just get going on that. Do a couple of courses. It's more of he's taught me a lot, and I've had to teach myself a lot just working there. So I've had a wide range of experience across many fields working for him. So I can now take all these skills overseas But yeah, it is a family business, so I wouldn't say, I almost said nepotism, but it's like my mom works there, my dad works there, my sister worked there for a while. And obviously, if, I had my own business, I would allow my children to work there too.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's not like I didn't do all the scrappy work when I was like 16, 17. Yeah, holidays, we were there, earning a little bit of money on the side, helping to make signs.
So at what age did you get involved with that properly?
Properly at the age of 20. When I left school, I went to go study at Cape Tech, just, back here.
Yeah.
And first year went all right. Second year, I think I made 2 months and I was like, I'm out.
What were you studying? Sorry,
Civil engineering.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was doing a foundation course, which is a 4-year course instead of 3.
Right.
So they split that intense 1 year into 2. Yeah, it really wasn't for me. I thought I wanted to be a civil engineer. Turns out it's not what I thought it was. I probably should have done more research.
Yes. So you did a year of that and then just decided that's not for you and then jumped straight full time into the family business.
No, I started to have my own little jiu-jitsu gym. I got a church that would allow me to put my mats there. So I got some mats from Rico and everything. But jiu-jitsu wasn't a thing really at the time. So everybody thought, karate or whatever.
Yeah.
But jiu-jitsu was an unknown. So I had someone help me. I did a demo and everything. First class, no one pitched up. I'm like, you know what? I'll just go teach at Rico's.
Yeah.
And I started teaching there, and I started teaching at different places as well. For a while, I did his kiddies classes. So I would go with him and, to the various schools and just see how he works with the children. At that point also, he didn't like cameras. Rico was shy. Can you believe it or not?
Really?
And now he's on a podcast.
Oh, yeah. The first guest we had, actually. Thanks, Rico.
So yeah, if you believe it or not, Rico used to be shy. So I did his speeches to the teachers.
Right.
That also helped me learn how to talk to other people, like talk to audiences.
Yes. And this was about 12, 13 years ago, eh?
Oh yeah. Like I'm 33 now, so yeah, it was 13 years ago.
Wow. And what belt were you at the time?
I didn't have a belt.
Okay, was that still in your non-belt phase?
That was still in the non-belt form, I believe. No, wait. No, I was probably at that point like a purple belt, like fresh in. I think that's when Rio Grappling started to merge with Rico Heiting's Mixed Martial Arts Academy, which was the name at the time.
Yes.
And I started teaching out like my own little branch of that, and when that happened, geez, my memories are really mixed up between all of those things. But Roberto came in, we got our belt. So yeah, I was probably about purple, maybe brown belt at the time.
What age did you start training with Rico? Because I know you were with Rico from quite a young age, right?
So I started with Rico when he started teaching, started to teach. Before that, I was with Ludwig Stradom.
Right.
So I started in 1994, 1995.
Wow.
Somewhere there in Para North pre-primary.
Yeah. Geez, you were 4 or 5 years old?
Yeah.
Wow. You literally grew up in jiu-jitsu.
I did. It wasn't even called then. We called it karate because the name jiu-jitsu it wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't known.
It wasn't known. It was called, in club, it was called free fighting. But it was called karate or, just martial arts by everyone else.
Yeah.
In fact, I had friends whose moms said, no, you can't do it because, it's occultish. Or it's slightly like an occultish thing. Yeah.
Really? What made them think that? Like...
it's just Afrikaans Christian people are a little bit suspicious.
Right. Okay.
So Ludwig used to come fetch us in our classes.
Nice.
Have an afternoon nap or something. I can't remember. I was very young. And he'd come fetch us, and we pack out our mats. Sometimes there weren't even mats, so we literally did our classes on the floors and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think classes back then was probably like 30 minutes.
And how many people were in the class usually?
I don't remember. We'd probably come from all the different classes and everybody go do their thing. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember anyone that was in those classes anymore.
Is it?
Perhaps 1 or 2 people, but I don't know where they are in life now, and I can't name them.
So you started with Ludwig before Rico actually started with Ludwig then?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years. I think he started 99 or 2000. I think he said he met Ludwig for the first time.
Okay. 99, 2000. Yeah, I think I was about 10 or so. So that was probably, I remember meeting Rico at a camp.
Mhm.
And, you know, he was an adult to me, but he was probably like
Same.
18,
Yeah.
19 at the time.
Yeah.
And he was our domicile, not instructor, but like, you know, the chaperone of our little domicile that we had.
Mm.
That's where I met him. And then, you know, I was actually only starting to roll with him at age 13 or 14, because I was doing like 6 classes of jiu-jitsu a week or 7
Wow.
classes. I think my parents wanted me out of the house.
Yeah.
It was the only sport I could do.
Mm.
So it's the only sport I did, and I did as much of it as I could. So and it was like Tuesdays, you do like 2 1-hour classes, because you instruct the first class and you participate in the second.
Mhm.
And after that, there's like a half an hour, then the adults come in, and that's a 2-hour class. So it was like 4 hours on the Tuesday, 4 on a Thursday, and then instructor's class on the Friday.
Wow. That's a lot of rolling, eh? And you were a teenager at that time.
Yeah, I was like 13, 14.
Wow. And why do you say you couldn't do any other sport? Did nothing else click, or?
No. Look, my dad was exceptionally athletic. So good at rugby, good at running. Unfortunately, I didn't get that.
Mm.
So for rugby, just, you know, catching a ball, hand-eye coordination wasn't that good.
Mm.
I probably wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah.
Because you get the ball, oh crap, what do I do with it?
Yes.
You take it.
Yeah.
And yeah, cricket didn't really bounce with me either.
Mm.
So I was kind of forced into doing jiu-jitsu because I couldn't do anything else.
Mm.
And yeah, I came home and I cried because I was crap.
At
And
jiu-jitsu?
I was horrible at it.
Yeah.
And I think I only won my first fight after 7 years of doing it. Like in my
Really?
7th year, I won my first competition.
Wow.
Like in competition
Yes,
fight. Obviously,
yes.
like every now and then there's people you tap in class.
100%. But it doesn't count.
No,
you know.
So yeah, my first in-comp fight, and it was a 49-minute fight.
A 49-minute fight?
Super fight. It was an exhibition.
How old were you?
12 or 13,
You had a 49-minute bout at 12?
Yeah, it was either 49 or 39.
Dude, how?
It was a super fight, no time limit. My opponent's name was, his name was Charles Jacobs.
Right. Is he still around? You know?
I
like
actually
doing jiu-jitsu
saw him
or-
at Skull the other day.
Really?
Just randomly, Charles, and it's like, what the hell, man?
We had a 49-minute fight when we were 12.
Yeah, I basically won. I remember, but like his head was like here, and I just sat on it because we were just dead tired.
Yes.
At that time, there was no energy left.
How do you do 49 minutes?
He just kept on going. I mean, a class is an hour, so.
Yeah, but you don't go full on in a class. You know, in a class you got breaks or rounds or something. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, there was no points or anything. So the fight had to end by submission, and both of us were really good at escaping submissions, especially the guy who tapped the most.
Yes.
Because I think I got good by learning how to stop tapping for things. I
Right.
got out of everything. I was like a little escape artist.
Yeah.
My body was so flexible because I've been doing it for so long. I could noodle myself out of any situation.
Mm.
So any attack he threw at me, I could noodle myself out. And then in the end, we were just so tired, absolutely tired. And I think I just got him in like half a move and he tapped.
I'm sure by that time, just your mental fatigue and obviously physical
Yes.
fatigue, but just mentally, you're just fed up of just defending.
I remember the hall was packed. There was people all around us and there was like a conference. I was too young at the time to understand what was going on, but at that time, Caillou Khan, Ludwig's place, was shifting over and becoming Fighting Arts Institute.
Okay.
And I think that's where it happened. I think what was happening in the background is Mike Herbig. I don't know if you know that name from...
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know.
So he was also involved with Caillou Khan back in those days. I think what happened then is that's where the split from Caillou Khan went into Fighting Arts Institute and Combat Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
Okay, that's why the name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
CJA, yes, okay.
So yeah,
Right.
he took a couple of students and I stayed with Ludwig.
Mhm.
What happened to those guys, it's a whole different story.
Fortunately, I think you stayed with Ludwig.
I kept on seeing a lot of these guys who was always been my friends. So,
Yeah.
Despite what anyone ever said about them or Mike, whatever, these people, the people I grew up with.
Right.
And they were my friends.
Mm.
Like everyone else at Jitsu is my friend, in my opinion, at least. If you're there, if you're accepted by the club, you're good for friend.
One of the things, because I remember like back in 2006, like just before 2010, there was a lot less, and I don't know if I'm remembering it, incorrectly, but there was a lot more of like inter-club mingling, and like you say now, if people did jits, you guys were just all friends kind of thing, which I feel's kind of gone to the wayside a little bit now. You can tell me if you see it differently. But I think back then there was a little bit more openness between clubs, I would say. Do you find that to be the same, or?
Yeah, I think back then, I mean, I had to go to Pretoria and Joburg and Eastern Cape and all these places to do the competitions. I had to go find competitions because jiu-jitsu just wasn't big enough to have even 4 competitions a year. So now and then we had Cape of Storms. I don't know if you remember that. Gas was a blessing. It was so intense. It was awesome. It was such a blessing to have that here.
Yes.
And have everyone come to us. So I think right then it was, if there was something, we'd always all be there. And at the time, we were small. I mean, we were training out of Rico's garage at the time. So there was just a handful of us here and a handful there. So we all, I don't think there was enough people to have this group identity per se.
Right.
And as soon as the classes started getting bigger, the attendances started growing, and the clubs started growing, and franchises came out. Like you had this, the team over there and the team over there. So like I'd remember at Gas, for instance, we would all be there. Sometimes we would all have our shirts or whatever, and like a big swath of PFA fighters would come in. They would be all dressed in their hoodies and their jackets and look really, really sharp. And I'm like, okay, cool. That does look cool, but it also puts you aside from them.
Right.
Like, it comes up, so now, I had a Mr. Price rash vest and a, whatever pants I could put on that I don't mind tearing. And we didn't care about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it was to do with the sizes of the clubs back then. Now we're all big. I mean, Rick Wrighting's place is big. Rio Grappling is
massive,
big. And it's probably the best thing that's happened to our club and the extension of all the other clubs. It has unified a lot of clubs in that sense. But unfortunately, the result is also you're going to have some splittage. The politics has always been something I've tried to avoid as much as possible.
It's better. Yeah.
That's how I could remain friends with people from CJA, despite any controversy, and how I could be friends with the guys from Gracie, and even if it's like a friendship rivalry, it's always been very welcoming. I'm very, very, very grateful for this whole community that's grown in Cape Town.
Yeah, it is a community. I mean, even if you have different gyms and things like that, I think everybody kind of bonds over one common goal and one common interest, and it really is a community. I mean, like even just at reps, like you got guys in the morning class, and then we go for coffee afterwards. You forget about your problems, and you're there to learn all the same, and then all have the same interest in jiu-jitsu. But a lot of these guys you say you competed against, I know you've had some crazy competition stories from when you were young, and you guys are talking about heel hooking each other and all sorts of things when you were younger than 10.
Yeah, man. We started doing heel hooks from, when we learned arm bars. There was no difference because, sure, yes, you can say heel hook is a very dangerous technique, and you can get life-threatening injuries. You were literally trying to break someone's arm. Like any technique in jiu-jitsu can be life-threatening. It's always been the onus of you to put it on in a controlled fashion, and the opponent tapping in time. It's when you start resisting stuff. Why are you resisting that armbar? If it's on and you're resisting it, technically you should be tapping already. Otherwise, I mean, if it's the world championship or whether you're gonna perhaps see your arm break because of all the adrenaline and stuff, but you should just tap before you get hurt. So like,
the onus is on you as much to tap as it is the person applying the submission.
Correct. Well, at least in my belief. Ludwig Strijdom raised us from a very young age to, there was 4 rules, 5 if we were camping. Lesson number 1 was no hurting. And then he would go on to explain what that means, and it's no hurting yourself nor your opponent. And I've just carried through that my whole life. I never try to hurt anyone. I've never felt that aggressiveness because maybe that's from a young age I've always been taught, no hurting. Number 2 was look and listen. Perhaps the hardest for attention deficient kid to do.
Yeah.
So I sat in the corner a lot. Did push-ups in the corner. That was me. 2 or 3 times a lesson probably. Number 3, always do your best. And number 4, no lying. And, that's actually quite important in jiu-jitsu. I mean, you tap, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, but you have to try to trust each other. There's no playing crying wolf in jiu-jitsu. Because I have to trust you as my friend not to break my arm when you're armbarring me or, ankle locking me. So we did all the submissions. We did, except for we didn't do cranks because that's not
spinal manipulation or anything like that.
Well, it's not really a submission, is it? It's a submission is kind of like targeting a weak spot, and a crank is just you're cranking someone's neck.
Right.
But if it hurts, you should tap nonetheless.
Yes.
As I have done in competitions.
The cranks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have a broken neck, so
Right.
you will tap if it's necessary. I'm not gonna complain. Hey, he's cranking me. Unless it's explicitly illegal in the competition, he's breaking a rule. So I'm going to say, hey, he's breaking a rule by cranking me.
Right.
But otherwise, I'm not complaining about it being a crank.
Right.
It hurts, therefore I tap.
Yes.
And I don't want to get hurt. But I have still gotten hurt a lot. And I've unfortunately hurt a lot of people. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt in my life.
What type of injuries and things like that? Was it all competition related, class related, or
no? It's injuries from just sitting in class. For instance, doing stretches and stuff, and you weren't stretched enough, pop a knee. That's more when I got older, obviously. But throughout my life, it's knee injuries, hyperextension of both elbows, neck injuries. Vian Lesh, very proficient wrestler back in the day.
Beast.
Yeah, quite a beast. He used
Yeah.
to train with us as well.
Yes.
So when our club moved to Belleville, we had this nice big open wrestling area. And this guy did a suplex on me, and I landed so badly on my neck. I don't think I could straighten my neck for quite a while. It was really bad. Running in a circle and stepping down wrong, screwing up my ankle for weeks.
Oh, no.
Self-injuries. But yeah, competition injuries, hyperextensions, you get armbarred. I've seen my arm in a video go past 30 degrees.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw the video.
What happened to you? What happened then? Did you pop something, or was it just?
No, I actually
damage?
managed to get out.
No injury.
No, I had an injury.
Okay.
I had tennis elbow for quite a while.
After 30-degree bend. Crazy.
30 degree, it could have been 15, and I'm doubling it in my mind.
Yeah.
I remember the fight though. It was against Anthony Shute, and I managed to escape the armbar, and I think I got him in a leg lock in the end, just like a straight leg lock or something.
Really? Straight from the armbar?
Yeah.
Or?
But after the armbar happened, there was another fight or something. I wrapped my arm because I wrapped both arms because I didn't want them to know which arm was which arm was the pup one. Because after that I couldn't move it anymore.
Wow. Yeah. And what happened in the second fight?
I think the armbar happened in the first round. In the second round, I must have rolled against Anthony Shute. Yeah, man, these memories are all mission mashed together. I don't even remember the name of the competition.
Because you've done a lot of competitions, over the years.
Yeah, so between age of 13 and age of 22, that was where I did most of my competitions. And I would go to Joburg, PE, and all these places. Sometimes flying, sometimes having a nice road trip. So in the beginning, it was just Chris Bright's competitions. And
there was one in PE in 2008 at Carlson Gracie. I think it was Dave's competition. 2007 or 8, I think.
Dave Levy's competition.
Yeah.
He had a couple up there.
Yes.
I think I did one every year.
Yes. I remember when Rico and his team came down. I remember that competition. It was 2000. I don't remember the year, but I remember you. I've told you I remember you and my friend rolled together. He doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore, but I still remember because, Rico went up against Chris Bright. He went up against Dave Levy. I think you and Dave, you said, went up against each other as well, eh?
I've rolled against him more than twice, I think.
Yeah.
I've fought against him in competitions. I don't think I've ever rolled against him as a friendly match.
Yes.
Tough SOB, eh? Really, always super fit, always super tough.
Yeah.
Highly dedicated to the sport.
Yes.
And his competitions was always fun, always high intensity. I've had to fight Rico in his competitions.
Yeah.
And I fought Dave, like I said, at least once or twice. The one I'll never forget, he did a takedown on me. And as I landed on my back, my head had this little bit of a whiplash, hit the ground, and I could feel my breakfast coming up, and I was just holding on to it. Like I couldn't take it, and it was the banana I probably ate before the match. And I was just, okay, I'm just going to hold this in. I don't care if he's got mount. I don't care if he's got side control or anything. I'm just holding this down. And eventually, like, I couldn't keep it in. He choked me. I tapped, and I jumped up, ran to the bin, emptied my stomach contents.
Wow. Yeah, I remember that competition because I had done 2 or 3 months of jiu-jitsu, and back then you could do under 6 month.
Yes, they split it.
They split it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that, because that was nice. Because then if you
they started bringing in belts.
Yeah, now it's just belts only. But back then you could do that under 6 months. So I think I did under 6 months, gi and no gi, and for some stupid reason decided I wanted to do the absolute as well.
Fun.
And then because I went into the absolute, I went up against Dave as well. It's probably like I knew him from class. He's my coach, so like I knew him from class. But obviously,
he was your coach.
He was my coach for 2 months back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so he lived around the corner from me because I lived in PE. So I actually, the first time I ever did jiu-jitsu, I had a friend at school with me. That's actually the friend you rolled against. And we were like messing around in class one day because our science teacher wasn't there. He's like, "Do you want to grapple?" So I'm like, I don't know what that means, but let's just do it. So he starts like trying to wrestle me down to the ground. And I'm thinking like, what is this guy doing? So I'm like trying to like get him off me. And eventually, I don't know, he got me in an armbar or something like that. And he goes, "Yeah, like, you want to learn more about that? You want to learn about UFC and that kind of stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool. Like, I'm going to your house anyway. Like, might as well teach me." And we were rolling like in the Virgin Active, I think. And we were like just messing around. He was teaching me like guard and guard passing and takedowns and leg kicks and whatever. And then Chris Bright actually like saw us and asked, like, started talking to him. And then Chris Bright said to him, like, "I've got a school. Do you guys want to come train here? Like, I can teach you guys some good techniques and whatever." It's too far for me. So I asked Chris if he knew anybody in my area, and Dave was the guy that he knew in the area. And it was from no-gi to gi. And it was fun. I really, really enjoyed it. But then I think I went to matric the next year, and I was just told myself I'm too busy to carry on, something like that. But I'd only rolled with him in class, and obviously he holds back because it's like you can't just go smashing everybody.
As the coach does.
Exactly. So to this day, even now. So and then I felt for the first time like what 100% was. And I remember he just took me down, went to north-south, choked me out. It was about 20 or 30 seconds. And like as I tapped, he like released the choke, but he stayed in the position and goes, "Sorry, Van, I've got to conserve my energy for Rico." And I'm like, okay, no, fair enough.
As one does.
Do that, So I can't imagine like going up against, you went up against your coach as well, Rico. So how was that? I mean, what did that feel like? What was the competition?
Well, I fought him in class and a lot. I mean, I was always there. It's been just the two of us quite a lot. We used to have the cage, like our mats and a cage and this big wrestling floor and some Aikido mats on the side as well. We kind of stayed on our side in the cage. And then I remember like me and Rico would fight for like 45 minutes sparring in the cage. He'd obviously go light on me.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been probably like 16, 17 at the time, maybe a little older. So, but like that was fun. But in competitions, Rico, obviously he's not going to lose to me.
Right.
So he would always give like way. I think there was one exhibition competition we did. I remember rolling with him and I kind of get him in an armbar and I think, yes, I'm going to get him. Now, I know how this feels when your own student does this. Like I've kind of allowed this to happen. Now I have to get out of this. And Rico was powerful and I was probably weighing 70, 80 at the time. I was a little bit skinnier than I am now. And I got him in that armbar. I thought, if the cameras are on me, I'm going to get this. And I fucking pull that thing on and it stops like there, dead. And he fucking curls my entire body back in on itself. And the fight was over 30 seconds after that. It went nice and chilled. And then he saw that danger. And he's like, "I'm not going to allow this." And he took me out.
I can't imagine what it must be like to roll against that guy in his prime. Because like now, we obviously get to roll with him in class and stuff every now and then. And you can tell he's not even going probably not even 50%. But if you are underneath Rico, it's like nothing I've ever... So
pressure.
Like you and I, when you were still doing the classes, you and I would roll, and obviously you're also not going 100%, but I remember the first time rolling with you, two things stood out. The first thing was how heavy you felt. Like you and I weigh similar. We were about the same. And I just remember you got me in a side control and I thought, okay, geez, this feels heavy. And then you mounted me and then you grapevined and put chest pressure. And I thought, what the hell is this? And then, no disrespect, but when rolling with Rico, even at 30% or whatever he's going at, you cannot get up from underneath him. Like I can't, but I mean, like even just trying to wedge your arm underneath, it just feels like there's a 40-story building on top of you. So I could only imagine
no space,
no space
no
at
gaps.
all. And the moment you think you've got some sort of a movement, he just shuts it down straight away.
So despite Rico's size, he's also quite an intelligent fighter. So when we would roll in class, like say we would have a 5-minute or 10-minute roll, however we would be training, he'd catch on to what you were doing. So he'd catch me in the same armbar like 5 times in a row. And it would be up to me to figure out how the hell to get out of there. But he'd still catch me and he'd set it up and you'd see it coming. It's like almost like, stop this from happening. I dare you. There was a lot of that. Like I said earlier, I'm a slippery fighter as well. So I learned how to, backdoor escape from the mount and slide in, slide out. Because you can't throw him off you.
No.
Because he knows if I'm going to throw you that way, he's just going to base out. So you can't throw him off, but you can like fake that and kind of slide underneath. But you can only do it like once or twice.
Before he catches on.
He's going to catch on immediately and he's going to adapt. And that's also, I think that's falling back on our strong principles game when we were still training with Ludwig. Because we were very much just in the movement and where your body weight is lying. And that's obviously carried on into our teaching now. You probably know the move, the Komodo dragon, that basically teaches you to pin your center, your core straight into your opponent's core.
Yeah.
Like pushing him into the mat. And you can't even do that to everyone. Like I remember when Rico did that, the crushing thing, because you can take your weight, you just base your elbows and your hands if you're fighting lighter opponents. But I don't think he was holding back a lot of the time because I would get home and my ribs would hurt.
Yeah.
Like what do they call it? The intercostal muscles.
Yes, yeah.
I would physically, like, it would hurt to breathe.
Yes.
And I think you get used to that. And, that allows you to fight him further. It takes resistance training like that. But he's always been a tough fight. I think I've only actually got him in class once. And you'll know that one.
Really?
I got him in a heel hook.
Nice.
In class, we were training at Voortrekker Road.
The one with the glass and all the...
Next to the stones.
Yes.
That was always an interesting spot.
Yes.
That was probably like where most of the magic happened. When we did our first fighters workouts. That's where we got my first black belt.
Oh, nice.
Under Rico.
Right. Okay.
Before we were, Rio Grappling. Just like a leftover from my childhood grading. I never finished that before Ludwig left. And Rico came in and Rico just graded me at one point. I think I was 14 or 15.
Is that when you got it the first time?
Yeah, I think it was after a competition where I kicked some real good ass in Bloemfontein. Really showed well because we were training so unbelievably hard. We would train every single day of the week except like on a Sunday or something. It was ridiculous. After training, you get in your cold bath.
Yes.
So yeah, that's where I got my grade where I got the belt. And so I lost track before that.
Yeah, you were. You said at 15 you got it. You guys were training every single day.
Before that, training with Rico.
Yeah, before Ludwig left, you said.
Okay, before Ludwig left.
Yeah, and you got him in a heel hook, and
that's it.
Yes.
We were on the heel hook, so yeah, I remember that clearly.
Yes.
Reverse heel hook, not just the normal one. It's normal one. You start putting it on, and he started spinning, and I got my elbow like this way around, and I started lifting the ankle like this. I felt that tap, and without
you must
getting
have felt on top of the world. Eh?
Not for long, not for like seconds, because immediately after that he started wrapping my leg with his arm, and I had the pin, I had the knee, I had the angle and everything, and he straightened out my body, and he didn't have control over the leg or anything. He just took it, and I swear I could feel my shin bend.
Yeah.
Tap.
Wow. Did you guys, because the second thing, so the first thing, like I said, that stood out about you, because like when you roll with higher belts, obviously everyone's technique is sound. You know, they give very little away. There's very little space, but your pressure stood out. But then the second thing was your understanding of like pivots. So if somebody is like putting their weight on you a certain way, which way to spin and which axis and that, is that stuff you learned from Ludwig as well initially, or is that more from Rico? Because Rico's also good at that.
I think that that skill was taught to us by what we called surfing.
Mm-hmm.
So we would surf on our opponent. So one guy would lie flat on his belly and then he'd have to roll. And another guy climbs on top and you have to keep spinning. And neither of you are allowed to stop.
Right.
You at the top aren't allowed to grab onto him, but you can touch the mat.
Okay.
So you had to spin not just in one axis or two. You have to keep spinning in 3 axes.
Yes.
And as kids, we could do that because we were, the power to weight ratio is a bit different. The guy at the bottom could stand up and you would still keep spinning and moving on him.
Wow.
Because we've been training that our whole lives. That is basically what we did in class. I think it's called going around the world. You've probably done that as well.
Yeah, we started doing that as well, yes.
Yeah, so that's just your basis. But if you speed that up, it just looks like you're spinning. So surfing was that, just moving on top of your opponent constantly. And I think most black belts or most higher belts also like learn the sensation anyway. It's kind of like, if you like, it's like echolocation for bats. It's almost like you feel your opponent's presence on you and you know where his center of gravity is in relation to yours. And knowing those two things allow you to, as you say, to pivot. I don't think I've ever called it that. But just, move your weight ever so slightly to make a massive difference. Because there's a lot
push and pull system, right?
Yeah, push and pull. You give it a little, take a little. And I like baiting as well.
Yeah,
I do an awful lot of that.
Yeah.
Just take the arm.
I remember you told us that. Since you told us that, people stopped going for the arm because you would like bait it, be like the guy would like mount you and you would bait it, and then it'd be like, cool, I'm gonna try and get this Americana, and the next thing you're like on your back
By
in a
mount.
submission. Yeah.
That's from being lazy and unfit. That's just like I've been armbarred so many times now. I know exactly how to twist my arm to not have that just little bit of sensation to get
the relief.
And then as he's putting all his effort in that, he's probably forgetting that his weight is off. And then pivot, push.
Did you have like a set plan of like this is the style that you wanted to do when you rolled, or did it just come with time and develop itself?
I don't think I've ever had a specific style, but throughout my life, my style has changed from in the beginning being very, very reactive. Because I was fighting at 17 against adults, like 30 and older. So I had to deal with people that were very strong. And it's difficult to push a strong person, but it's easy for him to push you and you're using that. So I had a very reactive fighting style. Unfortunately, that does put you in a disadvantage. You're down on the floor a lot. Your fitness would make up for it. And obviously you'd be down on points. So if you didn't have the submission, you didn't get the fight. That changed into, I think, after that, I started to find myself a little bit more in jiu-jitsu. Got a little better, got a little stronger, built some body weight. I did some gym work at the time when I was probably like prime fit, 19, 20, 21. My fighting style was way more aggressive. And after that, I cooled down again. I felt that the aggression I couldn't see the fight anymore.
Right. At what age was that about?
It's probably like 20, 21, yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't see the fight anymore. I'd go into a competition and I'd come out and my heart would be racing so much and I know I wasn't breathing right. And I don't remember anything of the fight. So after I started realizing that, you watch the videos of your fights afterwards, it's like, what the hell am I doing? It's frustrating to see that. And having that, I just went back into, I'd rather roll a little slower, rather feel it more, rather control my breathing a little bit more. And then I started to have to adapt more because I wasn't training as much. So you're not as fit.
Right.
So now you have to come up
be more efficient with your rolling.
Exactly.
Yeah. So is that so then that was a style switch then obviously that you had. Have you been doing the same sort of, because obviously, I mean, everything that, like, if I say now you're very calm on the mat, for example, it could, I mean, a lot of black belts or most black belts, well, all black belts are calm actually on the mat. But Is that more like the style that you've sort of evolved into since that time?
I think you have your calm periods. As a black belt, you are calm because you also don't feel threatened,
right?
Unless rolling another black belt, which you sometimes see some excellent sparks, or when the higher belts in the class go against each other, everybody sits back and watches because they've got some competition going.
Right, I can see how they really are, and they're really tested.
Yeah, when the heart rate really comes in.
Yes.
That's a whole different story. But when you're fighting someone else, it's not like you're resting. Maybe I would give something if I will let them know. Say I'm fighting a brand new student. Obviously, you're gonna coach them through the role, and as that gets your student becomes more and more proficient, you start adding more stuff. You give him less. You start taking away right. So coaching, I think almost exclusively coaching for a long time. I was teaching for 2 years at Takedown. That might have changed a lot about the way I coach before and after, but also the way I fight. Because students also fight you differently when you're a coach. You don't know that, but you hold back when you're fighting your coach. It's a mental block probably too. It's like you see those fake videos of the guy standing and just looks at the guy.
Right, yeah.
And he drops.
10-on-1, 200-0 Kung Fu masters on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Using their chi or
yes,
ki or whatever.
Yes.
Obviously there's always a certain relationship between you and your students, but I've always kind of liked to break that. I've never been humiliated by tapping from a student, because if I'm rolling against you and you get a really, really good armbar, you might benefit more from actually succeeding in getting that armbar than me just being like, boop, out. So maybe I will allow it to happen to a certain degree. It has to be good. I'm not going to give it for free.
Right.
But afterwards, I'll be like, okay, cool. Let's do that again. I was like, okay, this is the escape. Like, at least, make me feel a little bit better.
Yes.
But like when it's on, I'm not going to injure myself just to, one up someone. Sure, I'm your student, but we are still friends, and the same rules apply. I would like you to tap for any of my submissions, so I will tap to any of your submissions that are true.
Yep, 100%. And just getting back to the competing bit,
yes.
You did okay. I think I'm old. Yeah, we're similar age, so old enough to remember competitions like you mentioned, gas.
Oh yeah.
Which is way different to what competitions are like now. I mean, there's stories of people. I mean, I think Hadmi's also got a story of rolling like 45 minutes in one fight.
We all have these gas stories, yeah.
Yeah, and like 10, 12 opponents in one pool. Like, what are some of the craziest competitions you've had from gas? Because I know there are a lot. Like, everybody's got some crazy story.
So yeah, there was gas was a blessing for all of us. It was organized by Groundworks at the time, Groundworks Jiu-Jitsu. Why can I not remember the coach's name right now? But they were practicing. They were doing a lot of 10th Planet stuff at the time. Always cool rolling with those guys too. Caleb Ridley.
I don't know.
I've seen his name.
I think Shaw told me the name the other day, but it slipped my mind completely now.
I remember he was fighting for them. They later became Leviathans then, I believe.
Yep.
Anyway, that's beside the point. Gas. So back then they would say, okay, who wants to fight? And then take everyone's weights and then divide it in groups of 8. And in the beginning, there wasn't that many competitors. So there was like 3 or 4 groups maybe. And that would be the competition. And in your group of 8, you fight everyone. And then you build points by fighting everyone. There was no points, but submission. You'd have to get a submission.
And no time limits.
No. Well, in the intermediate matches, your first 8 matches, your first 7 matches, there'd be a 10-minute time limit. And then for any of the medals, there were no time limits.
Jeez.
Like that resulted, I fought Wesley George. I fought him for 21 minutes.
In the finals?
Yeah. I think it was for gold or silver. Probably for gold, yeah.
Yeah.
No, in the end, I was just tired. I was finished, and he got me in a triangle, I think.
Because you got 7 matches before that, so 6 matches before that?
Yeah, 7 matches.
Crazy, and you still got to do 21 minutes. Oh, well, that's you're fortunate it only lasted 21 minutes, because some people have 50 minutes.
Yeah, some people like there was some super long fights, but I think there was a lot of excellent fights too. Like all the fights were like a spectacle to see because there's no searching for points. These guys are just going at it, trying to submit each other. There were a couple of injuries I remember, like an ankle here and an arm there. This guy got poked in the eye. Obviously tensions are high, but the standard was super high, and if you weren't fit, you just couldn't make it. I think one of my favorite gas competitions was, I have to try to remember, probably like 2007, 2008, around there. I got some videos. I'll show it to you. You can pull it up.
Yeah.
Fighting against Rico Hatting, Ruan Potts, Sean Vos. You know, back in the day, Sean Vos was actually still quite new, but he was also heavy. So we were all in that same category. I think that was Kadu Souza, another black belt. I'm probably mistaken, but I think Chris Bright was in there too.
Yeah.
There
the
was
heavyweights.
Girion Drotsky was in there.
Wow.
And two more. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And this was one of the toughest competitions I've ever been in. One of the ones I remember the best, and I don't even have a medal to show for it.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened in the? Did you?
So I remember some of them. Rico, I lost. I don't remember how. I don't know if he'd remember. Ruan Potts got me. I mean, he was a beast at the time. He went through this whole transformation. At the time, he was just huge. And like again, like you got that crushing weight on top of you.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stop him. You know, when he takes your arm, he puts it there. It's really,
Right.
really, really hard.
Yeah.
Despite the technique difference, it's really hard
Just
to stop
kind of
that.
bulldozers through.
But it was still an intense fight. I think I beat Gideon. I lost against. I beat Sean at the time, and then there was a controversial fight. I beat Kadu Souza because I got him in a leg lock, and they were saying I was reaping the knee. Problem was I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing leg locks since a kid. If
You don't know the difference between doing it straight or reaping.
Yeah, well, it wasn't reaping. It was our technique. I would spin around and get this hooks in with my legs. It would be like a split-second move. If I'm in top guard, I could always hit it. And you'd get it and you'd fall in it and you'd fall in it being on. From then, it's just that little bit of control putting it on. I think you rolled, but I just rolled with and you tapped. And there was a whole thing about reaping the knee. Is it a one? Is it a nos?
So reaping wasn't allowed back then as well. Has it always not been allowed?
I can't remember when it started becoming a rule where it was or wasn't allowed. I mean, at gas, I think as well, if you can talk to your opponent beforehand, it's like, you know.
Do you want to do it or do you not want to do it?
Yeah, so we could do that.
Yeah.
With, I think I fought Armand. I don't know if you remember Armand.
Armand.
Yeah, sick leg locks.
From
Armand.
now, yeah, Skippers.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
So he kicked my ass in one of these competitions. Again, beforehand, it's like, let's do heel looks. Yeah, sure. I did not expect that
when he said that.
Yeah, this guy's been doing just leg locks, and obviously I did a mount backdoor escape into leg locks, one of my signature moves, and obviously he knew that because I've done it to him in class so many times, and he pulled back on such a sick leg lock. I rolled, couldn't stop it, rolled the other way, couldn't stop it, couldn't get my leg out, got me.
Yeah.
You're a little bit humiliated, but it's good. You learn from that. Like, I need to work on my leg locks.
Did you feel humiliated because you knew the submission and you should have done better to get out of it, or was it something that you didn't know, or was it just that you lost and you didn't like it at the time, or?
It's always, losing isn't a nice feeling.
Right.
It can be a good feeling, but not nice. You still feel like little boy inside's crying a little bit because you lost the fight, especially against someone lower rank than you, who's been training a lot less than you. But like, I've known Ahmad for a long time. We've trained together for a very long time. We've seen, I think, 3 different locations of reps at the time. Well, Rico Hatting's Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
Yes.
So like, we know each other. And at that point, I think he was splitting off training under Sean. And Sean was doing a lot of leg locks.
I've heard, the system, everybody's leg lock system comes from Sean.
Yes. This is when 10th Planet became a thing, and leg locks became like got a little bit of spotlight.
Elevated up, yes.
You'll see through the years how the spotlight moves from one technique to the other.
Yeah.
Like, Berimbolo was a big thing at one point. And then,
Yes.
then we're all doing the, what's that new guard that Roberto was showing? Not a new guard, but...
it was Deliver.
Yeah. At one point, it was all about the De La Hiva.
Yeah.
And then 10th Plan came in and everything had these cool names. The zombie, the New York,
the weird
the
Eddie
hot
Bravo
dog,
names. Yeah.
And with that came a lot of leg locks.
Mm.
And I've been coasting on my leg lock knowledge from over the years. I didn't really upgrade it or adapt it.
Mm.
I just used that. But there's been so many new things discovered.
Yeah, all these weird entries and like
blocks and kicks, and I just didn't expect it to be that clean, that good.
Yes.
So kudos. That was a great submission.
Mm. And what do you? I mean, because the first since I started doing jiu-jitsu again, the first competition I think was in November 2021. It was one of the AJP competitions. Like, is the format's changed obviously to what you were talking about with gas now, so with the brackets and things like that. What do you think of the current format of competition? Do you think it's the best way forward? Thinking back, or would you prefer it to be more like a gas where everybody goes against each other and it's a little bit longer format? I understand now it's bigger, so you have to kind of trim it down a little bit. So I can understand brackets and time limits and things like that,
and health and safety.
Yeah, okay.
Safety is a big factor. When you have so many people, there's a lot more injuries.
Right. A lot more stress on the body, a lot more strain.
So it makes sense that there are illegal techniques and stuff, because a leg lock can go awry like that. I know guys who still have broken knees from back in the day. But I also know guys with broken arms from back in the day.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage, and we walk on our legs and feet. So it makes sense that they make some moves illegal. I'm not against it, but I think there's still room for what was as well. So why can't we have both?
Right. So like a perfect combination of the two.
Like we can still have a gas. It's just one day, and it's just it can be like unanimous at a competition. I was in one of those as well, where it's a bracket of like 8 to 10 people. If it's just that bracket and there's maybe only 3 or 4 of those, you can still have a one-day event. Everyone fights everyone, and the crowds do love it. It's always been very cool.
True. But I mean, I guess there are other competitions as well. I mean, there's the Submission Kings as well, which kind of, they do brackets, especially with the super fights. They do the brackets, but it's submission only format. 8 minutes, I think it is, when they do the super fight brackets. So it's an 8-man tournament for the main show. Then they've got other fights on the card, but that one, I think they've got one coming up in March, I think. But that kind of combines. So it's high level people. So heel hooks and all that. All of those techniques go.
They tend to still allowed for the brown and black belts.
But however, there's some of the guys are blue belts that are competing in those competitions. So, but at least, like you say beforehand, you guys always used to go say, heel hooks allowed, yes or no, that kind of thing. So at least it's coming. You're not sitting there thinking, I've never done heel hooks before, and all of a sudden I'm getting hit on one.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's also, hey, my arm's kind of busted, but I still really want to fight.
Yeah.
Mind not armbarring me, or if you do armbar me here, I will tap you immediately.
Yes.
And then, I'll just be like, I'm not going to take it unless I have to. And it has happened that I've had to. It's a weakness, obviously, and it's there's no rule against it.
Right.
But you can. I've always had, like, if you speak to someone before a fight, you can set a little personal rule. It's fine. But yeah, I'm glad we're getting blue belts, at least experiencing what the higher belts are doing. Because they used to be never that divide. We all did everything together. There wasn't even a beginner and advanced class, so everyone had to learn everything. You'd have your advanced students helping your beginners. But I wish, I can't say that. The amount of competitions now is it's like almost a dream. If only I could be 18 again now, and there'd be a fight every other weekend. It's like, it's a little unfair.
Yeah, it just happens. It's like any progression of any sport. It's.
I'm glad it's here. I'm very glad it's here.
Yeah, it's good for the sport to grow, because I mean, like back in when you were younger and stuff, to see a black belt, to see a Brazilian, to see a brown belt was like unheard of.
Yeah, there wasn't any.
Yeah, now we had at the grading at Rio, we had what 15 alone just at one grading, you know. So it's definitely, there's more opportunities, more people get better. There are more people doing it, obviously. So people right now that are doing competitions in 10 or 20 years time or 15 years time are going to be saying, I wish it was like that when we were doing it. So it's unfortunate. It's just one of those things, you know. Just getting back to, I want to just go through just to the belts, back to belts. So when did you get graded to your black belt?
Like I said, I now have my technically second black belt.
Yes.
But the first one I got, and we weren't fighting at belt, so I took that belt still in its recce, and just kept it.
Okay.
Because actually, I think as a joke, I gave it to Rico when he got his black belt from Roberto.
Yes.
Just like, yeah, you can have it back.
Yeah.
Which I didn't do that. It was a nice belt.
Yeah.
Because eventually I got a belt, my actual black belt grade, and I could have used that.
When was that? When did you get it?
I'm trying to remember now. I was probably 14 or 15 years old at the time. Like I said, we were training at Stones.
No, I mean the one with the one from Roberto, the second time.
So I'm trying to remember when Roberto came in. I could probably research this.
2009, I think he started Rio here, he said.
Okay, then I was about, say, 18 or 19. 2009, I was 19. And, he came in, and he obviously... I couldn't roll him in the beginning. But obviously, he couldn't give me a white belt. In fact, at that point, belts were starting to come in. I would fight in the One Cape of Storms competition in the Belleville Velodrome.
Yeah.
And I would go in, and they asked me what belt I was. I'm like, I'm ungraded. It's like white belt. And you get to the map, and they call out the white belts.
Yeah, and you smoke them.
The ref comes up. It's like, what's this guy doing here? Because obviously, I know the ref from fucking way back.
Yeah.
It's like, he's not a white belt. I'm like, that's what I said. So they'll just throw me in with the rest. So when I started with the belt system, I got my purple straight away. Obviously, I had no gi experience. So a white belt in gi would cross choke me. You know,
right.
Because
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. But you know, you learn really quickly. Later on, I really started to enjoy the gi. There's so much more for manipulating stuff. But before that, we were entirely no gi, mostly MMA.
Right. Was obviously there's transferable skills from no gi to gi, but was the biggest thing just people being able to grip you where you could move before, and now all of a sudden that's stopped because of the grips and then the chokes, obviously.
Yeah. So coming from a completely like flexible, like very swirly, noodly fighting style, going into gi was just like walking into a solid wall. I could find you can't move anymore. You can't do these crazy moves. I didn't know, but of course you can do those crazy moves. I just didn't know how to do it with the gi. And the gi presented something that the no gi didn't have, and that's leverage. So much more leverage. Being able to use things like torque more. Like say someone is on top of you, you can completely reach around, grab a spot on the far side, and you can generate a lot of torque to throw him off you. You can't do that in no gi. Maybe if you grab his put on his back.
Yeah.
But, you know,
you've got a cup instead of actually grabbing something.
There's nothing to hold on. And getting wrapped up in the beginning was so strange. My first competition, when someone wrapped me up, I'm like, what the hell is happening? Is this legal? Yeah, fine. Try doing something else, get stuck. It was interesting in the beginning. And later on, it started becoming easier almost to fight in a gi. Like it requires less energy because you know all these leverage points. So there's a little trick, or you can just grab his foot there and pull, and then he'll fall.
How long did it take you to like make the adjustment to be more comfortable in the gi?
I think it probably like 2 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, by then I got my brown belt, and then soon after I got my black. I didn't really have the stripes. It's just like I had to catch up on all of this gi work that I didn't know. Once I got into that, once it started to grab hold of me, I quickly progressed through that.
Okay. So you got your black belt then in 2014, 15?
I think it's 2014, yeah.
Right. Wow. So you've been a black belt now for 9 years?
I think so.
Pretty much, eh? Yeah. Wow. And then you were coaching obviously a lot, and then so like I know you as a coach, so then you've been coaching up until that point, and then coaching all the time since.
I've been coaching since I was like 12 actually. So Ludwig Streinum had an instructor's course that we as kids could take. Very strict, 100% or you don't pass kind of thing. But you could, like, you'd have modules and stuff. He would teach us how to do mind maps, to memorize all this stuff. That's actually how I learned to learn.
Yeah.
It's not from school, it's from Ludwig. I learned mind maps and I still use them to the day.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Now I do it on my phone. Me Maps. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
Very powerful tool. So yeah, we did these instructors courses and they teach you everything about how to teach stuff that I explicitly remember was like, never say, no, you can't do it. Always say, you can't do it yet. Like how to inspire your students. It was a legitimate instructor's course. How teaching works as well. And went in quite deep. There were multiple courses and I went through almost all of them. Because, I think those was on Fridays. We did that at the Virgin Active in N1 City.
Yes, yeah, that's where Rico met Ludwig, he said.
Yeah.
So where is Ludwig now? What's his...
He's in George.
When did he move out of Cape Town?
So, exactly, I don't know. Ludwig, when I was like 13, 14, Ludwig, I think he had a stroke before that as well.
Wow.
But he got hit really hard. And when he came back, everything was different. He could barely speak. Little did I know, like this guy basically taught himself how to walk again.
You have to.
Yeah. But me and Charles, my cousin at the time, we've been training with him since we were kids, almost toddlers. So we knew him intuitively, and we could understand just motions. He would just motion to things in the class, and we could teach the class. So, yeah, just having all that experience with him, and he left. I don't know what point he left. I was probably like 16 or 17 when Rico came in. I got my dates so wrong, man. Gonna edit all that. 16, 17 when he left, and Rico came in. It was a very smooth transition. We would coach our classes was in Monte Vista at the time, Monte Vista Primary School, and Rico started to come in more, and eventually the whole switch happened. Ludwig left. He went to George. And Rico he took out everything, down to the mats.
Yes.
Down to the last mat, yeah.
Have you had much contact with Ludwig since, or?
I went to visit him last year. I came back from the UK. I was in the UK for like 2 months last year, just like the first 2 months of the year, after the heart attack.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can talk about that a little later.
For sure.
He moved to George. So I visited him when my wife and daughter were still in the UK together. So I came back, my daughter stayed behind, and then she had to come back when her visa expired. So it was like a brief period, month, maybe 2 months, where I was man alone at home for the first time ever in years.
It's tough, eh?
So I managed to get a little bit of jiu-jitsu in that time. Probably the last time you probably saw me in class or properly rolling or whatever.
It was actually that night that it happened, yeah. Yeah, that was the last time.
Oh yeah, you saw
I haven't
me.
been back. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah. I remember that.
Oh, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
So yeah, I went to go visit Ludwig all by my lonesome and took a nice long drive to George. And there was some stuff I wanted to talk to him about, but really it wasn't like I'm going there to visit my coach. It was more like I'm going there to visit like family almost. Obviously, I was great friends with his daughters. Only the one is there, the other one's married, he's got a kid now. So Nicole was there and his wife was there, and I mean, it was just spending time with them. We didn't do anything amazing. We had some whiskey together. We spent some time on the mat where he was teaching me his new stuff. Everything is still motion. Everything is still moveolution.
Yeah.
And his whole thing it's been taken in a whole new direction as well. Very interesting also. He's working on like how to denote movements and positions on the mat. How to write that, like a language for our sport, basically, for movement. I would slaughter it if I tried to explain any of that right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
essentially a syllabus, right? And then just a way to articulate it, and then into syllabus as well. Or
trying to make it into like a syllabus or an app, or even it's like, how do you teach a movement? How do you explain guard position? But he's trying to work on a way to notate that in how can you write the guard position, like in coding for jiu-jitsu.
Yes,
basically. So like you can teach with that. You can remember techniques like that.
Wow. That'd be nice to
he
see.
tried to explain. I understood some of it, but honestly, a lot of it went over my head. But it was all very interesting and also very humbling, because now he's always been my coach and he can see exactly what I'm doing wrong.
Right.
All the time.
Yes.
So he would tell me, "You're breathing wrong. Just, you're not doing it right."
Yeah, so one of the guys at the gym, Chris, is always talking about, if I ever talk about like someone's, like Rico was showing us this one thing where he basically like, we're from side control. It's hard. It's going to be hard to explain it because I have to kind of show it to you. But he's got his back to you, and then he's basing on his hand and his knee, and then he flips around into mount, and it's all the like, I call it the flippy shit. You know, like where you're like flipping around, and like a big dude's not supposed to do that. But Chris always says to me that stuff is exactly how Ludwig used to teach. So it would be very interesting to have a syllabus and, you know, get into like his teachings, because you can see, like Chris saying, you can see a lot of that in Rico, like in your teachings and things like that. So it'd be really nice to see it as well from the source.
So the reason I actually went to go visit him was in order for me to, I was actually working on before the heart attack happened, I was working on a seminar, Roll Your Own. Yes. Everybody was looking forward to that. And then it didn't happen. So before I go, actually, I'm going to try to revive it.
Please.
Do two or three classes.
Yeah.
Where I was going to take that knowledge from Ludwig, and I would joke and say, I want to take from what Boxfit has done for boxing, like non-contact boxing. I want to do that for jiu-jitsu, being focus exclusively on the movements. There can be some couples exercises where you partner up, but I want to focus solely on moving yourself and learning your own body weight before even trying to manipulate someone else's body weight. Use that, my seminar, as kind of a launching pad for this. And when I go to UK, maybe I'll start a class.
I think you should
work my way up to proper teaching actual jiu-jitsu as well. I just figure I can get a bigger audience. I can train a 12-year-old and a 60-year-old in the same class.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe call it Roll Fit or something.
Yeah. I think you should. I like your teaching style. I think you got a very good teaching style. It's easy to learn. You always give a lot of options, and like you said earlier, I mean, it's one of the things you're taught is not to say no. And it's not necessarily not right now, but it's also like, even like sometimes I probably said the stupidest stuff to you back when I started again, and you would always be like, yeah, maybe that could work. Let's try it. And it's like, it's never like, oh no, that's dumb. Don't even say that. So you've got a very good teaching style, and I think
thank you.
You've also got very different movements as well. So I think you would be really, really good at it. So I think please do that, and please do the Roll Your Own seminar before you go. I'm not the only one looking forward to it. A lot of people are looking forward to it. So please do it. And so obviously it was 2021, right? Was it last year?
It was a Wednesday night.
Yeah, it was after class.
25th November 2021, yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, 25th November 2021. I still remember we had rolled. We'd done an extra half an hour, I think, in that class. And then
you're locking up.
You were locking up, and you had felt a pain in your chest.
Yeah, I felt like my whole body, upper body, was on fire. The problem was that's been the third time that's happened.
In quick succession?
Yeah, so the first one happened, it was after class, probably also a Thursday night, maybe like 2 weeks before that, maybe even more, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks. Had a particularly intense class, and I came home, and after my shower, I started feeling like, it's almost like you've been doing bench presses.
Yeah.
Like your entire upper body is
it
on
like
fire.
a numbness?
It's like a burn. It was an absolute burn. And my heart was racing, and I was sweating bullets, and I couldn't sleep. I lied on the couch. I tried everything. I tried painkillers. I tried alcohol. I tried a bit of weed. I tried everything. And this pain wouldn't go away. And that night I didn't sleep. Next morning, first thing, I went to the doctor. They did an EKG. They did all these tests, and eventually they just said, no, it's inflammation. And I got some anti-inflammatories.
Sorry, was it a normal ECG or was it a stress ECG?
I don't know.
Did they just hook you up and you sat and they gave you the readings?
So, so there's I was going to say cross-pollination. So there was some other things that happened that almost made it seem like it could be inflammation. Because just the day before, I was carrying my daughter on my hip while I was cooking. And I had her there for so long, I could feel the the pain. So
Yeah.
I had some DOMs from that.
Okay.
So I assumed what I was experiencing was probably some intense form of DOMs. Never did I ever imagine it could be a heart attack. So obviously the doctor probably thought the same. I'm not going to name him, unfortunately. And so it happened again when I was doing a seminar in Langebaan, maybe a week or two after that. And the new Langebaan, they were like almost brand new at the time. And I gave a seminar. It was very nice. I was going to do more in the future. And I did 2 private classes. And during the second private class, I started feeling that same chest pain again. I soldiered through the inflammation and drove home, just spent the Saturday on the couch, just like cooling off. I had a cold shower and everything, but the pain was just immense. And by that time, it had spread to my back as well.
Did you think it was the same thing? Had you recognized this pain?
It was exactly the same.
Right.
It was exactly the same. That's why on that fateful Wednesday night, we were locking up and I was complaining. I was like, man, my chest is on fire.
Yeah.
Went home. I didn't sleep a wink that night. And next morning, before I even went to work, I was like first person at the doctor's office. I was there, I was waiting for it to open basically. And they went in, they took my blood, like a rapid blood test, and they sent it away. 4 hours later, almost to the minute, I got a call from the doctor saying, I think I was driving at the time. He said, you are going to go home now. You're going to get your pajamas and your stuff, and you're going to go to Durbanville Medical Clinic. Tomorrow you're getting operated.
Wow.
And it was like that. And I went, and they did the scans and stuff. And when they did the angio, I was overnight in Durbanville Medical Clinic. And they monitored me constantly. And then the next day, I was meant to have the surgery. It was a little bit delayed. And it was Black Friday as well. They drove me, I think, in 13 minutes from Durbanville to Panorama.
Wow.
I don't know how they did it. I was in the back of the ambulance, it was just shaking.
Yeah.
Having a good laugh with the ambulance guy in the back. Funny guy.
Yeah.
I remember always being high spirits during the entire thing because I knew it was happening and there was no point in being sad about it.
Right.
It was very sad for everyone, obviously knowing that this had happened, that I've had this third heart attack now. So guys, that's what a heart attack feels like. It could just be pain. It could feel like inflammation.
Because I've heard it's like different people describe different things, and some people say it's like a very intense pain. And it's almost the same as what you're describing, but also different at the same time.
And a pain in your arm too.
Yeah,
Like a
so
numb pain in your arm.
the moment you said you've got pain on your left chest, I asked you which side, remember? I don't know if you remember, and you said left side, and I was like, oh shit. And then you said, and right side. I was like, dude, you've got to go, you've got to see a doctor. And you said you'd seen a doctor, but I was like, I don't know much about heart stuff, but the little I know is like, there's a couple of tests that you need to do to go have a look at, and
they test for a specific enzyme.
Yes,
I cannot remember what that's called.
I think they also test for. I could be wrong. I could be butchering this, but potassium, I think as well. If you got a high potassium count as well, do you know what did they test for you for the enzyme? Is that what they tested in the blood work?
Yeah, that's what they got from the blood work.
Right, and that was sky high, so they said, okay, let's go do scan and.
Yeah, you're gonna go get your angiogram and get it done. I didn't know what an angiogram was.
Until they
did it.
Yeah.
And Joe, what an experience, eh? So I've got 2 little holes here next to my crotch. So they enter all the way up, and then they found my entire main coronary artery on this side was completely blocked, 100% blocked. Well, not 100%. I was still getting spits of blood, and that heart attack was just my heart just needing oxygen because now we were training quite hard.
Yes.
And my muscles needed blood. But my heart couldn't get it. It couldn't get there. So I was like burning up. Maybe that was like, I'm imagining it blood pooling in my muscles at the point.
Yeah.
And yeah, they checked it out. And I think the doctor pushed through 4 bars of pressure or something to clear it out. The way he explained it was
like that, right? Like it looks like but on the other side, that block.
Yeah, on the one side you can see the blood comes. And remember, that's not actually blood. That's a dye that they put in your blood. That dye, actually, if they put a lot in it, can make you sick and does make you pee. Because, ironically, the holding in a pee was way more painful than having the angiogram.
Yes.
Yeah, because you can't feel anything. Obviously, they numb it. But yeah, you can see the blood comes and it's finished. There's nothing. Your body's like begging for it.
So had you had any indication before those 3 heart attacks at all?
Never ever.
Really?
And
just
it's not like
sprung out of nowhere.
It's not like it's in my family either as well. My grandfather did die, of a heart attack or heart complications, but he had all his arteries were calcified basically. Mine wasn't anything like that, and the way it was explained to me, it was my arteries literally fold into itself. So maybe it was damaged, and when the blood comes in, that pulls in the cell walls of your artery. I can be lying completely here, but this is how it was explained, how I understood it. So yeah, they had to clear that out, put in 2 stents, and basically result is I now have scarring on my heart on this chamber, and I don't know if it's the left chamber or the right chamber, if it depends on which way the doctor is looking. Stage left.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna make myself look stupid if I even venture to guess.
So yeah, it's on my left. It's the chamber struggles to suck in.
Okay.
So I'm down to like 30-40% functionality.
Really?
And on the drawing in of blood and oxygen.
And things like, are there any other markers like blood pressure or anything like that? Was blood pressure normal or high or low?
After the operation? Before that, I've never had high blood pressure, low blood pressure. Never had an issue, any of those things. I've always been, even though I was unfit at some of the times, I was always slightly above average on all my tests when I went to check up with the doctor. Ironically, I had a full medical done when I was 30. As you do, you have all systems checked. That wasn't picked up at all.
Wow.
So, I would suggest they should probably start testing for that specific enzyme. It's scary. So after it, first thing that happened was I became quite depressed.
Right, I can imagine.
But I had researched this beforehand. Depression is almost guaranteed after heart surgery. It's almost like your heart's broken.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hit this very low. It's like I'm tired all the time. Walking up the stairs at home was like a labor. I had to do it slowly. At the time, I was going to be MC at my cousin's wedding. I cancelled that last minute because I just didn't have that confidence.
Yep.
Before that, I was strong, fit, black belt. You've got that. It's an inherent confidence, whether you like it or not, and almost like I've been
emasculated.
It took some time getting over that. Went to UK for 2 months then. Did nothing. Sat on the couch. I fell in love with eating chips.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I shouldn't have done it.
I'm still in love with eating chips, so don't worry.
No, I'm completely off it. Thank goodness. But I'm going back. So hopefully the UK chips aren't so good this time.
Yes.
Change my diet a little bit. Low cholesterol foods. So yeah, it took a while to get over that slump, and then you find yourself again. It's like there's more to me than just my belt, my this or that, or just having this heart attack. There's more to me than that. There's more to life than that. I'm also blessed by having a beautiful daughter through all of this, and an excellent supportive family. Like my family was there. I mean, they moved house while I was in the hospital.
Wow.
We were still moving in a house. We rented it out. We moved out. They did that all without me. And it just happened like that. And yeah, man, I was just like, everybody contacted me. I was in the hospital. Rico phoned. Ludwig phoned. Everyone in class phoned.
Yeah.
My phone was like, I was lying there in the bed and it was just constant activity. You feel loved during that time. So sure, I was sad, but also life changed for me. Personally, I think I've become a little slower, or at least learned to take things slower. Because literally, I can't walk fast. If I had to walk 2 kilometers now, like really at the pace I used to, we tall people, we walk at a certain pace. I couldn't keep that up anymore. I have to stop and be like, jeez.
Are you allowed to do any sort of, like you were saying, some things you weren't allowed to do, like high elevated, you can't have a high elevated heart rate, right?
My heart rate I can bring up to between 120 and 140.
Okay, that's
Well, we did a ECG today, and we pushed it all the way up to 170. So yeah, I've actually saw the doctor today. I'll get back to that. I'm not allowed to do anything anaerobic, really, like intensely anaerobic. So jiu-jitsu, but I can still roll, which is why I want to do this roll your own thing.
Yes.
And the roll fit, because I want to try to make jiu-jitsu aerobic, which is, it's not, you just be like, we fight and we push it. And it's, you go chill and you push it, you explode. I've always fought with that intense explosions. That's when you get someone, that's when he doesn't expect something.
Yes.
It's, it also never been, I've never been able to like give it, like I've seen guys that come in and they fight full out. It's a 5-minute round and they fight full out, full energy. It's like being assaulted by that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, where does all this energy come from? I've only had it for a brief period in my life. So yeah, like my fighting style has been chill, explode. Or it's just constant push.
Yes.
So
that's changed.
And unfortunately, I can't go and roll now. Say, roll with you on the mat and say we're going to take it slow, because I'm going to get excited.
And competitive.
And it's...
Well, not competitive against me, but against someone
don't discredit yourself. It's... Even if I'm going to take it slow and chilled, and you're going to take it slow and chilled, I'm still going to get excited. And my body is still going to want to do what it's always done. I'm still going to try to bridge you off me or something crazy. And right there, I don't know. I'm imagining like this blood clot running.
Yeah.
It's running. You're screwed. It's just in my mind whether this is a physical blocker now or not.
Right.
The real challenge is actually doing the cardio, because in 27 years of jiu-jitsu, we never really did cardio. It's the running in circles in front before the class, and sometimes during drills and stuff. I can imagine if you're doing a lot of pummeling drills, that really gets you going.
What's up? Do you have to do steady state now, or?
So I have to. Like I said, I know nothing about cardio. That's my problem. I had no experience in this. I never ran. I never jogged, never had a bicycle or was much of a walk or anything. I was happy that I found my sport that I can do,
that you enjoy doing. It's not a burden to do that.
Yes, and it's on a small space. And I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I'm sitting off at the time. It's a real lazy kid sport.
Or lying down.
Or lying down. You can just lie down if you want to.
Yeah.
Or lie on top if you want to. So I was lucky I found the sport, but also perhaps that's why I had the heart attack, because there's no clear reason why it happened. Perhaps it's because I didn't train my heart enough. I pushed it beyond what it could handle, and I didn't try to bring out my, you're supposed to do a lot of aerobic exercises.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Supposed to do a lot of aerobic exercises. So that's probably where I went wrong.
Yeah. I think you saw the same doctor as Rico did, I think.
Yes.
And Rico was explaining to me that the doctor was explaining to him, it's like your peak, you've got a peak of a triangle, and then you've got the base of the triangle, and you can't go as high a peak. So for your like high intensity cardio, without having that base, which is where the long steady state comes from. I don't know if that was explained to you, or
pretty much the similar.
That was kind of like, I remembered that. So especially when you're training, like if you're doing MMA or anything high intensity, you're always going for that. It's for that peak, but you're never getting the steady state bit of it. And your heart, I think, as far as I understood, needs both.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why, in competitions and stuff beforehand, I saw people jog to warm up and stuff. And I'm like, I'm not going to jog. You're crazy. And now it's like, I have to jog.
Yes.
So I'm really, really struggling. I've gotten by walking a little bit, but honestly, that's been harder than the hardest jiu-jitsu fight ever, is having to do this cardio. This thing that's been, I've pushed away for so long, and I've neglected it. And that's been probably to my detriment. So let that be a lesson to everyone else, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do your cardio, do your aerobic exercises, and don't just go to gym and do weights.
Yeah, that's what I did for the longest time. I'm also trying to run now, but it's so boring. It's just... But these watches, man, like Garmin watches, for example, like if you want to go do a 5K, you've got Garmin Coach.
Okay.
So you takes all the thinking out of it. You just get told on this day you've got to run. This is how you've got to run. This is how long. Here it's high intent. Here it's like push yourself a bit. Here you can go walk or slow jog. So it makes it a little bit more fun. But to be honest with you, it's also like if you do any, like you say, jiu-jitsu or any type of weight training or any of that kind of stuff, like cardio is just like some people consider anything over 15 reps cardio. So it's like we don't ever get to do it, you know. So, but it is important. And I think now, you know, again, I might be wrong. So if there's any doctors watching this, please let me know, actually.
Shout at us.
But, you know, they always say, you know, Vim said, you know, what you do between 30 and 40. And another friend of mine that's a doctor as well said, you know, a lot of people, what happens to them in their 60s, they could be doing the right things in their 60s, but what they did in their 30s to 40s, 30 to 40 actually, affects them more than what they're doing in their 60s when they are in their 60s. So if you're doing the wrong stuff, let's say now, you could be going and doing marathons or whatever in your 60s. It's not to say, okay, you're going to have effects just because of what you did when you were younger, but just because you're doing the right stuff in your 60s and you've done the wrong things in your 30s, so what I'm trying to say, it can still affect you years later, like 20, 30 years later.
Don't you start to die after like 25 or something? You start to slowly die.
I don't know. It depends what your definition of death is, because a lot of people, you know, that
you stop growing.
Yeah, your brain apparently stops developing after 25. So, supposedly, again, I don't know. You're asking me stuff here I'm going to look stupid by.
So after certain, I'm just speculating. So after a certain period of time, say after 30 now, when you get injured now, you're not going to heal as quick as we were then.
No, okay, yeah, for sure.
And that
yes.
will carry on. And even if you do heal, you'll carry the scars for those injuries much longer.
Yep, it's possible.
I remember never getting bruised.
Yes.
Never. Like I've never had bruises.
Right.
Because my body's just kept on getting knocks and stuff. Man, I can stand up now, my back would be sore.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if you've been sitting for too long, it's hard to stand up. It doesn't have to be.
You know you're older than 30 when you make a noise, when you do anything and you make a noise like standing up, getting up. So no, most definitely. But you're going forward now, so what is the advice? Obviously, like the doctor, you went to go see doctor again today. What is the advice that they've given you, just sort of lifestyle wise, training wise, and that kind of thing? What, you know, if anybody is watching and wanting to do the right things for their heart health, what would you say would be the right things, or what's the advice the doctor gave you?
So it's funny, the advice he gave me is stuff that you guys already know. It's eat low cholesterol foods, and what he said was not try to be healthy, just live healthy. That's all you need to do. I mean, and that you can't say this is exactly what you have to eat, because everyone's going to be different. So his advice was just live healthy and do your cardio. Go out, start by walking. Take the dog for a walk, and if you feel you get tired, don't stop, just slow down. Get a good watch. I'm so analog. I should really get myself a proper one.
Yeah.
But yeah, get a watch or a chest band. Or you get these things are talking.
Yeah,
everything's talking to
and
each
your
other
phone
now.
as well. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm imagining getting my dog, putting my ear things in, and listening to a podcast, some kind of podcast when I'm on there, and start by that, and then work your way up to slow jogging, and you know, sooner or later you can get to that point where you can push your heart past 40 or 60. But for now, I'm limited to the 20-40 range for what do you call it? Sustained.
Sustained amount of time.
Yeah, so that would be my advice. Stay from the chips, the yummy potatoes.
Yeah.
Drink whiskey.
Yeah.
Advice from a doctor: drink whiskey.
Is that a real thing? Because they've debunked the wine thing now for general health, but whiskey, is that still?
I've been told if I'm gonna drink whiskey.
Okay.
So maybe it's just the lesser of the lesser evil.
Yeah.
Because I do enjoy my beer, as we do, but I've had to learn. I've actually always liked whiskey, but I have to learn to drink it as much as I do now, or maybe even dilute it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love a good Bushmills. My Irish is my king.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm feeling like one right now.
Yeah. By the time we get home, you'll get one.
So you need to thin out the blood.
Yes,
And
right.
yeah, that's the other thing. Sorry, the other thing no one ever realizes, when you do have heart attacks like this, you have to take medicine for it. So now blood thinners and stuff.
Right.
If I get a cut now, it'll bleed a lot. Even a tiny cut bleeds a lot, and it takes a while to stop because your blood's just thinner. It's like cutting into a drunk person.
Yes.
And also getting lightheaded. Never been lightheaded before, really. Now in that feeling when you've been driving for a while and you get out of your car and you just have to hold on to your roof for a second because.
Yeah, really, that bad.
That's happened a lot. Luckily, it doesn't happen while you're doing something. It happens when you shift, when you
activities.
Blood's pooled everywhere, and then you get up, and it takes a while for it to get back where it's supposed to be.
And that's because of the blood thinners.
I'm assuming it's that, or it could just be I'm not taking in enough blood, or blood quicking enough, or my blood's not carrying enough oxygen at the time.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible, man. But I'm really happy that. I also popped you a message, when it was after the operation, you said you let everybody know it was a success, and like obviously we all really happy that, it could have been much worse, and we're happy that it wasn't. And
I could have been one of those athletes that you just hear, this new top fit athlete ran a race and just dead.
Yeah.
I could have been there. I'm extremely grateful that I am not.
Yeah, we all are. I mean, and now we're going to have you around again, hopefully, before you go, just for a couple more classes. And
yeah, we skipped tonight, huh?
Yeah, we skipped. Yeah, but I'll go tomorrow, and tomorrow's got no gi, so I like the no gi stuff more than the gi stuff.
It's
anyway.
so hot right now with the
gi. We had last week was the worst, and I just said I'm not going in gi. I'm sorry, I can't. It was just. You end up going in gi, and then you take your gi off in any event because everyone else is doing it, and you're all no gi anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So
or you keep wearing that gi and it gets so heavy and waterlogged with all of your sweat.
And I've got a white gi, so it stains very easily. So yeah. No, awesome, Jean. Thank you so much for coming on, and as I say, like I'm really looking forward to your own seminar. I hope you can come to the gym as much as possible in this last
now
month.
I have to do it.
Yeah, it's on now. You've got to do it. So give us dates, please. Yeah. And yeah, no, I'm looking forward to getting some last little bit of knowledge from you before you go. And yeah, hopefully see you if I get to travel up. I'm planning to go to UK every now and then, maybe. So it'll be nice to see you on that side.
Visit Sean.
No, it's just it's work and it's a few other stuff, but it's nice now because there's so many people. This is another thing about jiu-jitsu is because like Roberto is in Barcelona.
Yeah, he's moving there.
He's moving to Barcelona. Rio Grappling Club. I'm going to Croatia in April. Rio Grappling Club is in Croatia. UK, France, Spain. You can go to Nathan's in Chile. So if you're ever in Chile, then we can go. So it's that whole community, and now it's a global community rather than just the people in your suburb or your neighborhood like it was back in 2005.
We have friends wherever we go now.
Exactly.
It's like Bulgaria.
Yeah, we go Bulgaria. Yeah,
Alex. So that's what Alex said. He always did. He went places and he made friends by going to the first jiu-jitsu place he could find.
Mind you, Bulgaria, there was one of my guests, David, had a crazy story about Bulgaria, and so I'll still go though, but maybe just make sure we take Alex with us.
Go for the yogurt. Was that the other place?
I'm not 100% sure actually.
I've been joking around with it so much. It's just wrong in my head all the time.
Yeah. No, awesome. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. And
thank
I
you so
hope to
much.
see you soon on the mats again.
Hope to be back.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. So then, what do you called it? You ended up deciding on the name Gracie.
Obviously, because James and I have gone in different directions and to spend some time in different clubs, then it was a case of, well, which are we gonna go with, and certainly the two sides of the family are are very different. And I think that's the thing that people don't recognize generally. I mean, I think generally when you're in a club, you know, that word is gospel and that's that. You know, you don't really see the big picture a lot of the time. But on the different sides of the family, it's very different within the Gracies. And there's always this whole debate about, you know, this side is sportive, this side is self-defense, which one's best. And there are good views on either side. You know, I mean, you'll find the Reddit threads where you've got a guy from Gracie Baja side as an example, and he'll say, yeah, but your blue belts, they can't roll. They're rubbish in competition. That's true. That's valid. You get a guy from the Gracie Academy side, would say, you guys don't know how to defend yourself. You're doing the sport. In a street situation, you wouldn't last as long as I would. And that's also true.
Yeah.
And you train for what you need. And certainly in that situation, you know, obviously the Gracie University side, the focus initially is on self-defense. So if you imagine all of the techniques, the armbar from the guard, the triangle, top mount, the sweeps, they're all done with punches. So, you know, there's a punch safe variation of all of those techniques, and they're taught as the primary part, so the combatives program.
Right.
Excuse me. And because of that, you learn to defend against punches in that kind of scenario. And I think that's very important from their perspective. Now, what happens later on, and the only problem with that is if you want to do the sport, because if you're defending against an unskilled opponent, you're not expecting your opponent to do an Americana, or a guard pass, or, you know, go for a submission. So you don't know how to counter those. So you can actually work your way through to a 4-stripe white belt, which is 80 classes in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and not be good at countering someone else who knows Jiu-Jitsu, because that isn't the focus at that stage. It's about the street and self-defense. So the mindset's different. And, you know, I think it's a good mindset. It's perfectly valid. The other side, Gracie Baja. So as an example, on that side, you don't roll when you start. You should be a 4-stripe white belt before you roll.
Okay.
Well, you have to do 20 classes before you get a stripe. So that's 80 classes before you start rolling. So the guys, when they get to blue belt, they haven't got that much rolling experience. And that's why you get this kind of difference between the two sides of the family. On this side, obviously, you know, hi, what's your name? Good. Here's an armbar. Right, let's roll.
Yeah.
You know, the mindset's really different.
Yeah.
And there are pros and cons to that. You know, personally, I think that's too soon. But I think 80 classes is way too late.
Yeah, that's a lot of classes. I mean, I didn't know that you had to do. So I know there's a like a set syllabus and everything, but I didn't know that. I thought it was only like after black belt where it's like so many years for this degree and so many years for that degree. So is it like, okay, 20 classes stripe to white belt, on your white belts, and then if you're a blue belt, then do you also do?
Well, it's slightly different in that respect. So it's 20 classes per stripe, but then the blue belt involves a big test. There's quite a strict test. And if you've got a qualified instructor, they can obviously do it for you, but it's also linked to the academy. So these things are videoed and sent up to the academy, and you have to score, I think it was over 80% or something.
Wow.
And the details of there's, you know, get a grip wrong. No, that's it. You know, there's a lot of details involved in getting there, and they're very strict on that. So the blue belt isn't just about number of classes. The blue belt is also about your ability. And within that, although they don't roll, there's reflex development classes, which are basically techniques glued together into flows. And then you get fight simulation classes, which are actually really good fun on both sides.
Yeah.
So the idea there is the bad guy, and that's the big difference as well. You know, bad guy, good guy. The bad guy puts on a pair of boxing gloves and just comes at you. He's not a skilled opponent. He doesn't know MMA. He just wants to try and knock your head off or squeeze your neck or whatever it may be. And you learn to defend against that. So that's kind of their early version of sparring in some way, because they got a different priority. And that's a lot of fun. I do miss that, to be fair. And it's very difficult to try and teach that in other clubs, because you've always got guys that train MMA and that kind of thing. And to turn around to someone and say, I know you're an MMA fighter, forget your MMA for now, you're a bad guy, an unskilled opponent, and go. And within 5-10 seconds, they're throwing out left jabs and doing double leg takedowns. And that's not the purpose of that exercise.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. Are the cells in Drakenstein like in the maximum portion or in level C? Is it like a lot of people in one cell, or are you isolated, or how do they?
So it's a section. So I was on D section, and then there's like 4 rooms, like
separate rooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
So room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will have like limited amount of people that is in a room. Maybe sometimes the prison can get overcrowded. That can go up to like 30 people or more.
How many is it
like
supposed to be?
in a cell.
How many is it? How big is a cell?
A cell is pretty as big.
Okay, so it's like a nice big space at least,
Yeah.
but 30 is still a lot of people. to be
Yeah,
cramped in a place.
as it is.
Yeah. And how long are you like locked in the cell for?
So like on the maximum, most of our time, it's only the time when we get out is to go eat. That is like 5 minutes there and back.
Oh, you go
And
fetch
then
your food and eat it in the cell?
Or you can eat it in the kitchen.
Okay.
So there's like a section where you can eat. And then some guys some of us, we won't eat maybe they will eat it rather in the room or, but most of the time you spend your time in the cell there, yes.
And like showers and stuff like that, is it also in the cell, or is it?
It's also in the cell, yes.
Okay. What is it, like one shower for 30 people or?
Two
for 30 people?
2 showers, but we like no one will shower like at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like 2 toilets, 2 showers.
Who keeps the
2
cells clean?
patients. So we will run a program there under each other, like how things are gonna go about.
Okay, so within the actual cell itself, so it's not the prison that says, okay, this time clean. Okay, so it's like you govern that bit yourself at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mainly like with them was the time when they lock us up is around about just after 12, 1 o'clock. Then the masters go. Then we spend the rest of our day in the cell.
In the afternoon time, 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
That's like when we have our last meal. We only get served twice.
Really?
Yeah, breakfast and lunch.
What do they give you for breakfast and lunch?
For breakfast we get pap.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just plain pap?
Pap with 1 teaspoon sugar and a little
really?
bit of milk.
Yeah?
Yeah, and then in the afternoon we will get like always mealies. Depending what is on the menu. But once you're so used to the time being in prison, you will know what's every day of the week on the menu. So but meat won't be that much. It's more like gravy and like vegetable. But there's no like proper nutrition really in the food, like to make you strong in it.
Sure. You must be hungry all the time almost.
Yeah, and then we get like 8 slices of bread. So that's
like
how
to fill that to substitute. Okay. And is there like a canteen or like a tuck shop that you can if you get cash? So there is at least that.
So when somehow you get family visits, so then they will put money on your property, and then once a month you will get that privilege to go to the shop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how often can family come visit you and stuff like that? So still on level C, like how often do they get to visit you?
Not much. I can't exactly say how much, but it's not that much. And after that time, the times that they visit you, they can't come again. And even though until the next month, because then it renews. So even though your family comes and your visits are all finished, they have to turn them back.
Sure.
Traveling maybe
from wherever.
It's far going to Paul. Yeah, and then like after that time, going to mediums, you get more privileges. So when you elevate to a B group, you can your visit is longer. So when you're a C group, I think it's like 30 minutes that
Once
you
a
have
month.
with your family. I think it's, if I'm sure, it's like 2 visits for the month.
Cheap.
And then when you're a B group, you get like 45 minutes and more visits, maybe 4, I think. And then there's like other programs that you can attend while you're in prison. There's a library and like the sports activities. They also made like a sports academy section. Yeah, where they see this guy is really serious and he got the potential, and then they put you over the years.
I've been to Drakenstein prison before, like on the grounds, because you can go in and you can drive through. It's a massive place.
Yeah.
And it's also like self-sufficient with the food, I think, for most of the food.
Because it's like a farm.
It is legit a farm, yeah.
And there's like officials that stay on the premises.
Yes. As you drive in, almost they're like right there in the front.
On the terrains and that stuff.
Yes. Speaking of Boet Erasmus, I thought it would be a good idea, just while we're going through the matches of the World Cup, to get your reaction to the Canada game. And I actually, we were chatting a little bit off camera, more than anything, just to know what led up to these events, because like we can see the little skirmishes and everything like that, but can you remember, like, maybe we should just start the clip first and then we can go through it. But I mean, they looked like they just all they wanted to do was fight with you guys. I mean, it's almost that classic, we're not going to win the game, let's just win the fight.
Oh, well, I think that's what they pitched up there for, was the brawl.
Check this. Can you see? Yeah. So there, right off the bat, who's the number 18 there? Is it yours?
Yeah.
Is it?
The one on the ground.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Substitute. Yeah, this is where it really starts to kick off. Mark Andrews, eh?
Yeah.
This is the incident.
Yeah.
So there you are. They're coming in at the end there. Did you just see like there was a situation you're trying to defuse?
There was an incident with Peter and their player, and then a third player coming in. So my reaction was, Peter's outnumbered there. Go and intervene, and then all hell broke loose. And funny, the rules have changed so much that those rules interpreted there was it's the third man coming in.
Oh, you were the third.
The guilty. So that was.
Hey. Yeah, you see that? There we go. Okay. But now, what I mean, were they? There we go. Was there no TMO back in that time?
There were no such luxuries. It was pretty much play it or kick it or hit it as you see it. And had a severe cut over his eye.
Did they take him off for that? Because I know back in those days, if you wanted to play, you could probably play with that.
Yeah, no, you could. And then obviously they then pull the footage apart. But the thing was, so when I went afterwards, I had a hearing at the stadium. So it was obviously the referee, and there was a panel of two French guys and then an interpreter. But what they actually did is they played this in slow motion to make it look like
drastic
instead of playing it in real time, to get a real time understanding of the incident. Geez, that was.
Did you know that you'd miss the rest of the World Cup because of that?
You pretty much knew it because being sent over the red card, you knew the consequences of a red card.
3-match ban straight away.
Yeah.
Hey. Sure.
I mean, if you look at that psychopath jumping up and down there.
Did they also just get the one red card, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, Peter, we got two red cards because Peter was also suspended out of the World Cup.
He threw the punch, eh?
Yeah. The kick. No, any kick he punched. Yeah.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. What's up, guys? We're here from the Hardship podcast. I'm here with the main man, the future UFC middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Dricus, pleasure to meet you, finally. We've never really got a chance to meet, so I'm really happy to meet you and have a chat to you. First off, crazy couple of weeks for you. I saw the videos. I'm sure everybody saw the videos of you at the World Cup final. How was it? Not just being at the World Cup final, but then obviously seeing the boys lift the trophy in person like that.
Yeah, I mean, being there in itself is bucket list stuff. Now I got invited. So happy for the opportunity to be there and see. But I mean, that doesn't even justify what it was like to be there. You know, just as a fan of sports, of rugby, and of course a very, very proud Springbok and South African. Watching our boys go out there and perform the way they did, I'm getting goosebumps again. Just in that environment, you know, against all the odds. Once again, they just wrote us off. And the boys went out there 3 weeks in a row and not win, but claw their way to victory.
Yeah.
So, I mean, every week I thought, this is it. This is it. You know, going crazy, the whole country. I just see videos of people going crazy. And I mean, people saw a video of me at the game. That was me at my house every weekend before that. You know, just going crazy for boys. And, you know, that's a moment I will tell my kids, my grandkids about one day. It was a moment that will be iconic in sports, for the history books, 100%. And for me, one of the proudest moments of my life.
Back to back, I mean, that puts our guys in a very, very elite group. I mean, like with the All Blacks from 2011 to 2015, Khaleesi is up there with McCaw now. I mean, just to be there in person was special. Must have been special. The emotions, I mean, like you say, we saw the video of Jason Momoa and Novak Djokovic in the background. Like, what did they say to you guys, or did you guys see them and approach them? Because there's a video of you also giving them a beer, and then after the final whistle, Jason Momoa coming to you and hugging you and things like that. So, did you guys just strike up a conversation with them, or how did that come about?
Yeah, I mean, I went to Djokovic, obviously being a sporting legend, Djokovic, the greatest ever. You know, I went to speak to him a little, say hi, what up, get a photo. But Jason Momoa actually saw him in the booth before the game started, and I said, holy shit, that's Aquaman. And I actually went up to him and he said, hey, you're the guy that fights in the UFC.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And I said, yeah. And I assumed he would know because, you know, he's a New Zealand guy. And, you know, there was a little bit of friendly banter. I said, that's not how we watch rugby as South Africans. We go crazy in supporting our boys. But, you know, in Jason, everybody, they only had champagne there. And as far as I know, and we had those plastic cups and some of our friends were sitting in the booth next door and we just got, because I'm not going to drink champagne while watching the boys play. And we got the beers and I saw Jason Momoa and his, I think it was his bodyguard, whose manager sat there and they looked at us with these hungry eyes and I said, hey guys, do you want a beer?
Yeah.
And they were like, yes please, because you couldn't really get a plastic cup of beer. Or you could get beer, but you're not allowed to bring it out because you don't have plastic cups because it's fancy.
Yeah.
And we just took
Fancy people don't do plastic.
No, we just had it like four of it because we don't want to walk up and down. I was like, cool. And we gave them beers and they were like, oh, thank you. And like you saw, they were the only other two that went crazy with us. And we got more beers and we offered them. And so that's how that happened. And then afterwards, you know, he was also very patriotic and, you know, he was also enjoying the game. And afterwards he came, he said, good game. But nice guy all around. Really cool to meet him. And, you know, and watching a game with, you know, even though we were enemies in the game, it was all good competition.
Yeah, it's always like that between South Africa and New Zealand. Like in the game, it's balls to the wall, and afterwards it's camaraderie and friendship and mutual respect.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at a sporting unit like the All Blacks, one of the greatest sporting units in sports in the world. I'm not talking about in rugby, in sports. You know, what they've done in the history of the sport, the consistency they've been playing great at. You know, if you know, they are a team that I've read a lot about in terms of how they approach their professionality, how they approach the team. But, you know, they do everything right. And but I mean, then you have the box to compete against. And that's what makes it hard. So all the respect in the world to New Zealand team. I mean, they are just incredible.
Yeah. Greatest sporting rivalry, I think, in the world ever. Springboks and New Zealand must be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a Mercedes Red Bull rivalry, just been going on for much, much longer.
Yeah. Just on you now, obviously Hamza Chimaev, there's a lot of talk about him possibly getting a title shot next. Are you a little bit surprised at, I posted something that I tagged you and I was like, I wonder if the UFC is going to put the same sort of energy.
I think after that performance, nobody in the world thinks he's the front runner anymore. He could barely beat 0-2, even though he's one of the greatest welterweight of all times, probably.
Still a welterweight though.
He's still a welterweight, and that was a close fight, a very close fight. Neither one of them is ranked at middleweight, so it just doesn't make sense. And as far as I know, he can't make it into the US at the moment. I don't know if they have Abu Dhabi event planned anytime soon, but there's just something in me that feels that he's not the front runner anymore. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, and I think the UFC community, the MMA community and the fans and stuff, from everything I've seen, like there's a million polls out there, there's a million posts out there that you are the rightful number one contender. So, I mean, we're hoping that definitely comes through. Also, with Adesanya, were you surprised that he took some time off? Having, obviously come off a loss, maybe that's a smart thing to do, but sort of have like a retirement talk or anything like that, or you're not really too phased about him? I know you said you want the belt, you're not really worried about who has it, but were you a little bit surprised by all of that?
Yeah, I think I was. I thought that, I honestly thought, especially when the whole comes out situation can happen and they said Dricus not getting a title shot, I said, well, listen, I'm not going to sit and mope about that. I don't care. I'm here to beat people. And I'll beat everybody because I want to be the champion of the world. You need to beat everybody in the world. And it was either going to be Adesanya after I win the belt, and I said, well, if we do it beforehand, the fight's just going to be just as big. It will be bigger than a world title fight. And I immediately in my head that, okay, cool, that's probably going to be the next fight. And the fact that he made that announcement quite a long while after the loss, if he did that right directly after, it's weird. Definitely some sort of publicity stunt. I mean, he says 2027. 2027, he's going to be like 38, 39.
It's 4 years away.
Yeah, I mean, that makes no sense. Whatever he decides to do, that's on him. Like I said, I would like to fight him when the opportunity arises, when it makes sense. But, if he's retired, semi-retired now, 100% I would rather fight for the belt than fighting against Adesanya. But winning the belt and defending it against him, that would be great.
Yeah, it might actually work out in everybody's favor because we all want to see UFC Africa. I think if you've got two people, one person from Africa, we don't know the second, but no. In all jokes aside, I mean, two African fighters to kick off a historic event in UFC Africa. I mean, that would be perfect. So you winning the belt in your next fight, hopefully, and then, you call the shots in. I mean, you could say, hey, Izzy, come, let's do the dance.
Yeah, 100%. I think, in my opinion, that would be a perfect scenario. That's how I have this in my mind. I would, fighting Izzy on African soil, or the first African event would be historical. It would be, for me, it would be an amazing honor, and that would be a perfect situation for me. Is beating Strickland, getting the belt, and saying, hey, listen, it's not 2027 yet, but let's be real. And he can take some time off, take a year off. You need to. After winning a belt, taking 6 months off for me, be no hassle. While they plan this Africa event, and then fighting Izzy would be worth the wait, 100%.
And I think it would be historical for you as well. You'll be the first person to beat Robert Whittaker and Israel Adesanya. This is a little added extra onto it. It's an afterthought, I'm sure, for you. The title defense is obviously first, but yeah, that would be a nice feather in the cap.
Yeah, that would be something. One of the greatest middleweights, two of the greatest middleweights, 100%.
Yeah, and you'll be on your path to becoming the greatest middleweight yourself. Just last few things. Obviously, you saw the Springbok celebrations at Oatamba, I'm assuming, and they're going to do the country tour. When you win the belt, are you going to do something similar, or is that not a thought just yet?
Funny enough that you said it. When I saw the videos, I was still I only arrived yesterday in Paris. I said, "Jeez, that's amazing!" And just seeing the country all over everywhere, and the amount of people that were watching the fights at watch parties, it's insane. And of course you want that. You want that when you return home with your enemy's head. That's what you want. That's how it's been working for centuries. So, I would love that, but not really planning on it now. But I'm sure we'll have something special when the belt comes home, and it will be a special moment, and it's something I would only want to share with my country.
100%. Last question. When are you coming on the Hack Check podcast?
Next time in Cape Town, I promise.
Okay, 100%. It's on camera, so we got it there. So, yeah. Dricus, I appreciate the time. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Sure. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I'm really, really excited for today's episode. We've got EFC flyweight contender Tumelo Manyamala joining us today. Welcome, Tumelo.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on the show.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on. Really, really excited to chat to you about about your fight so far, and see what the future holds for you.
Yeah,
it's been an exciting ride so far.
So far so good. It's like I've dreamed of this for ages. I don't know if you saw Graham post on my fight week, where he put my message where I messaged him in 2019 asking him how to become an MMA fighter. So for me it's just become a journey, and to think that I'm here is insane, because I remember being stuck in university 2019 first year, being in that library, and I hated studying so much. And then I think it was a John Jones highlight video, and I was watching that one day, and I was just like, I have to do that.
Yeah.
And I think it was around that day is when I messaged Graham, asking him. Obviously he never replied. I was just a nobody at that time. But yeah.
I was going to ask you about the story behind that, because it's quite an interesting concept. You go to the top organization straight away, find out how you join. But I mean, hey, aim big from the start. Yeah,
that's my goal. Hopefully one day UFC. That's the ultimate goal. I'm actually excited to see people like Dricus, people like Cameron, Temba, laying the foundation for us, so that we can get more eyes on South African MMA, which I think is world class.
100%.
In my opinion, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I've had this conversation with a lot of fighters, coaches, and we were talking a little bit off camera as well about SA MMA, next big thing.
Just booming.
Yeah.
And the amount of knowledge we have here in South Africa is already insane. We have good wrestlers, which means good wrestling coaches. We have excellent strikers and jits as well. I'm forgetting his name, but he's up in America now training with John Dana.
Luke, yeah.
Yes, Luke Griffith. Yes. He's doing amazing things.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's just proof that we have it,
all laying the foundation for people like yourself to do it. Were you not training at PFA yet when you messaged Graham, or?
No, not yet. So I messaged Graham in 2019. Right, at that time, I was training at Gina's Den. I was doing kickboxing there like twice a week, and then the other 2-3 days I would be at Gracie Jiu-Jitsu in Parklands.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't really have an opportunity to mix up the grappling and the striking, but I was getting grappling and striking training. In the meanwhile, I was a full-time student, so the idea of training in town was insane. Just thinking about transport and but here we are. I just took a chance, and things worked out, thankfully.
Look, kickboxing is not a bad base to start with, and like you say, you were getting the exposure to the pure side of each martial art. Were you? What's your sort of background with the kickboxing then? So how long had you been doing that?
So I started off with karate, actually.
Oh, really?
In 2007.
Okay. Didn't we all?
Yeah. You got to start off in the dojo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Started Gojukai karate, which is also Parkland side. So the side I grew up. Started that in 2007 until 2009. I didn't get my black belt. I got blue belt only, unfortunately. But Then there was the gym down the road, Panthers. It was literally down the road.
Yep.
My brother saw it. My dad saw it. They're like, oh, why don't you join here? I was always like reluctant, you know. I was like, karate's better. I went to like SA level in karate.
Oh yeah.
I think I was third in Western Province. So like I didn't really want to go there. And then I remember my dad dragged me there after a karate class. And my first kickboxing class I did in a karate.
In the gi. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I must have gotten a couple of comments.
Yeah. And like we have like those little flick kicks.
Yes.
So like when they hold pads, you know, most of the learners were doing like the Muay Thai kicks, putting their hips into it. And I was just like flicking my foot, and the coach is looking at me like, what are you doing? Yeah, but I learned.
Did you guys, in your style of karate, do you also have to like stop just before the impact? Or is it full contact? Can you at least make contact? Because I know a lot of karate styles, you actually, it's about control.
Yeah.
And then if you go full contact, you go through.
Yeah.
You get up until a number of penalties, you get disqualified.
Yes. So I did not do the full contact one. I did just what you described. So especially if you want to punch someone in the face and like he moves his head and your hand goes past it, then, you know, then there's like a penalty and all that.
Wow.
But it gave me a good foundation, especially since it wasn't full contact with like especially control with like the power and distance management, especially, you know, darting in and out, because you also don't want to get clipped.
Yeah.
The moment you get touched, then they stop the fight, then you have to reset, the guy gets a point. And I used to hate that.
Was it a big adjustment? Okay, so you kind of alluded to it not being too much of a big adjustment, but was it a big adjustment going from stopping? I know you practice that control a lot.
Right.
But from stopping, I'm sure, you know, to now going sort of through your target almost, you know, was that a bit of a big adjustment, just at least with the timing aspect?
I mean, it wasn't so much of an adjustment. I mean, not going through someone's like face or anything, you have to like stop yourself. So it's just a matter of now I don't have to stop myself. So no, I wouldn't say.
Not.
I wouldn't say. No, not really. The biggest adjustment I would say were the kicks. Yeah, literally.
The style of kicking.
From flicking to putting your hips into it, and teeps.
Yeah.
For example, in karate, if I'm remembering correctly, it's called a maigiri. Yeah, so it's just like a flicking kind of teep to the
solar plexus.
Solar plexus. But where in kickboxing you also have a push kick. So like those type of movements with the hips, that was the biggest adjustment for me.
Yeah. No, my friend actually did kickboxing at a fairly high level. He went to SA champs, and his biggest weapon just in setting up things and what he liked to do when someone trying to march forward is he loved that teep. Always used to tell me,
it's the worst.
Powerful weapon. It's the worst to receive. It's good to do. It's like a nice feeling. Yeah. And then the kickboxing, how did that go? So once you started getting into it, how did that go for you?
It went well actually. Within the first year and 6 months, I went to SA's Saska. And I'm not sure if they're still around, but that was in Pretoria, where I got first place in Africa, and for Muay Thai I got third place.
Wow.
Yeah, but it went well.
What age were you there? Sorry.
That was 2010. I was 11.
Oh wow.
11, yeah.
Sure.
So quite a bit of experience in the kickboxing side. I remember I had so many fights. Like I don't even remember how many fights I had. I had medals on medals on medals. Funny story about that. I have like 3 of those medals left.
Really?
My little sister at the time was a little artist. So I came home and like all the ribbons from the medals were like used on my little artwork. And you can't get mad. It's like your little sister. So yeah.
They're gone.
That's gone.
Were there any memorable artworks at least that you could salvage and be like, there my medals are?
Yes, I mean just like the medallion itself, not the but I have 2 trophies that I got from that Saska tournament. Yeah, so those survived, thankfully.
Yeah, that's good. And then after that, moving into sort of grappling and jiu-jitsu and that kind of thing, what was that like for you?
That was a big adjustment. I remember I used to train at Panthers. I used to do kickboxing there, and they were MMA gym. So they had the jiu-jitsu and all that. and jiu-jitsu would be before the striking class. And I would come, a few minutes earlier to wrap up and all that. And I remember looking at these guys rolling on the floor thinking, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah.
How on earth is that going to help? But then 2017, January 2017, I started jits full time. So then I had quit, not quit, just taken some time away from kickboxing. Had a kind of bad experience the December before. Yeah, so I was riding finals, right? And I was going to have my first pro-am fight. And so I was training to add finals, like matric finals. So,
wow.
And I get there on the day of weigh-in, like fighter's not there. Apparently they knew it for a while. And they wanted me to fight some guy who was like almost 10 kilos heavier than me. Then, that wasn't, I feel like I didn't get the support from the gym as much as I should have. And then I decided, let me just go do some jits for a while, just to branch out. And it was the best decision I could have possibly made. I walked into Gracie, and I enjoyed it from day one. It was a bit weird with the movements and having a guy like right in your space, choking you out and all that.
Which is completely opposite to what you used to in kickboxing. You want to have space unless you want to get on the inside.
Distance, keep him away.
Yeah.
But I loved it. I fell in love with it. I would spar. So I would just be doing jiu-jitsu about 6 times a week. And I would spar on Mondays only at Silverback MMA. And that's how I went into my first and only amateur MMA fight.
Oh, yes.
So it was just Gracie and then sparring once a week. And they got me there. Thankfully, it went well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was 2018. Fast forward like 3 years later. 4 years later. Yeah. Into the EFC.
Only after, so how long did you train in jiu-jitsu or prepare for that fight? Because to go from, it's just one of the martial arts, whether it's kickboxing, karate, jiu-jitsu, to then putting everything together and then actually putting it together and fighting somebody that's actively trying to hurt you. Yeah. That's a big task. So how long did you train for that?
I wasn't really training for a fight. I just wanted to keep my stand-up fresh in my mind, That's why I would go once a week. And then my coach at the time, I think it was like a month before, told me, you want to fight something?
Wow.
And then I was like, yeah, sure. But I still carried on training the same. But the part that really wows me is that I'm not sure if you know the Gracie curriculum, right?
Yeah, I do, yes. I actually I wanted to ask you, I'll ask you, let me ask you now. Who your coach was there? Because I had Gary King on here talking about the Gracie curriculum. Was he still there at that time?
No, he had left. The head coach was James.
Yes, James's friend. Yeah, they started it together.
Yeah, they started together.
Yes.
And
I think it's 80 classes to blue belt, right? For the Gracie curriculum or something like that.
It's a lot of, they give you like a card, and like every time you come to class, they mark that card in.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember how many, but it was a lot.
I can't remember if you said 40 or 80, but yeah, you've got to finish those. Yeah. And you're not allowed to roll as a white belt.
No, you're not. So they have a combatives program.
Yes.
Which is 30 or 32 classes.
Okay, yes.
Right. And I was only doing that. So I wouldn't roll. I wouldn't have any advanced moves like fancy armbars and that. So I did that and sparred, and I survived an MMA fight.
Yeah.
To me, to this day, it's like, I can't believe I did that.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it? Because I know they put a lot of emphasis on someone like attacking you.
Yes.
In the Gracie combative. So, so if you were to do your, let's say, I don't know, there's always this debate of which is better, if you're going to do combatives or you're going to do sport jiu-jitsu. But were you prepared enough, having done that combatives?
Yes. I would say, they teach you things like controlling the posture and like when you're in guard. So I'd say I was prepared in a sense that combatives also, it prepares you for strikes, rounded strikes.
Yeah.
Right. But sport jiu-jitsu also has its benefits. because you do jiu-jitsu like that, and then but when someone's coming at you 100%, it's another feeling.
Exactly.
It's another feeling. So I'd say having the best of both worlds is the best way. Yeah.
So how did that fight go? What is the end result?
End result, I won unanimous decision. It was mostly stand up. I was a bit taller than the guy.
Yeah.
Nice and lanky. We went to the ground, and that's where it surprised me. Like the combatives mounting techniques, like that worked. I almost got, I think it was an armbar, a triangle. Yeah, like it still blows my mind.
Yeah,
honestly.
So why only the one amateur fight?
There just went a lot of MMA competitions, to be honest.
Okay.
And after that MMA fight, funny story is that I didn't want to do MMA.
Oh, really?
To be honest, like I did that. I was like, oh, you know what? That's
one and done.
Yeah, I weight over my shoulder.
Got the t-shirt.
Shoulders.
You can stop now.
Yeah, I can stop. I went back to Gracie, rolling like 6 times a week, and then fast forward to a year later, where I'm like, okay, now I want to do MMA, and yeah. So luckily, I just kept it fresh, kept the knowledge of the stand up and the jits fresh. So when I decided to make that jump, yeah. It was good. Then I decided to go pro. I didn't know where I was going to train or how I was going to train. So I just emailed MMA SA. I was like, hey, can I get my license under you guys are testing? And they're like, okay, yeah, sure. We have a testing, I think it was 2 weeks after I emailed them at PFA. And like the moment I walked in that gym, I was like,
you feel
holy moly. I've never seen a gym like that, apart from like UFC embedded and all that, like the mats and like the ring. I was like, oh, okay.
There's something in the air, dude.
Yeah,
there.
I was like, oh, okay, this is a nice gym. I did my professional license on the same day as Jess. Yeah, so we did it together. And then that was that. And then I had a friend from Gracie, Liana. She was like, okay, we've been invited to a jits class at PFA. You want to go roll? I was like, yeah, sure, Went to roll. She's like, oh, you should sign up. You should sign up. I get the form, I sign up, and there we are. Yeah, that was like end of 2021. Then December 2021, I started PFA. And here we are.
Nice.
Yeah.
And but now with the license, so with the to be a pro, is there no minimum like number of amateur fights or anything like that? And
not that I saw. I didn't see there was a minimum. They asked me what type of combat experience I had, and all that. But like you do physical tests, so like you have to do like 2 mount escapes, 2 armbar escapes, and all that. So you need that knowledge, which luckily I had. Yeah, but yeah.
Wow. Okay. Because I always used to think that like I don't know if it's changed since, but I always used to think like EFC and I guess UFC in the US wanted like X number of MMA fights, amateur fights before you go pro.
Right.
But I guess I mean if you can put everything together and like you say you can prove that you're not a complete novice or an idiot in there, then
because I put there with my my kickboxing fights. I mean I got a gold at the AJP Continental Pro. In 2021. It was literally like 2 months before that.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean
that all qualifies you. I mean, you at least just showing that you're not. I guess the biggest thing would just be, like I said, you don't know what you're doing. It's a fight. You don't play MMA.
Exactly.
So oh, very cool. Okay, and then from there, you had your first fight in
2018.
No, your first pro fight in the UFC.
Oh,
21 or 22?
2022.
22.
April. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was the sort of the? I mean, was the conversation always when you joined PFA like I want to be a fighter and get me there?
Yeah. So from day one, I mean, the first time I walked into there was to get my pro license. So like Mike knew that I wanted to go pro, but he still asked me before my pro fights like, oh, would you like to have a few amateur fights and all that? I was like, I mean, I could have, but in my mind, I wanted to go pro. I felt like the training I was receiving, well, I still am receiving at PFA, like prepares you very well for the professional Yeah. Yeah. So
Mike just looks like the type of guy that, because I mean, obviously I've seen a lot of, I mean, I've been there at night a couple of times. When you guys have the MMA group together, we've had a couple of open mats and things like that. Like I know a bit, but I'm obviously not part of the gym and know the intimate details and everything.
Right.
But he just looks like the type of guy that will have a game plan for every scenario.
He has a game plan.
Yeah,
he does the research. He cares about his fighters.
100%. Yeah.
So everything you want. I felt like it was too good to be true. To be honest, like to have a gym like that in Cape Town. That can take me all the way, because I feel like I don't need to necessarily change gyms even if I want to go to, let's say, UFC. I feel like everything I have, everything I need is in one place and it's at home.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And if you do there, or let's say when you do get there, don't change the things that got you there.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, like Mike, he has years and years of experience, a real proper scholar of the game.
Yeah.
They in the early days got international people come down, you know, show them the ropes, so to say. And yeah, it's early days in South African MMA, so a lot of people might still feel like they need to go overseas.
Yeah.
But you know, I people are gonna think I'm a stuck record, and I always say this, but like, and it's the most famous example of it, but Conor McGregor, when he was a kid, said to his parents, I want to be an MMA fighter. And they said, show me somebody from Ireland that's done it.
Yeah.
And he couldn't. And he had to do it himself.
Yeah.
And he ended up becoming the biggest star in history. And if people at the time would have been like, oh, but no one from Ireland has done it, and show us how big the gym is.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been easy maybe for somebody to give up and just say, well, you know, we're not there, let's go overseas. But he didn't have to do it. And I feel like South African MMA, we're at that point now where people are going to look back in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And everybody like Mike and Dricus and everybody, okay, Dricus already has the recognition, but people are all going to see that we have the people here, we have the skills here, the gyms here, everything.
The resources, everything. And
exactly.
especially in a case like that, like you mentioned, McGregor, they asked him where or any Irish fighters, like it takes like a crazy amount of belief. Like I wouldn't even call it belief. I'll call it craziness, madness. To think that you can go that far. I mean, even on my side, you know, I was studying. I am still finishing off my studies. Construction.
Right.
It's like explaining to my parents, like, oh, I don't want to be in construction. I want to go fight for a living in a cage. You know, they have YouTube. They can Google MMA. The first thing you're gonna see is some
knockouts or something
guy.
Yeah.
So it was an adjustment. I remember when I told my parents I was gonna go do my professional license. They were like, "How are you gonna be a professional?" You know, but not in a bad way to put me down or any of that. I know they support me. You know, like really support me. I wouldn't be in this position where I am without like their support and all the love that they're giving me. But yeah, they asked me like, how am I going to do it? And
how are you going to make money, or
no, like how am I going to be a professional?
What's the road?
What's the road? And at the time, like I mentioned, I was still training at Gina's Den and Gracie, so I didn't know how on earth I was going to train like a professional. I just took a leap of faith, did my test, and as soon as I did my test, I knew where I wanted to train, and so. Just have to take that leap of faith, man. That's all it is.
100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I said earlier, like there's, I mean, Mike is one of the people that can actually guide you, and have an answer for every scenario, and prep you for every scenario, and really be a mentor. That's everyone needs a mentor.
Yeah. So he's very good at the mental aspect as well. You know, and scenarios, like drilling scenarios. Like we drill so many scenarios. That's why, like before a fight, I know, you know, I could get knocked out like in a crazy way, but knowing that I've been like in every position, in every scenario, it really calms me down. Like it makes me calm.
Yeah.
You know? You just have to accept that I could get hurt, but also you've been to this like 1,000 times in training. So yeah, it's he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Does it still feel different though when you get into the hexagon? I mean, if you know, you can drill something a lot of times, and I do get that it does make it a lot easier. But is it not still a little bit nerve-wracking when you walk in there, or?
I'd say the nerve-wracking part for me is like when you first enter, and EFC have this thing where Koto will introduce the fighters. You say introducing first, fighting out of, and then there's this like 10 to 20 second pause when the ring goes. If you're watching on TV, it's the ring goes holding up the
showing, coming down, sitting down.
Yeah,
you're right.
But for us, like we don't see that, so we're like, what's going on? So it's like a awkward pause, which is really nerve-wracking. But like as soon as the buzzer goes and he throws his first punch, I throw my first punch, it's like
done.
Yeah, you're in the zone again. Like you're in the zone, you can think clearly. You've been here before, yeah. Yeah.
And in terms of just again back to PFA, just there's a lot of nice camaraderie and competition between you and a bunch of the people there. That also obviously helps, because you all guys all are going to the same common goal. I think Adrian and Ryan and people like that. That obviously helps, and you guys can do it together as a team and prep properly.
Yeah, it motivates you so much. I remember last year, 2022.
Don't worry, between 2020 and 2022 for me feels like 1 year.
I know.
It's like the I don't know if we have to beep this out, but the basically the 3 years rolled into one. I don't know if you're allowed to say that. I don't know if you're allowed to say that on YouTube. I don't know. So we might have to beep that out. Yeah.
Yeah, it all just became one day. I remember 2021. It was like there's a blur. I mean 2020. Sorry.
You see what I'm saying? Everything's 1 year basically. Yeah. So yeah.
But So last year I started doing my conditioning in the morning alone. So I'd have a strength and conditioning coach. Like he'd be there. If I needed help, I could ask him. But like this year, we have people like Sanchez that join on, and then are joining me with like the morning conditioning type of thing, and it really helps, man. It really helps, and like the brotherhood that we have at PFA is insane. Like this morning, I was training with Denver Isaacs, right, future Muay Thai champ. I'm saying,
all right.
Just like the competition. Like whenever we sprint, I always tell him, "Oh, bro, I'm faster than you." Knowing that he's faster than me, just to make competition, who can kick harder, But it's like healthy competition, brotherhood, kind of pushing each other to the limit every time. Yeah, that's something that helps a lot.
No, for sure. And so now in EFC, you're 4-0. Let's talk a little bit about your last fight, Dauda Rajuba.
Dauda. Yeah. Yeah, that was a tricky one.
Was it a satisfying finish? Okay, let's start at the beginning, actually. Right. Yeah, it was a tricky one, you said.
It was a tricky one. He was a replacement for Martin Tinonkondo, which is a striker. So also taller than me, so we had to deal with the range. And then we get a last minute replacement. That's a grappler. And he's originally a bantamweight. So he was like huge. Like I remember standing at the face-offs, the weigh-in, for the first time ever, I had to look up.
Yeah.
To look into his eyes. Yeah. So adjusting to knowing that you're fighting a grappler now, I mean, that is adjustment. But as I say, like we drill everything. So even though it was short notice, like we know how to deal with a grappler.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So he came in, I thought he was gonna strike more, to be honest. Because I stalked him on Instagram a bit.
Okay. That's natural, dude. I mean, right? you wanna know a little bit. I mean, did you know much about him before?
No, I hadn't heard of him at all.
Yeah.
And then I think he has like belts for like striking and all that. So I thought, okay, another striker that has jits, because I watched these he had one pro fight, but that was in the Congo. And it literally ended in like 40 seconds. Literally just went in, took the guy down, choked him. Right. So there wasn't a lot of like fight footage.
Yeah.
So on the Instagram, I'm seeing as a striker. From the fight, I'm seeing as a grappler.
So you just got to be prepared for everything.
Yeah, I got to prepare for everything. But then he had a good guard game. He almost caught me in a guillotine. But yeah, I've been almost caught in guillotine a lot.
You've been in that scenario a lot of times.
A lot. Yeah, and then I popped out of the guillotine. You know, I landed a few strikes on the ground, and then he almost got me in an armbar. And I had to get out of that armbar, and then he was trying for a triangle. It was like, and that's all in the first round. There. Tricky stuff. So, but thankfully, I managed to get some ground and pound. You know, Mikey loves a ground and pound. Yeah, he loves it. I love it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second round came. Like as soon as I tried to throw a punch, he like engaged and clinched, and then went to the ground again. It was kind of frustrating in a way when you're on top and you like want to hit the guy, but like he's like holding your arm or holding your posture down. Yeah, at the end of the round, I got to mount and I started landing some nice elbows, you know, and to be honest, if that round was a bit longer, I think I could have finished it second round. Third round came along. I mounted him. No, he pulled guard. He pulled guard. I passed his guard, got to mount, and then he tapped from the strikes when I was in mount.
Was that surprising that he tapped from the strikes, or
because like I just postured up in the mount, and I was starting to work, and I had like 2 minutes, 2 minutes and a few seconds on the clock, and I wanted to open up, and then he tapped. Like he tapped once, and I was so confused. Like, what is he tapping to? Then I hit him again, and then he tapped again, and then and then the referee called it. Weird feeling, man. Weird feeling.
Yeah, what are you feeling? Because I mean, yeah, as a fighter, and I don't want to be that person that says, you know, someone shouldn't tap to strikes,
right?
But at the same, because I mean, I'm not a fighter, and I'm not going to tell fighters what to do, be an armchair critic or whatever.
Right.
But I feel like if you've made that decision, and I feel I can say this because I didn't make that decision to be a fighter, and people have made that decision to be a fighter. So you know what comes with fighting, right?
Yeah.
So you know that ground and pound is a part of it. Okay, things happen, you know, and in a fight anything can happen. But I feel like if you've made that decision to be a fighter and you accept the consequences, you know the consequences, it's not right to tap to strikes, I think, you know. You know, it's just it's about heart, I guess, you know, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say something and look like an armchair critic, but for fighters to tap is a bit, and it's been happening a lot lately. So I don't know, maybe what do you think? Is someone trying to look after their health and not take unnecessary damage, or what do you think it is?
Honestly, it all comes down to what you've been through in your training camp, to be honest. Because I've done ground and pound with Gelson Sosa, and he's like a welterweight.
Where he's on top.
Yeah, where he's on top.
Yeah, and a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
Black belt,
yeah.
Welterweight, I'm a flyweight. He's been like smashing me. And like, you have to move. Coach Mike will be there like, move. While like a black belt is mounting you, you know, pressing his hips into your hips. And then you just have to survive that. And it's very hard to survive mentally, especially. Physically, not so much. Physically, you can get battered. I think it's just a mind that gives up. But yeah, and I've been through that. So in that position, I doubt I would tap from strikes. I mean, you never know what could happen. I don't want to jinx myself in the future, but but I guess he gets to fight another day. Yeah, keeping everyone healthy and safe. You know, that's what the sport should be about. You know, I'm not trying to break someone's face. You know, that we sportsmen at the end of the day. He has the same goals as I have. He's just another me. You know? So yeah.
But is it a weird feeling though? I mean, like, what emotions go through your mind? Are you just happy that you got the victory, or does it feel like, I don't know how to put it. Like, does it feel like maybe because he tapped, there's like a blemish on it, or how does it feel? You know,
I don't think there's a blemish.
No, I'm not saying, and I'm not saying there is one. But what goes through your mind after something like that?
I mean, that's just compliments to my ground and pound.
Okay,
to be honest.
Which is that's true. That is
So maybe gave up a bit early, but
that's not your problem.
Yeah, and I knew I had the gas tank. It was my first time in the third round, So I felt like I still had the gas tank to carry on, which is like, which is a good thing for me, because my first 3 fights, they got stopped in the second round. And there's always that thing, I was like, what if you go to the third round and you gas? You know, so I'm happy I made it through the third round. Well, not through, but like halfway. And like the feeling when someone taps or the ref stops the fight is like, I don't know, the first thing I do, like, I like scream. It's like, I don't know, it's like all the doubts that you had throughout the training camp. Like, oh, this guy could knock me out. You know, all those doubts you have to like fight off throughout the training camp, but they're still there. They're still there, you know, and when you win, it's like, those doubts were wrong. You were right.
All right.
It's like a big relief. That's why I like scream every time, like, jeepers. Yeah.
It's natural for those doubts to creep in anything you do.
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, any scenario can, anything can happen. Any scenario can present itself. And you know, afterwards, I'm pretty sure it's just relief, like the moment, you know, you're in the moment, you're just ecstatic that you won, and actually all of that, whatever happened in the fight, doesn't really matter. You know?
And then after my fight, Mike usually buys me a pizza.
All right.
And that like,
you
know, gets into the mind. I'm like, scream even
reward.
harder.
Reward at the end of it.
Yeah.
And the fight before that, dude, I want to ask you with Julia Plessis, the weigh-in.
Yes.
So he was like in your face and like saying stuff, and then it was like he was like shaking a little bit when he started doing the pummeling or whatever. It was a bit weird. But what did he say to you like at the actual weigh-in? Can you remember?
I mean, it was kind of loud, but I got a few words. He was like, I'm coming at you with everything I've got. So I was just like, okay. Because especially at weigh-ins and face-offs, I think fighters, they try intimidate their opponents a lot. But the way I look at it is that they're trying to convince themselves.
Right.
Like if you know you're going to beat the guy and you're very confident, you don't need to tell him or shove him or any of that. You just be quiet, be like, okay, we'll see tomorrow. But the more someone does that, it kind of gives me more confidence, because I know that they have to hype themselves up. That's the only way they could look me in the eye, is to hype themselves up. I don't need to be hyped up so far. So far, yeah. But so it gives me more confidence, to be honest. Gives me more confidence. I remember that fight. He had a fight against Wade. Wade
Cuspe, from Adford.
I remember watching that highlight like 1,000 times. Like it was first round, literally just grabbed his hand and went boom, and the guy was out. I was like, jeepers, I'm fighting this guy.
Yeah.
But thankfully everything went to plan.
Some nice scrambles in that.
Nice scrambles.
And nice finish.
Yeah, he had nice scrambles there.
Yeah, well, both of you did.
Yeah, I remember. I think I got him down with like I hooked his leg on the when we were on the cage.
Yeah,
and I got him down, and then he immediately like
he swept you over. I think. Yeah.
Then I had to like think fast and get back up, and like
yeah, it was like a scramble after scramble after scramble. Yeah, or like a reversal to reversal to reversal to reversal.
Yeah.
It was really, really nice to watch, dude. Yeah, and then that head kick at the end. Nice head kick. But I mean, even when so I don't know if you remember, you and I have rolled actually a couple of times in those open mats.
Yes.
And dude, your I mean, I weigh a whole lot more than you do, and like your scrambling is really, really good. Like, and you don't stop moving. That's the thing, you know. And then that's also one of the reasons also, like in that fight, like I think both of you, and that's what made it so entertaining before obviously the finish,
right,
which was the most entertaining part. But like as someone that does grappling, like just watching those scrambles, it's and it seems like everybody at PFA and everyone or even just everyone that does MMA, they've got that mentality of the scramble the whole time.
Gotta keep moving.
Yeah.
The moment you stop moving, the ref stops the fight.
Yes.
That's the mentality that Mike also draws into our heads. Like even if when you're getting battered in training and like underneath mouth, it's like move. If you don't move, the ref is gonna stop the fight. You have to like push on the hips or do something. You know, that also works the gas tank a lot.
Yeah.
I find that not a lot of people are aware that the scramble is like another type of cardio. Ground and pound is another type of cardio.
Clinching.
Yeah, clinching. You know, it takes a lot out of you. And for my past 2 fights where I fought the grapplers, You know, one thing I saw with Plessis is that when we were on the cage, he started to gas a little bit. And it's not to say I was fresh, but when you hear the guy like breathing heavy, it gives you more energy. It's like a boost. It's like a Red Bull, you know, it gives you wings. And yeah, even with this Rajabu, after he tried the guillotine, like as soon as he let go, I could feel like he was breathing
That was
heavy.
like,
So like that gave me motivation. Like I just wanted to smash.
Yeah, you can. Can you feel like almost their motivation go when something like that doesn't work?
Yes, you can feel it. Especially like that guillotine. I felt he was putting like everything into that. I watched the fight over and like I saw his face. It was like, you know, and yeah, I mean, once you do that and it fails, just like wrestling, you know, when you fight a wrestler and then he shoots for a takedown, it might not be tiring for him, but like if you stuff his takedown, you sprawl, like mentally, he's like, oh man, what else do I have?
Yes.
And then he might not be physically tired, but once your mind gets tired, then your body will follow. It's one thing I've also experienced. Yeah.
And that's I guess, you know, now that answers kind of the question about tapping to the strikes, because you broke his will, basically. I mean, he went for it. It would seem like he went for the Hail Mary pulling guard because he had all those submission attempts.
Right.
And once that didn't work, you passed his guard. It was kind of like, well, I can't do anything else anymore. So maybe that's the answer. You know, maybe he just knew, like, he wasn't going to shake you off. Don't take unnecessary damage, and
I mean,
broke his will.
He gets to fight another day. But hopefully he's back in the EFC. I mean, hopefully for him. But I don't know if you saw there's that whole issue with the mouth guard after the second round. So second round is done. We go to our stools, whenever we're talking to our coaches. Third round must start now. And then he doesn't have his mouth guard, apparently. So he starts blaming me. He's like, I'll put it in my pants. I'm like, I'm showing him the whole time. Like, I don't
Are
even
you
have
serious?
pockets. Yeah. And then he starts telling my corner, which is Mike and Morty. I'm not sure if you know Morty, but he's like, oh, you guys have it. They're like, oh, we don't have it. So there's like another full minute before we started fighting again. So
like a delay tactic.
Yeah, delay tactic. The ref asked someone, thankfully he thought really fast, to go get an extra mouth guard.
Yeah.
Obviously it wasn't molded and anything.
Yeah.
So he put it in. And then as we're about to fight, like his corner throws in his original.
You're joking.
I promise. So it's like, that is like the first time I've ever seen that. Like, and I watch a lot of fights.
Yeah.
Like
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I spend my whole day most of the time watching fights.
Yeah.
That's when I'm supposed to be studying. Don't tell my parents.
Yeah, don't show them this episode.
Yeah.
Mouth guard gate. So were there any consequences that you know?
Yeah, I think he got fined a bit. But
Okay.
I mean, EFC is the biggest MMA promotion in Africa. So I'm just hoping he didn't ruin his chances to fight in EFC again. Because I think he could do really well. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I guess you'll find out soon enough if there's other cards and things like that coming through. And now going forward, do you know what your next fight is?
Not at the moment. But yeah, people are telling me about the title. I mean, if it comes, it comes. I'm not gonna, go running after it and all that. I know I'm fairly new in the as a professional. It's my second year only. So if they say I deserve a title, maybe I'll go for the title. No, but I'm open to anything. Yeah.
Is Shorty still the champion, or what's happening with him? I know he was at UAE Warriors, and is he just jumping between promotions, or do you not know?
I'm not too sure what's gonna happen with the title, if he's gonna give it up. Funny story, I was actually talking to Gift Walker.
I was gonna ask you about Gift. Yeah,
I talked to him at my weigh-in. He was there with Nicole and his coach
JP. Yeah.
JP, yes. And
how's it Tinkerbell?
Yeah. I was asking him, what's happening with the title? And he said Shorty might give it up. I'm not too sure though, because he's fighting Eris.
Yes.
So
Sorry, Eris. I said UAE Warriors, but it's Eris. Yeah,
No, he had a
was
fight.
UAE Warriors.
Yeah.
I forgot he moved to Eris as well now.
Eris.
Yeah, with the Mart as well there.
So we'll see what he decides. You know, if he decides to keep the title, there's some up and coming flyweights that'll give him a nice kind of challenge. But if not, there's still a whole bunch of flyweights that are, you know, ready for a title shot. So the future's looking good. Let's just say whether he gives it up or keeps it. Yeah.
I was gonna say you and Gift. I mean, I don't know if you guys are friends or would fight each other, but 4-0.
Right.
Even at the worst, it's an interim title while they decide what they do with Shorty.
That would be a good fight. Because I watched his last fight against I think Sarawi, the French guy. And like, Gift, he has this thing like when he turns on and then he just comes forward, like he has that fire in him. And I mean we would make a good fight because he has the striking, he has the grappling, the wrestling. So yeah, and he's a nice big guy as well. Big guy for our division. So yeah, it'll be some crazy scrambles. And I love
good striking exchanges.
Good striking. I love that he comes forward as well. He's very confident with that. My first fight, it was against Tebogo and Tene, right? He was a kickboxer. So I could tell he was very confident. So he came forward at first, but then once we exchanged something, he started moving back the whole time. That's like, you know, I don't like chasing people all the time, you know, but it was a good fight though. My second fight, Tyrell Lowe, he actually caught me more than anyone has caught me in any of my fights. Like, he took chances. He went for like combinations. Yeah, I was gonna die wondering. Yeah, and that was fun. To be honest, that was fun. You know, I get to show off my striking a bit. Yeah, but last two fights, grapplers. You always have to have the grappling aspect in your game, I guess. It's very important to fight grapplers.
Of course.
Fingers crossed, please, next fight, striker.
Yeah, let's put it out there. I don't know if the EFC ever gets to see this. Maybe we clip a little short or something like that. But Tumelo and Gift Walker, interim title at the very least, guys. Come on. You know, that'll be a fun fight for us to watch.
That'll be a banger.
Be a banger. Yeah. And so now I saw the other day you got your purple belt.
Yeah.
So we were talking about grappling and stuff like that, but you know, you have your kickboxing background and that's your base, but you're not a slouch at all. And your fights show that, but in the pure art of jiu-jitsu, not a slouch at all now getting your purple belt.
Yeah, thankfully. I was a slouch for a long time.
Really?
I'll tell you that. Yeah. But I'm grateful I got my purple belt. It was literally the week after I got the victory in EFC. So it was like, it was an amazing feeling, to be honest. And then a week later, I signed with the Aspera management.
I saw that.
It's like, jeepers, these past 2-3 weeks have been like
amazing.
Yeah. Hopefully it lasts a bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you not signed with anybody before Aspera? So how did you do the management side of your career kind of thing? Were you doing that yourself? Was Mike helping you? How did it?
Mike
was doing it,
as I liked. Magic Mike. He does all the magic in the background. You know, he got me into the EFC. I didn't even know how. I mean, I got my pro license. I was training. He was like sending videos of me to like the EFC. You know, and I'm grateful for that. To be honest. Yeah.
No. Say it again. Say it many times. But Mike really is like. I mean, you guys have that the moniker, the mantra, or the slogan of the PFA family, like mom and dad of PFA.
Yeah.
And it really does seem like Jess and Mike are like a mom and dad kind of thing, you know. For your MMA family.
Yeah, they do a lot. Yeah, they do a lot. I remember last year Jess was helping us out with our like our social media, telling us like the do's and don'ts and how to grow your social media. And I'm not good at that, to be honest.
It's not very natural if you don't have a lot of experience with it.
Yeah, like I'll post and then I'll tell myself, okay, tomorrow I must post again. Then I only post like the next month.
Right.
I should get better at that. But she gave us a few pointers and how to grow your following and all that. So it's not just like a fighting aspect. It's also like a mental aspect that they cover and growing your personal brand as well. So it gives you literally everything. Everything, yeah.
And Aspira now, what are they? What are they? Are they going to just look after your contracts, of course, and make sure that everything's what you want? And are they doing any other kind of besides the marketing part? Collaborating with them.
So I'm still very new to this whole signing with like a management thing. So so in my mind, they're gonna get me good fights. Hopefully out of the country, maybe, who knows, EFC, maybe there's we go for the title, who knows. But so in my mind, they're gonna get me good fights, fair fights. I also have Mike behind them, to make sure it's a good fight. And so we'll see how it goes. Still fairly new to this whole management, and
look, only good things can come from it. I mean, and you're young, but also your career is young, as you said earlier. So I think when you take it one step at a time, and they'll know, they'll have had a plan. And Mike would have had a plan, and everybody. It's good mentors that you'll have around you. To guide you to the next path, and where you want to go. You're going to work hard to get there, and keep working hard.
Flyweight champ, baby.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go. Exactly. And look, I mean, even if the nice thing about MMA now is, if somebody else comes along, there are other. Obviously, the UFC is the big one, but there are other promotions like where you can still go make a name for yourself before the UFC.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, there's 4, 5, 6 of them. That you could do it at.
And UAE Warriors is just one of them. They have a few South African fighters. Eris, now they have a few South African fighters. Pico is doing well there. So hopefully there are more organizations that start looking into South Africa, because we're good, man. We're good. Like even if you watch the IMMA, if world champions, we have a world champion in our gym. Actually,
yes, the young assassin, I think is their nickname. Humble assassin. Yes. 2-time or 3-time world champion or something like that.
She's a beast. She's a beast. I mean, she dominates, all the Russian people that everyone's afraid of. That's just to say, like, we have it. We have it. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but we've got it.
We're a fighting nation, man. I think there's been centuries of conflicts on the old southern tip of Africa, dating back to the 1600s all the way through to now. So everybody here has fighting in their blood.
Exactly.
Whether they know it or not, whether they explore it or not, everybody has fighting in their blood.
I think fighting is primal. It's like the most natural part of a human. I feel like fighting on the street maybe is not the best way to let out your primal energy. But like if you have like a gym close to you, go do some jits. Even karate, go do some karate. Go do, kickboxing. It's a good way to kind of get in touch with your primal side, without bruising and battering someone on the street or any of that. Because like you'll find like the people that are going hard in the gym, they're like the nicest guys on the street. Even if someone pushes them, they'll be like, whoa,
because they also know the dangers of what can happen. You can see endless videos of people fighting on the streets and not knowing when to stop.
Exactly.
Or you'll also always see it's like 3 versus 1, or like unfair circumstances. And those people, if you were to say to them, listen, man, you don't have to fight on the street with all these bad things that can happen. Just come to a gym and you guys can fight. There's pads on the ground. If you fall back, put some gloves on. They most of the time wouldn't do it.
Because then they'll be facing reality.
And it would most likely be a fair fight, or will maybe have an unfair fight against them. But even if it's a fair fight, they most of the time they wouldn't do it.
And like, there's so many variables on the street as well. I mean, like you take the guy to the ground and like you're thinking, oh no, I'm gonna check this guy, and then his friends come and kick your head in.
Exactly.
Or even if you're a striker and like let's say you get someone with a good shot, bam, with like a right hand, and then he falls and hits his head on the concrete.
Exactly.
Like that's there's so many variables, man. Fighting on the street is scary. It's scary.
Like you a very chill dude and everything like that, but when you get into the cage, it's a complete different situation or story. How do you does that switch just something from years of training that you can flip? Because a lot of people talk about, and this is why martial arts is so good compared to people on the streets, because people have the I think Jordan Peterson said it the best, is like, you need to have the ability.
Yes.
I think he said to be a savage or something like that, you know, and you need to know when to control it and when to use it.
So a good person is someone that can control their danger or something.
Something along those lines, yeah, when they need to be, or something like that, yeah. Does that, is that just a natural thing that, you know, that just when you get in a cage, that's like, the switch flips, you know, or is that something that you kind of had to learn to be a little bit more aggressive?
I mean, it's just, okay, let's say, for example, when I spar at my gym, right? Like we spar, we can do a few hard rounds, but like my intention, like when I punch my training partner, I don't like to hurt him. I find that the difference between, you know, training outside of the cage and in the cage, that switch is like, okay, I'm here, and when I punch this guy, I want him to feel it, or I want him to get knocked out, or I want to cut him, or any of that. For me, that's like the biggest switch, that I'm here to, you know, to
kill or be killed.
Yeah, it sounds violent, but to hurt someone. You know? It's part of the job. Yeah, and the guy also is trying to hurt you.
Exactly.
You know, and I remember my first 2 fights when we were about to fight, standing on either side of the cage. I remember thinking like, I'm trying to go to UFC, right? So if this guy beats me, that kind of
takes my
chances away. So this guy right here is trying to ruin my dreams. So it kind of,
you can't let him do that.
Yeah, I can't let him do that. Like it's not personal. Like I don't hate the guy, but yeah, you know, I have to achieve my goals. I sacrificed a lot to be able to do this. You know, giving up like promising careers in construction, you know, a stable life. Giving up a stable life to do this. So I have to go far. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice.
All in.
Yeah, all in.
Yeah.
All in, yeah.
How does your day look now though? Like between the studying and the training and everything like that, because you know, like you say, you're all in now.
Yeah.
You know, you can't half-ass this. Like there's no skipping class or, you know, that kind of thing.
I know. So my day last year, I was still working for a property development company. So I would train in the morning, go work until 5, come back after 5 and train again. But now for the last 6 months, January until June this year, I have to complete my studies because I was working in construction but without the qualification.
Right.
So I just need to complete it. So in the day, I still train in the morning, daytime, go to studies, go do some studies, and and then go train in the evening. But like the thing is with studies, especially in university, like you need to put in
it's full-time itself.
Hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one thing that I find difficult is that a lot of the time you have to use that training time to study. But that is something like my parents would not like it. But I would never do. I would never go study over training. The way I look at it is that why would I give energy to something I don't want to do?
Right.
Over something I want to do. Over something that I'm obsessed with. That, you know, I'm thinking about all day. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Just need to get the studies out the way so that I can train without feeling guilty.
So June you're done with the studies and okay.
So and then, well, technically, so it's theory. So I'm done going to campus, and then from June till December, we do like a practical
for
6 months where you have to go work at a company.
Yes.
Yeah, and then after that, full time. I want to live in that gym.
At least then with the working, you know, you'll be able. Yeah, look, I mean, we've got a young guy now as well. Spoke about the IMMAF. He just won the SA MMAF. I can't remember if it's welterweight or middleweight because he goes between the two.
Right.
But he's finished school, and I promise you, if you go to the gym from like when it opens at 5 a.m. till when it closes at 9 p.m, you'll always find him there. Like people always joking about like, he lives at the gym and you know, oh, you're always here kind of thing. But he also has that same dream of making it. And if I just look at the amount of time he's put in just this year between January and now.
Right.
I mean, the difference in his game and everything is just changed. So the moment you get to do that, I mean, for you to be where you are now, having not had the opportunity to like fully go for it.
Yeah.
I know when you're there, you put everything into it, but like when that happens, it's actually gonna be quite. Yeah, that's going to be quite exciting to see. It's going to be scary for your division and your opponents, you know. You know, you can be like the what did Kamara? That was 30%. You can have your like that was my 50%, Graham. I'm over 100 now. You know,
I'll do 100 for the title shot.
100% to Melo. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, just you know, focusing on something you love and doing it. Let's say for a year. For example, you gave example of that champ in your gym. A year could change everything. Like
for sure.
When I started at PFA, I know I did kickboxing before, but my striking wasn't, you know, up to par. It wasn't where I wanted it to be. And like when I started training there, I started taking it seriously. Like, I would, you know, train in the morning, go work, come back, and your game shoots up so much. Wrestling, I had zero wrestling. Like literally zero wrestling. Now I can keep up with the wrestlers. I'm not saying I'm putting them down all the time, any of that. But yeah, like I have an idea, and that just came from 1 year of grinding. And my perspective is, imagine 5 years of grinding.
Yeah.
Where could you be? You know, just 5 years of, you know,
consistent
pedal to the metal, just go. And yeah, that's why like I truly believe in my heart, like I could be a UFC flyweight champ.
No, for sure.
I truly believe it.
You're on the right path, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I think it would be good to have remember, have you seen that Conor McGregor one where he's like, one day I will be UFC champion? It'd be good to look back in a couple of years, hopefully at this.
Back to this.
Yeah. No, cool, man. But going forward, so once you're done with the studies and the practical work, then you're going to put everything into it. Have you given yourself sort of goals or timelines? You don't have to say like when you want to be doing what, or you're just taking it one fight at a time.
In terms of like fighting or training?
No, I mean just like, you know, if you say UFC champ by a certain time, or does that not even factor into your mind yet?
That's not even like in my mind yet. Like I just want to fight and be active, because you get champs out there, and let's say you get an UFC champ and then he doesn't fight in like 6-7 months. Like what's the point? You're not really growing your MMA game. So I just want to be active. You know, I wanted to have 3 fights a year, 2 to 3 fights. This year I wanted 3 fights, but I got my first fight in May only. So we'll see if we can fit in 2 more fights. Probably only 1 more. But so I just want to stay active for as long as possible. You know, even if I have 30 professional fights, you know, that's like a dream of mine. So just stay active. Don't turn down fights because you're scared or any of that. That's my goal going forward, to be honest. You know, if titles come, they come. If they don't, they don't. But you're not going to get a title by dodging people,
right?
And not being active. So
yeah. Look, I mean, it's a good place to be. You and as you, like we say, when you're done, you're going to be able to have that singular focus.
Yeah.
And it's a really good place to be, because you're going to be doing what you love, and everything else will fall into place,
right?
Which is the best way. You're not going to be forcing anything. And you know, trying to compare yourself to other people or anything like that. It's like, you just know, this is what I want to do.
Right.
I'm just going to train. I'm just going to fight when I can fight, and the rest will fall into place.
Yeah. Because like martial arts is like, it's a passion of mine, and not just the fighting aspect, like the whole like even teaching someone. Like I love it. I don't know if everyone else loves it, but like holding pads with someone and you telling them, no, your foot is in the wrong place or all that. That's like, I feel like martial arts gives people a sense of purpose. And a big reason why I'm doing MMA is that, you know, I also want to show people that, I mean, school, I'm not gonna say, you know, don't go to school and all that, but there are some people that go to school and they're failing at school. They're not getting along with anyone, and like it's like the end of the world for them, you know. So I just kind of want to show them that, you know, there's martial arts as well. There's a way out. You know, there's not only that one way which you've been taught from grade one. I feel like it's been drilled into your head. Yeah, so there's another way, and it can be beneficial for people with like depression and drug problems. And, yeah, it's like, I don't know, I'm very passionate about it. I feel like there's a deeper meaning to martial art than everyone, you know, can see, because they just see the fighting, the blood, the violence. Yeah. So, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to spread that message for people, you know, doing what they love, because I mean, people can talk about job security. Right. You can talk about whatever it is, money, stability, whatever it is. If you're studying, right? And again, I'm not telling you don't study. I'm conveying that message. Yeah. You know, I studied. I'm working as well in the corporate world. I really enjoy doing it. But you know, for a lot of people don't, like you say, you talk about job stability or security. When you're studying for those 3 or 4 years, right, you're giving up everything to do that. Exactly. Okay. So now remember, you're giving up everything. That's also another thing that people say, oh, but you can't give up everything to pursue your own dreams. Yeah. But you're giving up everything to pursue a dream you're not 100% sure about. Yeah. If it is even a dream for some people, because some people study and they're just studying something because either their parents told them to do it, they think it's something good, they think it pays a lot, whatever. Then you get to working world. Okay, first of all, you got no security that you're going to have a job, especially in our economy and in our setting. It doesn't really matter. Some professions, maybe you'll be guaranteed one, but I can tell you anything from engineering to, like, I studied engineering. Right. I was civil engineering degree. I don't do engineering anymore. Right. When I finished studying, we all told, study engineering, it's secure. This is booming construction. It's not at all. Yeah. So you've got no security of getting a job, and then you might get a job, and then it might be it's not what you thought you would have done. Yeah. You wanted to do something else, and then it's like, well, I'll take that job because that's available. Exactly. And I don't want to sit with no money and no job. Yeah. Then you're already like, you're already doing what you don't want to do. And then it can become a very vicious spiral or cycle very quickly. And even in a business setting, you're working super hard, you're getting all your targets or whatever it is, you're making money for the business. Right. It's someone else's dream a lot of the times. Exactly. You know? Yeah, if you share the vision of the business and you enjoy what you're doing, the money is secondary. Yeah. Right? But you can put just as much into someone else's dream into your own dream. Yeah. So why not just, you know, if you have the chance, and again, you need to think about it properly first, but people put everything into someone else's dream or everything into something they don't like every single day. All day, every day. And I'd say, I mean, of course, majority of people. How many people do you hear that don't like their job? If you'd spoken to them in university, right, they would have been like, oh yeah, I can't wait to be this or that or that. So the point I'm making, the long-winded point I'm trying to make is, if you have the chance to chase your dreams, go for it. Yeah. You can always go study again. You can always go and work again. Yeah. You can always do that. You can't always chase your dream.
Yeah, and people are scared of failing. Like, what if I do this and I fail? And failure is part of life. Mm-hmm. You're gonna fail. Mm-hmm. You're gonna lose some fights. You're gonna get beaten up in training sometimes. Like, I just feel like it's a mental thing. Once you get over the fear of failing, you know, the sky's the limit. And, you know, I'm 24 now. And I know, like, not lots of people get this opportunity to, like, I feel like I'm taking it for granted sometimes to go study and, you know, have a job at like a property developer and all that. But like, you have to go for what you want, to be honest. And before, especially if there are people my age out there, before you move out, you know, before you start paying rent, before you start paying a car, before you have kids, I feel like, in my opinion, that's the best time to take a risk.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the best time. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, it's just words for now, but I want to prove it to people, you know, that it's the best time. You know, I started my first year in university, 2019. So I've been like splitting up my studying, failing here and there. So the people I started with have finished, right? And a lot of them, they're like you see on their status like, oh, I hate my job. I wish I learned another skill.
Yes.
I'm like, and you could have.
Mm.
It's just the timing, and you really believed in what they sold you for the first, for 12 years of your life in school. You believed it. And
job security, man.
Yeah. I never believed it. I still don't. But then again, with that being said, you do need doctors. You do need engineers for buildings and,
And there are people that love that, and that is their true love.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like you're fortunate to have picked it up early, and come the end of the year, it's going to be full time into everything and living your dreams. And
fingers crossed.
Can't wait to see all of that. Yeah. I think it's a good place to end it, man. Chase your dreams. Don't give up on your dreams, and yeah, man, we'll be watching very closely to see what your career has, and very, very excited to see what happens next. And Gift Walker, Tumelo, interim title or title proper, if you want to say that. Next fight, let's see it, please.
And one more message is that for anyone my age, please trust yourself. Like I gave the example earlier of me going professional, that I didn't know where I was going to train, but you have to take that leap. You have to trust yourself. People around you are going to tell you, oh no, that's impossible. But if you know it deep down in your heart that you can do it, you should do it.
No, awesome, man. That's a great message, dude.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Tumelo. I appreciate it. We'll definitely be watching.
Yes.
I'll see you next weekend, maybe, I think, for the open mat as well, for the, in the new PFA. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Place looks awesome.
Me out quickly.
I don't know about that, but awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks for having me.
We've got the most special of special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive, massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but listen, fighting in Perth is a close second. I mean, I'm very excited to fight in Australia, so yeah, of course, fighting at home would have been better, but I can't wait for this fight. I think it's going to be special.
No, 100%. I mean, he is one of the top 3 middleweights ever. I mean, I don't know how you rank him.
I mean, of course, I think Anderson Silva is the greatest middleweight of all time, and
like we said, second to none.
I mean, not far behind that is Israel Adesanya. There's no doubt. So yeah, this fight's amazing. I'm so happy that we're finally doing this. This fight's finally happening, because there were so many times that it almost happened, didn't happen, and there was a time, especially after the Strickland fight, for him, where I thought this is never happening. I thought that was the end, and we had to give the fans this fight. The fans wanted this fight, and I think the whole fight world is looking forward to this fight. So, I love the big shows. I love to entertain the people with my fights and fighting the best guys, and 100% he is the next best guy.
No, 100%. At the press conference, there's like a few weird moments. Like I was just gonna say, people are picking up on it now, but like your trash talk is like criminally underrated. Like the bit about like, I don't know what he was saying. Like I started laughing because like a week before that, I don't know if you saw Trump and Biden's debate.
Oh yes.
And it was like the Trump meme where it's like, I don't know if he knew what he said or what. Like, what the hell?
It was exactly like that. I mean, yes, some one-liners, nobody just understands them. They don't mean anything. So you just do some one-liners out there that I don't know. I didn't understand it. Maybe it's over my head, but
I don't understand. It's like I don't care where he's from, but I'm going to show him what.
I don't really give a fuck where he's from, but I'll show him who he is.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I don't even know, man. It's like it sounded very Biden-esque, And then the thing about the dog, bro, like I'm not your dog. It's like that. When he said, "Don't kiss me," it's like.
He said, don't go kissing me now, and I said, I'm no dog. So
how did you, is that something, because like you were never like a big trash talker really, I mean it was just like...
Bro, I've never been a trash talker. I mean, even if you look at my fight, it's all depending on how my opponent treats me, I've been, if you are coming at me, listen, I will never ever be bullied or pushed around. It's not going to happen, so I'm always going to, if you treat me with respect and we make it about the fight only, that's the way I'm going to handle it. I mean, look at myself and Whittaker, look at myself, and even Darren Till, he was chilled when we were at a presser, and every single guy that I fought before this, it wasn't necessary because even look at Strickland. I was respectful, and I was, it wasn't trash talking at all, up until he tried to bully me on with the mic. That's not going to happen, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, but I will say, bro, there's already a 10-8 round with that one with the golf comment and everything. Do you think he retires when you beat him? I mean, have you given a thought?
I don't give it a lot of thought because it doesn't really matter to me. It's irrelevant to me, but yes, probably. But like I said, it's not really something I think about, and it's irrelevant to me. But yeah, I mean, the guy's done it all in the sport. He's had to say a great career is almost underselling. He's had one of the greatest careers ever. So, he's earned it. He's earned it, and it'll be a great time.
100%. Yeah, you'll be the first person to beat Roberto Atilla and Israel Adesanya. I said it last time. I don't know if it means much, but it'll be another feather in the cap. I've got to ask you about the Loftus when you got up at the Loftus, because there's always something special with the Springboks. Dude, on the TV, we could feel the atmosphere. How was that? Like, especially with the national anthem at the end, like that was just...
It was, that national anthem brought tears to my eyes, 100%. It was, me and my brother were standing there and sitting there next to the field, and we were on the field. It was, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was the craziest, most special moment of my life. And it wasn't even, it felt like I was winning the title again. It was incredible. To see the whole nation getting together and unite like that. And, the anthem, the lady was singing the anthem, just stopping midway. And
just getting the crowd singing.
Yeah, because there was no, the crowd was absolutely, it was the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Really?
It was insane.
That's epic, man. Like, are you going to do a lot more of those things with the box, you think, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing the weekend of the fight. I'm going to give my best to be at the game, but it is weight cut day, so probably not. But as far as I know, the whole team is coming to the fight. We are arranging for them to be there, so it's going to be special to have my boys there, just like we're always there for them, and to have them support me like they always have been. It's going to be amazing.
You should get CR even in your corner, man. If you pick one of the two to be like corner. Imagine rocking out with Ibn Etzebeth. You'd be like, who the hell is this guy?
Only professional record, 19 wins, 2 losses.
Security, man.
Scared.
Yeah, that would be quite sick though. So okay, so it's the day before at least then, but it's like you said, it's weigh-in day. So then, okay, what time are they playing? Like, is that night?
I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's the afternoon in Perth. But it's going to be at night in South Africa. But then I'm fighting the next day, probably midday around 12 in Perth, but it will be normal time in South Africa. It's going to probably be like 5, 6 o'clock.
Are you fighting midday?
Yeah, because we're fighting Vegas time still.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's not going to make a big difference between, because I'm fighting in Perth. It's going to be the same time around between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be, we'll have the exact times a little bit closer to the fight.
Okay, damn, man. Well, when are you off? When are you leaving?
I'm leaving on the 29th of July. I'm going out almost 3 weeks out. And making sure I acclimatise going forward in time. And get accustomed to Australia. I was there now for 3 days. Amazing place. Really enjoyed it, and I think it's going to be good.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you, man.
Good luck. And South Africa, obviously, is all behind you. So
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're looking forward to seeing you beat Izzy. That's epic, man. Like, are you going to do a lot more of those things with the box, you think, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing the weekend of the fight. I'm going to give my best to be at the game, but it is weight cut day, so probably not. But as far as I know, the whole team is coming to the fight. We are arranging for them to be there, so it's going to be special to have my boys there, just like we're always there for them, and to have them support me like they always have been. It's going to be amazing.
You should get CR even in your corner, man. If you pick one of the two to be like corner. Imagine rocking out with Ibn Etzebeth. You'd be like, who the hell is this guy?
Only professional record, 19 wins, 2 losses.
Security, man.
Scared.
Yeah, that would be quite sick though. So okay, so it's the day before at least then, but it's like you said, it's weigh-in day. So then, okay, what time are they playing? Like, is that night?
I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's the afternoon in Perth. But it's going to be at night in South Africa. But then I'm fighting the next day, probably midday around 12 in Perth, but it will be normal time in South Africa. It's going to probably be like 5, 6 o'clock.
Are you fighting midday?
Yeah, because we're fighting Vegas time still.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's not going to make a big difference between, because I'm fighting in Perth. It's going to be the same time around between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be, we'll have the exact times a little bit closer to the fight.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I'm really excited again for this episode. We've got a very special guest, Bokang Masunyani, Little Giant BK.
Thanks for having me. Very excited to be having a chat with you.
Awesome, man. So how's your camp going? We had a bit of a chat about it outside, but second time around you're fighting Hirobo Minowa. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's right.
Awesome. And how's the camp going around this time?
Yeah, camp is going tough. But if the camp is tough, then it's good. You know, you don't want to have a good camp, easy camp. You want to actually have as hard as you can so you can fight easy. So right now camp is going very hard, and I believe because of that my fighting is going to become easy. And yeah, I was lucky enough to get the second chance to fight Horibo with last time missing hydration. It's actually the other athlete's choice to either fight the guy or not, but Horibo refused the fight. So I think that was a lesson for me learned, you know. And now I'm fixing my hydration. Even skinnier, I'm walking smaller than I usually do, which is perfect. Dieting for the first time actually I fight ever. It's my first time where I actually go on a diet where I have to eat clean, because usually just cut the weight. Cutting weight is easy, but with the hydration thing in one championship, it's very difficult now. So yeah.
What's the exact process? Like Don gave me a bit of a breakdown of it, and I've seen, you know, that you can't have too many fluctuations during fight week.
Yeah.
But other than, you know, featherweight, for example, meaning something else in 1FC than it does in say UFC, what is the main like sort of process for the weight cutting? So like this is the first time you've had to diet. Yeah. How far out do they weigh you? There's a hydration part. Like what is the actual process?
Yeah, so they weigh us at the week of the fight. So they weigh us twice, 3 times before the fight. And the idea is to actually fight at the weight that you walk around at. But of course, there's always athletes that find a way to jeopardize the system. And for me, it was, I'm so used to walking around at the high weights and just cutting that weight quick without going on a diet and all that, and it's always been fine. The crazy thing is I used to fight at heavier weight divisions, and I still had to cut weight there.
Oh really?
No, sorry, not cut weight. I was still dehydrated.
Yeah.
Which was crazy. So I'll fight at the heavier weight class and still be dehydrated. So for me, being hydrated was a very new thing, you know. We used to still joke about it at the gym in Coach Kwan and in Medford that I must drink water always, because I'll be fine with a liter of water a day with all the amount of training.
Wow.
Yeah,
which is not nearly enough.
Yes, and which was actually, according to studies and everything, it's actually bad for you.
Of course.
And yeah, so now the system has forced me to be hydrated and actually to go on a diet and eat clean and become a better athlete. And so I think I like that about what they do in one. So they make sure that you're not even 5% higher on the day of the fight at the weight you fight at, which is quite nice. That means you fight someone your own size, someone your own weight. And for me, I have to fight at straw weight, which is from 52 kgs to 56 kgs. Because even there, I'm one of the shortest guys. So it's the closest where I'll fight the guys my size. And yeah, I've been asked to go with class higher, but I think I want to stick with it, with my strawweight division, so that I master being at my weight and fight where I am. Yeah.
And the guys obviously in the weight above you at 135 would be longer, rangier. So there's advantages and disadvantages to going up, right?
Yes, of course. You know, like I wouldn't mind doing a super fight at the weight class higher than me, you know. But like like I said, I've fought at higher weight classes before, and I fought back then. I fought at bantamweight, and I think I held I held myself well there.
Of course,
and, But I've been given an opportunity to fight guys that are similar to my size, and my goal is to win the title at strawweight, and then play around with either fighting at the higher weight divisions or moving around to other promotions, and actually exploring my fighting career. Yeah.
So you and Hirobo, I keep butchering the name. You guys are both fought the champion, Jared Brooks. Yeah.
Yes,
so
right.
so is this a title eliminator now again, or?
So I think so, because he's the number one. He's the number 3 contender, and I'm the number 2 contender. And if Jared doesn't get a rematch with Joshua Pasio, which I assume they'll give Joshua Pasio a rematch, but if he doesn't, I'm definitely calling Jared Brooks out after my win with Horibo, and it'd be nice to have a rematch against them, because the last fight he beat me fair and square, you know, and he actually put me to sleep with the rear naked choke. So I'd like to have my revenge back, or I'd love to fight him where I'm now in a different mental space, and better shape, and better training, better prepared. So I'd love to have another title shot against them, because I want to be the first South African world champion or African world champion in a major organization. Yeah. And saying that, like, there's a lot of African champions in other different organizations, but there's never been a African champion in a big organization that lives in Africa. So I'm not taking away from any
Mara
other
Usman
champions.
or anybody,
Yes, but also what Dricus, just to bring it back, what Dricus said, he was right by saying he wants to be the first African, to actually bring the title back to Africa. And that's my job, or that's my goal to do in one, to be the first African to bring a title back to Africa.
And it's a great goal. I mean, it's for both you and for Dricus to go. And there's other fighters as well, like Don himself as well, that also has a chance. So it's gonna be interesting to see who wins the race to be the first champion to bring it back to Africa. Just on that, were you the comments Dricus had a bit of backlash. It was mainly, actually, strange enough, outside of South Africa. Were you like fairly surprised by the way some people reacted to his comments, or?
In a way, I wasn't surprised, because there's always different sides to the story. And from where I heard Dricus from my side of the story, and that applies to every South African or African that saw it, we know what Dricus meant. And I back Dricus on that. What he meant is bringing it as a first African back to Africa, And Kumaro and all those other guys, they didn't grow up in Africa, if that makes sense. So they are American citizens. They've grown up in America or in all other countries. So they don't sleep every day, train every day in Africa, and then go out to different countries and go challenge themselves there. And that's what Dricus meant. And look, I'm also on that race, I also want to be the first African to bring a major title to Africa. And I want to be part of that, So I want to be part of that, because I believe it's a healthy race, We're all in big different organizations, and we're trying to bring the title home. As much as if everyone can bring that back home, or all the top African fighters can bring the titles home, that's actually even great.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that he wants to be the first. I also want to be the first. So now we're all in a race. Don Madge is also fighting in a very big organization. We've got Chad fighting at Brave,
Chad Honeycomb,
and Demart actually fought in Aries, and he actually won the title. So it's almost like, how big is Aries? And it's also almost a thing of South Africans are bringing titles back to Africa, you know, instead of living elsewhere and then fighting there and just being an African champ wherever you are. There's actually African champs now coming from South Africa, from Africa. And honestly, Dimat is one of them. He's done it already, you know. Dricus, I think, did it also with KSW.
Yes.
So that's perfect. We're trying to grow the sport, and we want to be the gateway to the next generation of mixed martial arts.
And have people,
doing that.
young kids, actually have someone to be able to point to and say, BK did it, or Don did it, or Dricus. That's very important because, again, I always go back to Conor McGregor's story where he said, when he told his parents, I want to be an MMA fighter, they said, well, point to somebody that's doing it from Ireland. And he couldn't. So he had to trailblaze, and he had to be the person that was doing it. And all of you are doing it. And I like the way you describe it, healthy competition. You're all going to drive each other to do it.
Yes.
Because there are hardships to just, you know, Cameron spoke about it a little bit. It's like trying to be a champion of a major organization, that's hard enough. And then it's like trying to do it, and he was going through steps, and like then trying to do it out of Africa. It's just, it's different.
Yeah, it is. I remember also fighting out of South Africa for the first time. That was a very big step. I've taken my first fought in Pancrase before I went into one championship, and it was scary because I'm so used to fighting at home, you know, home crowd, home support, and I fought two international guys that came home, and I knew I had a home advantage towards me, and I had great performance there. And now it's fighting somewhere else where you have to try to put up a performance or try to win. It's a lot of pressure, you know, and I think regarding to that, I literally lost myself, sorry there.
Fighting overseas.
Yeah, regarding to fighting overseas, it's a big challenge, you know. It's very tough for anyone, but I think we are doing that because Africa is behind with martial arts in meaning of growth and everything else. So it's very important for us to make sure that we become very recognizable, and it's a lot of pressure.
No, for sure. I mean, we're the last sort of continent. It was us and Australasia really that were kind of, or Europe, you know, if you want to take them as well, but they weren't even that far behind because they've had kickboxing for decades and they've had judo, wrestling. But we, as Africa, we are the last sort of untapped gem, if you want to call it, a place for martial arts. So any martial art besides boxing really. And, you know, that's why, again, what you guys are doing, trailblazing, getting people eyes onto African fighters. I mean, we were looking at some of the stuff, and we'll have a look at it later, but some of the videos, like the captions, it's all ninja style, and that style could be a defining style. It's your defining style at the moment, but that could be the defining style for South Africa, where people are doing stuff that the world hasn't seen before. You know, so it really is what you guys are doing for South Africa is just, you know, we all see it and appreciate it, and hopefully in the next couple of years, you know, there'll be champions and organizations that there haven't been before.
Look, I like that ninja thing you said. It's always been an idea in my fighting style. You know, I've always thought of, you know, trying to, if you remember the Jackie Chan movies back in the days, they were so entertaining, and it was like, wow, I've never seen this move before. Wow, how did he do that? You know, then that's the idea for me of trying to fight is evolving the sport and trying to do moves that has never been done before. Well, most of the moves have been done, but it's like it's only a few percentage of people that do it, and for moves like that to come out of Africa, you know, and that's my idea of it. And I believe that Africa has a big potential of martial art fighters that are still to come because of the way we eat in Africa, the food, and just the struggle in Africa. There's still a lot of, it's almost like the African continent is a warrior continent, and there's still a lot. And like, geez, I'm actually one of the smallest people in Africa, so there's still so much potential of big fighters, you know. So I think within the next few years, Africa will take over the mixed martial arts.
And you spoke about hardships, and I want to get back to way at the beginning, because you've had a lot of like hardships that you've had to overcome in your life and your career. You grew up in an orphanage for a large part of your childhood, right?
Yeah.
What age did you first go to the orphanage, or how did you get there?
Yeah, so crazy thing is I got to the orphanage when I was 7 years old. And I'll say I was lucky enough that the principal at that time at the school I was in recognized the struggle in where I was going through with my brothers and sisters. And he decided to take a step to give us an opportunity, or to at least find someone that can actually help the family out. And he got us contacts to the orphanage, and they actually took us in. And that's when I actually, before then, that's how I got into wrestling. Before I even got into MMA back then, I was still around 8 years old, and I decided to try the sport wrestling. Crazy thing, I got in a fight in the orphanage, and I actually threw one of the kids off the jungle gym. I don't know if you know those playgrounds. Yes. So
the old wooden ones with the little platform at the top.
Yes, yeah. So one of my friends at that time, he was being bullied by this kid, and it didn't sit right with me, you know. And actually, I lost my shirt, you know, and I just got angry, and I just ran to this kid, and I literally just grabbed him and threw him off the jungle gym.
Sure.
I jumped all the way down from the top. Instead of going down the slide, I just jumped. And I just didn't wait, and I just sat on his chest, and I started throwing punch, but that was just out of anger, you know. And of course, they took us out, the ladies there, or the parents there that looked after us, took us, heard the story, and they actually punished us, you know, which I think was right. They punished all of us, all three of us, for what happened, because we got into a fight, you know. And my cousin was there to actually notice the fight, what happened. And he was like, "You are definitely coming to the wrestling classes." And since then, I went into the wrestling classes, and I fell in love with it, you know. And it was the first day I got onto the mat. It was just something special, you know, like knowing where I came from and the type of life I had. It was refreshing for me. It was almost like therapy, you know. And I was lucky enough to have found something like that I could be passionate about at that age, only at 8 years old. And since then, I've never looked back, you know. I carried on to win 23 SA titles. I won 3 African championships, and then I competed in the Commonwealth Games. And even before competing in the Commonwealth Games, there was this Russian coach that used to see me in the tournament, and very loud guy. His name was Alibek, and also very passionate about wrestling, you know. And he saw me wrestle against these other kids, and I used to wrestle barefoot. Normally you have wrestling shoes and all that. And I'll wrestle barefoot, but I'll just give those kids a run of their money, you know. I'll just wrestle. Sometimes I'll even cry wrestling, you know. Just, I don't know, I think it was the fact that...
frustration or anger, or what was
Yes,
it?
I think so. Or just the fact, there's times where I could see I was losing, and I was getting behind, and I was getting frustrated from that. And I think I just wanted to just keep winning. And I was lucky enough for that Russian guy to have seen that potential. And he said to me, "I want to make you my son one day, because I can make you a world champion one day." And that just brought a smile into my face, because as an orphan, the biggest thing I believe every orphan would like to have is to have a family or someone that actually cares for them, you know. Reason why I remember being at school and just seeing other parents, how they had a family, a loving mother and loving dad, you know. And I think that was something I've always looked forward to. And when he said that, it just lightened my eyes, you know, it just lightened my heart. And yeah, and every time I saw him, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna adopt you one day, or I'm gonna get someone to adopt you. I'm gonna make you a world champion one day. And one of the wrestling matches, my coach was actually busy coaching on the other mat, and there was no one to coach me. And he actually sat in my corner, the Russian guy. Oh, then my face lighted up, and I was just ready to go. And crazy enough, I lost that match, but he was so proud. I couldn't understand why is he so proud. I just lost. It's like, you fought with heart. You've got a heart of a lion.
Oh, nice.
And then, you know, that just made me happy. And then he went back, and I'll probably say a few weeks later, one of the ladies came to me, or our guardians that looked after us, and said, there's someone that actually spoke about wanting to adopt you and want you to go wrestle by them. He's a Russian coach, and he's gonna get someone else to adopt you, because of course he still had his Russian
citizenship and passport.
So he couldn't go on with adoptions, but he was able to find someone to do that. And my current family that I live with, or that adopted me, Afrikaans family, very, very, very nice and loving, and very traditional family, which was quite nice. So that's why, sorry, just to cut that's why that stigma, that stigma of racism for me, it's very hard to see, you know, like, because these are very traditional Afrikaans people that adopted me, and they saw no race or no color on that. It's for me beautiful. Yeah, anyways, going back to.
Sorry, can I ask you? So you still stay with the same family?
Yes,
that adopted
I still
you?
with them. I see them almost every second weekend or whenever, which is quite nice. And yeah.
At what age did they adopt you?
At 13. 13. I was turning 14 the following year, and that's when they took me in. And so the guardian came and said, look, this Russian guy spoke to someone, they want to adopt you, and first you're going to have to go visit them before. And then so I went to go visit them for one of the holidays, and they were so loving, you know, and full family. Back then they had 2 kids back then. And
brothers or sisters for you?
One brother, one sister.
Nice.
Yes, and I was so happy. I was like, wow, this is God giving me a second chance, you know, a second chance to life. And I was so grateful. Like I just, it's almost like it'd be a crime for me not to be grateful for what was happening in my life, because it was such a big change, and it feels like God was answering my prayers. And the first time I met the boy, he was like, he told Dad, Papa, is he ready, Sian? And Dad's like, yeah, Sian. Yo, my so clean, I'm so short, you know.
Yeah.
And the kid was still like 6 years old, 5 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And his name is actually Liam. 21 years old now, and he's a very good brother of mine. I love him. I love him to bits. And so it was funny. After I said that, we were laughing about it in the car, you know. And
I'm sure at the time you were a little bit annoyed, but now it's something nice to look back at.
Yes, yeah. So the thing is, when he said it, or when my dad told me, he said it as a joke, which made it, you know,
Calm the
because
mood.
I think
Okay.
it feels like sometimes things are said and they come out bad.
Right.
But when it said that, it was just funny and we just laughed about it. And like the fact that he took that situation and made it easy for me to get comfortable with them. And yeah, and I lived with them for a few weeks and I was quite happy, and you know, and then all the paperwork and everything had to go through, and then I lived with them that following year. And it was such a big change in my life, you know, different environment and everything else. And I did promise myself then, whatever I do, I have to try, I have to do it to the best ability, because I believe, I've seen a lot of talented kids in the orphanage, you know, that they didn't have the same opportunity as I have. And I think it's very disrespectful for me not to live to my true potential. And I believe that if anything that I had won in life, I had won the lotto of the orphanage. Any kid that gets adopted or gets to live with a family gets a second chance to live with a family.
100%.
That's a lottery to anyone, and I believe I won a lottery for that. And I'm forever grateful for it, you know. And later in the years, I carried on wrestling. I made it to the Commonwealth Games, and I actually I always wanted to become a world champion at wrestling, but then unfortunate events happened that my Russian coach had to leave and move back to Russia, and still carried on with wrestling. And then I knew I was getting too old, or I was getting old, so I needed to either make a living out of wrestling or find another way to make a living. And it's in South Africa, wrestling is also very small, so it's only known in a very small community of people, and so it's very difficult to make a living out of it. And so I wanted to study to become a teacher. Actually, I was really very fond of my artwork. I love doing art, and the idea was to go study art. And so I went to one of the school that I used to be in Pretoria. I became an intern there, and I wanted to study through the school and so forth. But I enjoyed it, actually. That was one of the best times of my career, you know. But there was something that was missing in me, you know. Like I just loved violence, or if I can say it, educated violence.
Right,
you know,
yeah.
like just getting involved in martial arts or in wrestling and just
controlled violence.
Yes, yeah. That was something beautiful for me. I think I enjoyed like being warrior, or if I can put it in that way.
Yeah,
And
fighters are born. It's something only fighters will understand.
Yes, yeah. And it didn't sit well. As much as I enjoyed what I was doing, working with other kids, after school, I actually in the mornings, it was at 6 o'clock before school, I'll have a gym section where I actually let the kids from the school come train with me for free, because they had a gym at the school. So I'll give them a program to do and train with them, which was quite fun. They enjoyed it, and they actually got better athletes at school. And then I also do a training session with them after school, and then from then I will go coach or assist coach in the rugby school, rugby teams. And I really enjoyed it. But I felt like there's still something missing. And I've always been fond of MMA. I remember always wanting to join MMA, you know. Before I could even go in the school, I was even talking to my dad. I was like, Dad, maybe I should try out this MMA thing. You know, I really love it. It's so cool. I can wrestle those guys there. I can keep doing what I do. And the nice thing is you get paid for it. So I can make a living out of it. And he kind of considered it, but he thought, whatever, you know. Yeah. But he knew I had the potential to actually do very well at MMA. And one day I just called him and I was like, oh, actually then I wanted to join Medford because I still lived in Cape Town.
Right.
Yeah, then I was like, if I ever do MMA, I'm going to go to Medford and go train with Don Madge, because I knew Don. I was like, saw him from the TV. I was like, yeah, I'm going to train with that guy. And I'm still at school. I'm like, yeah, he's so good. Amazing, you know. And once I moved to Joburg,
You couldn't.
So I was teaching and I couldn't. I just loved I was already doing something else with my life. And one day I just decided, no, I'm going to just message the guys from Fight Fit or Richie Kwan, Coach Kwan at that time, or Fight Fit at that time. And I called my dad. It was the most nervous call I've ever done with my dad. I was nervous, but I was also okay. He's in Cape Town. I'm in Pretoria, so
it's not
I'm a bit safe. Yeah, so I can say what I feel.
Yeah, you'll just hear it on the phone, and he'll be shouting you on the phone, but it's not the same as in person.
Yes.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
and I just took the chance. I was like, let me speak to him and hear what he thinks. And he said, look, because he helped me also get that intern job at the school, And he said, look, you're taking a risk, and I will always support you in what you do. But just remember, you've already had a good job. You've already had a very nice job, and I really loved the job. And if you want to do it, then go do it. Go give it a try. I was like, Dad, I'm going to give it a try for a year. And if it doesn't work out, I can always find something else. It's like, you're leaving something very good for you. But if you want to do it, I'll be there to support you. And which was quite nice to hear from him.
That's awesome. That's what you want to hear.
Yes. And I took the chance. I went to Fight Fit Malaysia to Coach Kwan. And I loved every second of it. Just going back, walking onto the mat. I'm gonna now wrestle. I'm gonna do what I love to do, and I'm gonna learn a new martial arts. Because I came there with a bit of a mind of, jiu-jitsu won't work on me. I'll just wrestle them and keep them down, and that humbled me.
Yeah,
I wrestled them, but it humbled me, Like every time I hit the floor, it was just a submission after submission after submission.
Don't leave your neck hanging, nothing like that.
Every limb was just getting taken, and I was like, I was just in love with it. And I knew, okay, this is what I want to do,
Sorry, how long after you'd wrestled, between the last year that you wrestled and going to Fight Fit Malaysia, what was the break in between?
It was about 2 years, because I still wrestled then, but I was not training. So I'll do a tournament every now and then, just to stay active. The only training I was doing is basically jamming with the kids in the school, and then helping them with the rugby tackles and all that. And that was about it. And I'll do competitions every now and then. So I wasn't as active, and I wasn't as much involved in wrestling than I was. And I really decided to take that chance, because it was, as much as I loved what I was doing, it felt like that was missing.
You got to back yourself. That's it.
Yes, and I thought, look, if I do it, I'm just going to put my head down and just do it. And I went to Coach Kwan. They loved me there. They were very welcoming, very tough. It was just a different kind of training, you know. And I thought wrestling is a tough training session, but now you have to do different martial arts. So now you have to train 3-4 times a day, and you have to keep up with that. That was the challenging part, you know. And and I did it. I had a few amateur fights.
6 in 1 year.
Yes,
basically.
yes.
What is the story behind that? Because that's a lot. That's like every 2-month average. What made you do so many? Was it just because you could and you wanted to get it all out the way, or why 6 in the first year?
Not even. I was enjoying what I was doing, and the thing is, at Coach Kwan, the standards are set so high, and the training, the amount of training that we did, I had to. They had a thing there, amateurs must train harder than pros in order to make it. And that's what we did. I just did session after session. I helped where I could, did classes where I could. I even stayed in the gym for 2 years.
Wow.
And I just grinded my backside off, and I enjoyed it. Not living in the gym and all that, but just I got the chance to compete, and that gave me that opportunity to compete. And I feel like staying in the gym for 2 years at that time, I feel like it put me, if not 4 or 5 years ahead of the game. Because martial arts is such a difficult sport to learn. And I fought 6 fights within that year, and then no one wanted to fight me. But I was injury free, so whenever I could get a chance, I just competed. I just competed, and I was not trying to get pro as fast as I can. I was just loving the competition. I was just loving it. I could feel how every fight I was just getting better. I was becoming less of a wrestler and becoming more of a martial artist. And really, then Rich believed I was ready to turn pro, which was it was quite nice to know, you know. And I had my first pro fight in December 2017, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a very quick fight. It was probably, I think, about, it happened like 2 minute fight. But I just picked the guy up, ran across the cage, and threw him, ground and pounded him, and then got a submission. And it was beautiful. And I just knew I wanted to do this, you know. And it came easily because I knew the guys I trained with, they were such killers, man, you know. And I knew that if I can hang with those guys, that means I'll be able to hold my own in a fight. And that's what happened. And so it led me to where I am today. But after my first pro fight, then I kind of knew that I want to become a world champ, you know. And I knew Rich system and everything had the ability to make me a world champ. And I still believe we're still under the Coach Kwan system, or the Kwan vessel system. I believe that system is a very great system to make me a world champ, and I still believe that because of that, I am going to become a world champion.
No, for sure. And you're still in that system now at Madfit. When did you then, and why did you move away from Johannesburg back to Cape Town?
Okay. Yeah, so I moved actually during the load shedding. Yeah, so that load shedding actually made everyone's life difficult in South Africa. So during that time, I decided to move, you know, to come spend time with my family, because we actually didn't know when it was going to end and what was going to happen. And then I was actually coming to move just to see my family, you know, and then probably go back later on. And while I was chilling at home, and you know, Don was like, "Hey man, if you want to train at Madfit, you're more than welcome to go train." And and then I decided, geez, why not? If I'm already here at home and Madfit uses the Coach Kwan system, I might as well also move this side and train out of here. And there's short partners, smaller guys here in Cape Town for me to train with, and which was quite cool. So, and I thought, okay, I should make that move. And I spoke to Rich and spoke to Don about it, had a meeting, and they were quite happy with me moving. And so I decided to move to Madfit. And since then, we've been following the system, and we've been doing great with it.
And I'm sure it does wonders for your stand-up as well, being with someone with
yes.
the level of Don Madge's Muay Thai.
Oh yeah, big time, you know. This is the crazy thing. Everyone knows Don for his Muay Thai, but you must see his wrestling, you must see his jiu-jitsu. And his wrestling is actually insane. It's incredible. He's very smart. He picked it up so quick, and it was just amazing to see him throughout the years, how he just kept on evolving with wrestling. And his jiu-jitsu game is also quite scary. So he was really going to surprise the world with his wrestling. And I'm very bummed that he can't actually show that. And
it's unfortunate, man. I actually became a fan of his with his Costa Iwanu fight. And I told him this as well because my friend had showed me Don Madge because my friend was a kickboxer and from his kickboxing days. And he's like, he's gone into MMA now. Like, he's really good. He's young. Like, he's fighting well. But his ground game might be his weakness. And he's fighting Costa Iwanu, was all about the ground game. And then we watched that fight, and I said to Don as well, I was like, I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for you to like get dominated on the ground. It never happened.
Yeah.
And it was just like down to his work ethic. And he said how much work he had to put in for that fight. And it just goes to show, like you say, I mean, that's now one of his strong points.
Yeah.
Well, actually, all of his parts of MMA doesn't really have a weak point, so they're all good. But to bring that up to the level of his world-class Muay Thai just goes to show the work ethic that he's had his entire career and still has.
Yeah, Don has insane work ethic, you know. In the MMA community, there's two guys that, that I know, I'll say, that really are hard workers, and that's Dimart Pena and Don. And I've seen those guys work in and work out. Look, MMA in general, there's a lot of hard work that you put in, but the two guys that are looked up to according to their work ethic, for me, it was Don and Dimart Pena. Those guys are always working. Whether they're injured or not, they still come to the gym and all that. And so they keep learning. They keep getting better by just visualizing, by just looking, and which is quite cool. That's something to look up to for any fighter. That's what you must look up to do. And because of that, that's why they've both evolved so much. But speaking of Don, he's evolved so much. He's changed. His style just got better, which is quite cool. It's nice to see that you can actually evolve within martial arts, because there's so much to learn. And that's what every fighter should actually look up to, you know. I still look up to that. I look up to Don as a fighter, because he's got something special. He's got this work ethic that not a lot of people have. You know, that's like one of the 5% in the world that probably have such work ethic. And it's nice for youngsters to look up to that, and to also know it's not just instant gratification. You know, a lot of people see what happens in fight and they're like, oh, I want to become a fighter. I remember in back in the days in Fight Fit, a lot of guys came in there wanting to become fighters. I remember coming with a group of guys, all wanting to become fighters. And slowly, when time went by, the group just became less. And it showed that everyone saw what was happening. They saw the Conor McGregors, the John Jones. They saw what happened outside, or what happened in the fight. Yes, the success, but they didn't see what happens in the background, you know, where nobody's watching, where you have to put on the work. And that broke a lot of people. And that's why I think the people that thinks MMA or are easy to judge fighters on the fights and everything, they must just do MMA themselves. Just go train at least a day with the fighters and see how much work it's put in. Then it won't be so hard to judge.
Yeah, for sure. And so you had your first fight, and then you went through the EFC's fighting top names, even like Lutando Biko as well. In your second fight, beating him, he ended up being, I think he's now also fighting overseas, another name. But there's one fight that I wanted to ask you about, was the Popeye fight. I want to pull it up if you don't mind. I just want to get sort of your thoughts about that. You said that was the first fighter that properly got under your skin. I want to talk a little bit about that. I just for those of you that haven't maybe seen, maybe I'll just pull it up quickly. Let me just get it. Hold on a second. Okay, this we have to cut out how I'm searching for it. But
okay, cool. Do you want me to talk while the fight's happening?
Yeah, I think so. There won't be sound, but okay, cool. So okay, just a brief background quickly. We don't have to watch the whole video because it is 9 minutes long. But it's particularly in this weigh-in part, like, what was the backstory with him being the way he is? So like, you can see it in your face already. Maybe we should just have a look at show everybody what you're looking at. I mean, in terms of intense stare downs, this is about as intense as it gets.
Yeah, so at that time, that they thought, okay, we're gonna come here. This is a small kid. We're just gonna get over him. You know, we're just gonna beat him up quick and done. Because he fought before he had fought me. Now, he previously fought one of the Bursky brothers. I don't know if it's Gareth Bursky or one of the brothers. I'm not too sure who he fought, but he's a very big guy, and he lost by decision. Popeye, but he was actually he was giving the guy a run of his money. And I think he thought, okay, if I could beat someone that big, who's this guy to come in here, you know? And then he started getting in my face. You know, I was about to shake his hand and be like, yeah, you know, we fight tomorrow, all good. And then he just kept on aggravating me. And I was like, okay, you know what, screw this. He kept on giving me funny looks at the
press conferences.
Yes, background, and he kept on saying all of that, giving me all those funny looks. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna zap this guy at weigh-ins. Yeah, so that was after all of this had happened, after him pushing me and getting in my face. So I zapped him at the weigh-ins, and I was like, the next day I'm just gonna unleash the beast in me, and I'm just gonna do whatever I want to do with him. And that's what I did. And crazy enough, this fight became very well known around the world, which was quite nice. And but the idea was for me to just demolish and not even care what happens.
Yeah.
But something special came out.
For sure.
It was a very well known fight.
No, for sure. I want to have a bit of to see your. So like while you're fighting now, is it hard for the emotions not to get the best of you?
Yeah.
In this moment.
I'm quite impressed it didn't, but every now and then it will come out. But the most important thing as a fighter is to listen to your corner, and all they said is just keep moving your head. He's not gonna catch you because he throws a lot of hooks, and they told me to keep my left hand up, my right hand up. And that's what I kept on doing, keeping the right hand up, and just throwing straight punches through, and just keep using head movement and just keep moving. If I can't take him down, it's all right. I must just keep going again, and I must just stay busy, you know. And it actually worked out well, and it somehow became a very well-known fight around the world, which was quite nice. Yeah.
And let me just get past these ads. Sorry, I don't have YouTube Premium. I like, there we go. There's a ninja style.
That kick, yeah. Crazy enough, we practiced the kick or played around with it. It was actually not practiced in training, but after training, we'll play around with it. Rich will hold the pad and be like, yeah, do that kick again. And then it's just like aim for the pad, and then I'll do the kick. Or there used to be a small ball hanging on top of at the gym, or they hanging from the roof. And then it like kick this ball, and then I'll do a flip and I kick the ball, or I'll just do that spinning kick and kick the ball. And that somehow came out naturally in the fight, what was happening. But I did
Rich
listen.
call for that, or did he just feel that?
Yes, he did. He actually did call. He's like, yeah, do the kick, you know, like go have fun when you fight, you know.
Yeah.
He just told me, just be you, because you fight better when you become yourself. And that's what happened. There was emotion, but I think the creative side of me was also out there, you know. And I just put that energy together, and I just put it in a fight, and it just worked out perfect.
Could you see in this fight his like attitude towards you change? Because it looked like he was very like, you know, like he was at the weigh-ins, very like posturing up and very confident and everything. But then it's like after a couple of shots, especially when you dropped him in that first couple of minutes, you kind of on the video can see his whole posture change. Could you feel that?
Yeah, I couldn't at the time. But I've noticed every time I look at my fight, after it's crazy how they mentally break, because after a while they're like, okay, I knew he was strong, but I didn't know he was that strong, and like that keeps breaking them. And every time I see in the fight, I see how they actually break slowly, which is quite nice to see, because that's what you want to do, you know. If a fight goes to let's say 5 rounds or 3 rounds, and without knocking the guy out or submitting him, that means you have to break them mentally and physically. And I actually see that in the fights every time I fight, which is quite nice.
The strength is one thing I also wanted to ask you about, dude. Where does that come from? Is that gym work? Is that natural? Is that just years of wrestling? Because there's a video as all of you in EFC and the guy's got an omoplata on you and you literally just stand up. And this is at 135 pounds. You literally just stand up with him on your arm. And I'm like, and you deadlift basically you deadlift 140, which is like your pounds weight pretty much. So it's like almost 2.5 times your body weight. Where does that come from?
I think a bit of that it's natural, but I say also the years of wrestling, because it's basically in a squatted position the whole time when you wrestle. But saying that, I also gotten stronger with time. You know, when I started MMA, I became much more stronger, and I feel like I became a better wrestler with when I started MMA. So I think it has to do with the training that I went through. And I also think there's a part of me that it's been natural strength, because as far as I remember as a kid, I've also been quite strong. And I think, I just gotten stronger with time, which is quite nice. So,
it served you well as well, because there's one of your overseas fights as well where the guy you're on his back and he's got a kimura locked up, and you're just like, oh, well, I'm going to just ignore this kimura and just suplex him over the top.
Yes. So that was a fight in Pancrase.
Yeah,
that was the fight that actually got me into one championship. Crazy enough, with that fight, I was still trying to get into one championship back then, because I really liked the way they portray martial art, you know, and the way the way they portray martial art in general, and how they have different styles of martial arts and all that. So I really wanted to compete in one, and I've been trying to get into one. So I was lucky enough to fight in Pancrase, and I was trying to get a full contract with them, but they gave me a one-fight contract. So I thought, okay, what I'm going to do is give my biggest performance I can in order to stay into the promotion. And the guy,
dominant.
Yes, so the guy, I wrestled him, and I just
threw him around.
Yes, 5 suplexes in that fight. And Chris Cyborg at that time was training with us, preparing for one of the fights in Bellator. And she actually messaged one of the friends in one, and like, hey, check this guy that I train with, and check how good he is. And the next day, one actually offered me a contract.
Wow, the very next day?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they literally emailed me the next day offering me to fight for them.
Wow.
Which was quite nice. So that fight actually was also a very life-changing fight. Yeah.
I didn't know Pancrase. Sorry, to cut you off, but I didn't know Pancrase was still around, because I still know Pancrase from the days when Boss Rutan was fighting them.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that they're still around. I mean, I saw them float in and out kind of events and things, but I'm not like looking for them. So, but it's one of the OG MMA organizations from back in the day.
Yeah, crazy enough, they still around. They don't run as much competitions as they used to, but they still around. You know, they still have international fights every now and then. And I was lucky enough at that time
to be on one.
And that just changed my career, or that changed my life, and that fight put me into one championship, which was quite nice.
You mentioned Chris Cyborg, and it's really good to hear that she put her neck on the line for you as well, because she did the same for Don Madge with the UFC. You know, and she is still and was back then a massive superstar in MMA. And she just seems, from what I've seen and what people have said, to be one of the most, again, humble, nicest people that's willing to put her neck on the line, like I say, for you, for Don, you know, and I'm sure there's been others as well.
Yeah, you know, Chris Cyborg actually leads by example of what an athlete should be. You know, she gets bad comments, she gets backlashes in the internet, you know, and social media. But once you meet her, then you understand what kind of a person she is, you know. I'm not saying just because she got me the contract into one, but the fact that she came and she was so humble the first day she came into South Africa, or when she came into Coach Kwan. She was one of the most humblest person I've ever met, and she was willing to do a job, and she was willing to help whenever she could, and it shows how good human beings can be. And she's a very prime example of that. Yeah.
No, 100% from everything I've seen. It's
Yeah,
and
she's
what
so
other people
amazing.
talk about her, you know.
Yeah.
I see she's boxing now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
she's gone on to big and, well, I don't want to say bigger and better things, but the next big thing.
Yeah.
And she's really showing she's a true martial artist. I mean, she's doing MMA, and now she's going into a singular martial art.
Yeah, the fact that she can actually do it all, or do all different kind of things. She's I don't know, I think she's black belt now in jiu-jitsu, and now she's boxing, and she's the greatest of all time in MMA woman, in my opinion, and she's doing the most. That's a very good thing to look up to. As a fighter, female, male fighter, that's the type of woman you should look up to as a sports person.
No, for sure. So after Pancreas, you said you got the call the next day for 1FC, and obviously that's life changing, because everybody knows. Well, they're not called 1FC anymore; they're just called One now. So what's it been like? What are some of the main differences? Okay, firstly, what are some of the main differences from EFC versus Pancreas, and then from Pancreas to 1FC that you kind of noticed, just in the organization, and then obviously in the fights and the crowd and everything?
Yeah, look, EFC has given us all the best platform in South Africa, in Africa, to be recognized around the world, you know, which is amazing, and I hope they keep doing the great work where the other organization or other big organization recognizes us. And it just got better every time, you know, like according to Pancrase, it was first scary for me because I'm fighting away from home. So, and weird enough, fighting in Asia has been such a blessing. Just there was less noise. They literally sit and they just clap if you do something.
Especially
cool.
Japan.
Clap. Yes,
yeah,
yes, and it was quite nice. I performed in Japan, and you could hear the murmurs and all that, which was quite crazy. But it was nice to experience this different lifestyle, you know, of martial arts. And it was a bigger event, and then you get one, which is actually even much bigger, and it just gotten bigger and bigger. And the scariest part for me was before getting into the fight, you know, the workout, seeing at that time in my first fight, I fought the biggest crowd then, it was 16,000 people. And I walked out there and I was like, geez, this place is filled. And
it's a closed arena as well, so it's like you feel it as well.
Yes, and it was just like, just everywhere you look, everyone's sitting in their seats with shining their cell phones, or they were shining torches and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is something else, you know. I know I'm fighting at the international stage right now. And then you walk in and get into the cage, and you realize you're doing what you've been doing since as an amateur fighter. From the first days of amateur fighting in the school halls and all that, it's exactly the same thing. You're just getting in there. It's you and the other person, your coach and the other person's coach. And everything else was different, but the only thing that didn't change was the fact that you're fighting someone on the other side that has prepared for you for months, and someone that you've also prepared for months for. And it's just you have to be there to understand that feeling. Yeah.
And that first fight, it's another one I just want to get your reaction to, because
oh, so this was my second fight. That was the knockout. Yeah, my first ever knockout I've ever actually thrown.
Why's the sound on? Apologies.
So yeah, this was my second fight in one championship, but my first ever knockout. And yeah, this was something special. Crazy enough.
How do you do that, man? And that, like,
oh jeez. So the me floating as I kicked the guy was actually unplanned. You know, the plan was to because he's a very great striker, Rene Catalan, and wushu fighter, so he had a very good striking background. But I knew my wrestling was more superior to his, and so I knew that he's gonna be very aware of it. And so what our game plan was, I strike to close the distance, and clinch or go for a rest, shoot for a double leg, shoot for high dive. And from then, if they break off, either throw a punch or either throw a kick. And we practice, you know, you break off, you throw a punch, you break off, you throw that left kick. And crazy enough, I tried it the first time. I grabbed, we striked, I grabbed him, he broke off, and I threw, and I could feel my toe just touch him. And I was like, okay, next time he breaks, I must just close the space more. And it just happened. But at the moment, I didn't even feel myself float as I kicked them. I only saw it after when I got interviewed. And I was like, oh, did I just do that? And that was like something special, you know, like to get a first knockout like that and against someone that's good at stand-up was just incredible.
100%. And then that was one of the most viral moments of 1FC's, or I keep saying 1FC, of One, since its inception, but particularly because as he hit the canvas, you went to punch and saw he was knocked out and left it, so showing good self-restraint for the referee having to pull you off, and that's one of the things that people actually commended you on.
I think also, as much as I'd like to take credit for that, 1FC is known for that. If you look at some of the other fights, there's fights where guys actually pull off before fights. Since then, I've realized how many of the fights where people actually have a chance to finish, but they don't finish the opponent because they see the penalty is already done. And I think that energy already itself played a very important role in that. And also, it was my first knockout, so everything happened so slow that I was very aware of what was happening, if that makes sense. I was aware that this guy is out, but my next reaction was to go and punch him because I saw him fall down and just get on top and punch. And as I saw that, I saw him unconscious and I knew, okay, he's out. And I was like, okay, hands up, celebrate, and just do flips and enjoy yourself.
There's no point going for it, you know, again, because he's already out.
Yeah, and I think my job was done there, you know. After seeing him out unconscious, I knew, okay, it's done. It's done, until the ref came in and closed the space. And,
yeah, and it's so that was the second fight, and then you'd started to get sort of like a ninja style again, a ninja nickname again, and that's what this video is about. Is it more appreciated, do you think, in One? Because like if I look at wrestling, for example, in like WWE type wrestling, in like New Japan Pro Wrestling, they like a lot more of like the high flying acrobatic stuff. So is it the same on that side? Do you hear more reactions to that kind of style?
Yes, I definitely do, because most of the time when I fight, crazy, in Asia, every time I fight, someone will fight first and then you'll hear the clapping and all that. But sometimes when I fight, I just hear the murmurs and all that. And usually I do hear it, but it's usually after the fight when I rewatch it, and then you actually hear the murmurs and stuff. So that means they like my style of fighting. And the thing is, I'm not trying to show off. It's just that I like fighting like that. It's my style of fighting. So it's the style that I enjoy. If I go out and just go enjoy myself, everyone else unconsciously enjoys what I'm doing, which is quite nice. And also, as much as it's a fight game, it's also entertaining. It's an entertainment game. You know, we're trying to get as much people to watch, or as much people to become part of the sport. And yes, there's already knocking someone out that's entertaining. You know, But just grabbing a guy and taking them to the ground is not as entertaining. But if you've got the moves to take him to the ground in different ways, why not do it? You know? And of course, you always, but if you can win in style, why not? Yeah.
It must be quite demoralizing being belly to back suplexed over the guy's back, you know.
Yeah, and I think so some people say, you know, it's harder to lose, someone has dominated you for 4 or 5 rounds straight than just to losing with a quick knockout, because you can always say, oh, that was luck. But if someone dominates you for 5 rounds, then it's like, oh, okay, this guy actually beat me. You know? If there was no ref or if there was no time limit, that means this guy would have beat me until he decided that he's done. And that's my idea to fighting. I must first make sure I win every round as dominant as I can. And everything else that comes around it, that's just a bonus for me to play around with or to have fun with.
Yeah. No, 100%. I mean, to eventually, if there wasn't a referee, the person would eventually someone would have to give up, and it wouldn't be the person that's been dominating for the last five rounds, unless they're like super tired. So just looking forward, obviously you're not going to look past your next opponent. You want to beat him, and then, like you say, hopefully a title fight. Is there anything you would change from your first fight, firstly for Roberto Manoa, and then for Jared Brooks, should you get past, which you obviously plan on doing, get past him?
Yeah, so first thing is I'm considering myself lucky to be able to have this fight again against Horibo, because I missed hydration last, and I feel like he could have accepted the fight, but he chose not to, which is fair enough on his side. It was his decision to make at the end of the day. But I've been working on my diet, eating clean, making sure everything is up to date. And Horibo has got a very good grappling, but his overall game is actually quite good. So I had to make sure that my overall game is very good. And crazy thing, what he doesn't know is he told me that I only rely on my strength and I only rely on my athleticism. So this time I worked more on my technique. And the crazy thing, I've been working on my technique, and this time I just worked on more. So that I took that as something that I don't see, that he probably saw. And I've been working a lot of my technique, and which is quite nice. I got submitted by Jared Brooks last time for giving my back. And so I went back to the gym and I worked on my jiu-jitsu, So I decided to work on the things that I was actually bad at, or the things that I struggled at. And as much as it's got good grappling, my wrestling will be more superior than his.
For sure. And against Horibo Manoa, you got to just watch out for his flexibility. There was a video. There's one video where in his debut where he was getting kimura'd, and literally was like his head was touching his hand.
Very flexible.
So joint locks, maybe go for the chokes if you go for submissions. No, I'm kidding. Whatever's there is there,
Definitely, he's a very durable fighter. He's won by decision. He's lost by decision. So it shows that he can actually last throughout the rounds, But my goal is to do what I'm good at, and just put on a statement into the division that there's no choice but to give me a title shot.
100%.
And next is fighting Jared Brooks. Like I said last time, he beat me fair and square, and would have not liked to have lost like that, but that's part of the game. Anything can happen. But this time, I have to first focus on Manoa and get past that, and then put my focus on Jared. My focus has always been becoming a world champion, and right now Manoa is standing in my way, and that's the first person I need to get past in order to get closer to becoming a world champion.
100%. And then when you win a world title, you obviously plan on bringing it back to South Africa for your friends, your family and everything, but do you think you would go back to the orphanage and just, do some sort of a motivational talk, or maybe just a day there just to show kids, like I came from here, don't lose hope, or that kind of thing, and always reach for your dreams kind of thing.
Yes, that's definitely what I want to do. The fact that I always wanted to be the best in the world, and the path that I've walked with people in my life, what I was, what I want to achieve. And when I achieve that, I have to go back and let every other kid understand in the orphanage that it's actually possible. Anyone can do whatever they put their mind to.
Mm.
It doesn't matter how long it takes. Some people, they're lucky enough to take a day, it might take years, but it's actually possible. And not giving up on your dream. There's so many things in life that can throw you off your dream. Sometimes you get off it, but you have to find a way back.
Mm.
And a few times in my life that has happened, and I'm grateful enough to be still on that path of becoming a world champion.
Mm.
And not just the kids in the orphanage, I just wanna. There's a big change that has happened in South Africa, that even though our government and political side is kind of making it hard for South Africans to live, it feels like we've become more closer, We're starting to see less color and becoming more as one, which is amazing. So I want to motivate, or I want to be able to encourage that this generation of South Africans to understand that it's possible, Like, it doesn't matter what background you have. It's possible to become whatever you put your mind to, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and I think you'd be the perfect example for something like that. Most definitely. And I think also if one ever has plans of coming to Africa, we've had that UFC coming to Africa discussion as well, and South Africa is the only place that it realistically can come to that has everything. And if they're looking for an ambassador, you're going to be front and center for that.
I'll be always ready for that, and I'd love to be, I'd love to be the first guy to say, the first guy in one to say, hey, I'm the first African fighter to become a world champion, or my first African world champion in one championship. And come to Africa, make an event in Africa, see how much talent we actually have here, and sign more Africans. And I must sign it because of the work I've done, or the part that I've played, or the role that I've played. And hopefully that happens one day.
Yeah, I'm sure it's only an inevitability. I know one has some plans to go to the US probably first, but I don't see why they couldn't do US and Africa at the same time. But maybe after the UFC's here and they see how successful it is, and the people actually come here and, like you say, see how many talented people we have here in the MMA space, and jiu-jitsu, because one does jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai and everything.
Yes, it's amazing. So it's actually, this is a great opportunity. I always say I'm only a speck of dust of what talent there is here in Africa, Some people are like, oh, you're so talented in Asia. I'm like, you should see the rest of the guys here, know. Sometimes you get hit and you're like, you should have seen the other guy. This time they're like, yo, you're so good. I'm like, you must see the other guys. Like, there's so much talent here. And I think I'm grateful enough to be like that ambassador, to be like, wow, you're African, you fight out of Africa. Wow, how can you fight so good? Geez, you must see the guys here. And it's just getting better. Like, give it a few more years and watch how Africa's going to take over the MMA industry.
I think everybody just needs a guided path of, to say, if you've got people, we've seen it with boxing in the combat sports world. We see it with some African football teams. We see it with rugby in South Africa. There's a guided path, and there's a set from start to finish. This is how you go from being whatever age, 8 years old, 7 years old, whenever you start, going all the way through to turning professional. So once that happens, like Cameron and Dricus are doing a lot of that with Little Legends. Then there's also the amateur events. They've got Versus. Don's also got amateur events. So the more that keeps happening, eventually people are going to see. And Then when they look back, like we look back on Hoist Gracie and the guys that started with the UFC, it's going to be you, Don, and everybody else, Dricus and Cameron, and even the people that there's still a host of fighters before them as well. So I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, the idea is to grow MMA, to grow mixed martial arts as much as we can. And like you said, Simon and Dricus are doing a good job in Pretoria, and now we've got Richie also expanding the school in Joburg, and we've got Don here, Don and Matt. They've also now starting to make fighting organizations or promotions, which is quite cool. That's the idea. We wanna keep growing the sport as much as we can, and we wanna look forward into bringing as much fighters as we can into mixed martial arts, because we believe Africans, this is where we shine, you know. Geez, we all have the right genes for fighting, you know, with the food we eat and everything, you know. And this is the perfect
centuries
time for
of
us.
conflict.
Yes, exactly. So this is the perfect time for us to actually stand out, and mixed martial arts is one of those platforms for Africans to really shine. And like, geez, I'm really excited for the next coming years for African MMA.
Sleeping giant.
Yeah, they're waking up the sleeping giants.
So I got a few fans to submit some questions. I don't know if you would be keen to answer some.
Oh yes, I'm keen.
Let me grab my phone. So thank you to you guys and girls that have submitted your questions. For those of you that would like to submit questions in the future, have a look at my Instagram, my Facebook, and my YouTube. I post quite regularly there before the guests come on. So we asked you to ask some questions to BK. So the first question is from Matt in the City. This was on Instagram. His question is, what was the toughest fight you've ever had? That's the first part. And then the second part you've kind of answered, but maybe we can go into a little bit of depth, is would you switch to another organization given the chance?
So the toughest fight I've actually had was supposed to be one of my easiest fights, and that was against Hand Grenade. I forget his name now, but he was called the Hand Grenade as his fighting nickname. I actually, a week before the fight, I got sick and I started getting shingles. I think they call it shingles. From all the stress and all that, and started getting flu. And on the day of the fight, I literally slept the whole day, and I literally woke up to warm up and just went in to fight.
Wow.
And I could feel getting cramps at the end of the fight, but that was supposed, because I was very fit for that fight. I was everything. My fitness was great. My technique and all that was supposed to be. I was supposed to put on a show for that fight, and somehow because of that, it became my hardest fight actually. And on that, asking if I'll ever move to a promotion, I believe I'll move if I get a better offer. I'm quite happy with one championship and how they just carry themselves and how they promote fighters and all that. I really like that about them. But at the end of the day, we're making a living, you know. MMA right now, they pay us good as fighters, but we don't get the payment we deserve. So let me actually don't say they pay us good, but we make enough to make a living. But, you know, we can get better pays. So I believe any fighter that will get a better offer from anywhere else, they'll rather take that. Because we take so much damage, and the amount of training that we put in, it's insane, you know. I never get a lot of time to spend with my family or friends. I will train Monday to Saturday, and Saturday I'm tired, I sleep the whole day. And then Sunday I'll just go for a walk and come back tired, have to do my washing, have to do my everything else that I have to do.
Everyday life.
Yes, and then I don't have time to spend with anyone. So it's really hard. It's a tough industry to be in. and that's my opinion on that.
Okay. The next question is, let's get one here. Okay, so this one is from Neil. This is also on Instagram. It's from Neil89VR. So at what age did you start training in martial arts? So you've already told us with wrestling from 7-8 years old. But the second part to this question is, what was the second martial art that you learned?
Yeah, so I started at 8 years old. I started wrestling then, and the second thing I learned was jiu-jitsu, actually, because while I wrestled, I actually tried out a jiu-jitsu competition, and I came second. But that was the second. But the one I kind of enjoyed and leaned a bit into was boxing, and it's not the second one I learned, but it's one that I quite enjoyed, and that's what I've been doing recently for the last few years with Medfit, with Matt. He's a very great boxing coach, and so I've been enjoying those sessions quite a lot.
And it shows that you're enjoying when you're striking all of it, boxing and the kickboxing aspect.
Yeah. That's amazing. The Muay Thai, the striking classes with Don Madge. They're so cool.
No one better to learn from, eh?
Yes, learning from the best.
Exactly. Okay. So the next question is on YouTube, actually. This one is from Physio Mel. It's, which ninja school did you go to?
Oh, geez. I'll say, you guys think I'm a ninja, you guys must see Richie Kwan. I think that's the best thing to say, you know. Kwan Vessel, go roll with Richie Kwan whenever you get a chance to go to Joburg, or if you're in Joburg, go look for a gym called Kwan Vessel, and you'll see what kind of a ninja Richie is. He's incredible. He's a ninja and he's Yoda at the same time, so it's incredible.
Yeah, he's doing some interesting stuff just on Richie. I mean, he's outside of just the martial arts stuff. I see a lot of like combat, like army combat stuff as well that he's doing.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that?
I only also know as much as I see on Instagram, but I'll say one thing I can say is, if anything happens and there's an apocalypse, the first person I'm running to is Richie Kwan, because I think he'll be the last person on earth to survive.
He'll have all the tools.
So one guy that I think is impossible to kill, and one guy that if the world just relied on hand-to-hand combat, or just combat, he'll be the last person to survive.
Yeah, phone him straight up. Come to Cape Town. Will you go to Joburg?
Yeah. So if anything happens that we get zombies or whatever, I'm running to Rich. I've already made my mind up, and no one can change that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, let me know. Let me know how to get there. I'll go with you. Okay, so there's a few parts to this. So this is from Facebook. This is from someone named Connor Bam. He said I can pick whichever one, but I think maybe I'd like to ask.
We can go for all of it.
Yeah, I think let's go for all. I think the second part of it has already kind of been answered, but we can ask it. So the first one is, what are the chances of seeing Little Giant versus Mighty Mouse?
Yeah, so this is the question that a lot of people has asked me, and some people say I remind them of Mighty Mouse as a fighter, and the style-wise, and our styles are quite similar but different in a way. I'd love to have a super fight with Mighty Mouse one day, and hopefully I get that opportunity before he retires, because I believe he's in his last few years of martial arts. But if I ever get that chance, I'll definitely take it.
No, for sure. You just got to keep grinding and keep working, and
yes, sir.
What happens, happens.
Yes,
you know?
Sir.
That'll be an interesting fight.
I'd love that.
Yeah, he's also got a.
It's so amazing.
Dude, that suplex to armbar that he did against Ray Borg was just also
that's like a technique that no one else has ever done in the world.
Yeah.
It's basically, that's his technique, which is quite nice.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay, the second part I'll get to if there's time, and then the last one I'll just say, who's your dream opponent, retired or active? And I'll add something to this as well, if I may. Weight class was not an issue.
Okay, because that's what I was gonna go for.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would have said dream fight will be GSP. I really liked his style of fighting back then, and I liked how he just kept on evolving with the years, and he just gotten better as a martial artist. And so I think I would have loved to fight GSP.
GSP.
His striking and his ground game is so great that it would have been a nice tester for me.
And if weight was an issue?
If
so
weight
if it was in your weight class?
If it was in my weight class, I would have gone for Mighty Mouse.
Mighty
That's
Mouse.
the fight that I'll really like, because when I started fighting, they're like, yeah, you're so good. You know this guy, Mighty Mouse. And I had to go search him. And every now and then, I'll hear his name, Mighty Mouse, Mighty Mouse. So that's the one person that I'd like to fight in my weight class. He's a weight class higher, but I'm so close that
if you got time to prep.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. The last part of it we have kind of covered, but again, it's very specific now.
Okay.
It's similar to the first question is, what's the chances of us seeing you in the UFC in the future?
Yeah, it's a great chance. There's so much opportunity in the fight game that you might even see me in other different promotions, or you might see me stay with one. The biggest thing for me is being able to enjoy what I do. So either way, you'll see me in martial arts, whether it's still in one, or whether it's still in the UFC, or whether it's in any other promotion. You will see me in the martial art industry, and you'll probably hear of my name a lot more within the coming years.
Most definitely. And like you said, there's a lot of opportunity for everybody. I think you had a great organization in one. I really enjoy what they're doing, not just for MMA, but for martial arts in general. And definitely in a good place to be there.
Yeah, right now I'm basically in the most viewed organization in the world. The reason why it's not as much viewed in the West is because it hasn't gotten attraction there. It's more known by the diehard fans of MMA. But ONE FC is starting to move more west, which is quite nice. So you might not even see me in the UFC. You might see me in one a lot more, and one might be bigger in the West, and that means you'll be able to see me more.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your questions, guys and girls. If there's a question that you'd like to ask for future guests, please do look at my Instagram, my Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, because I'll be posting it there, and hopefully your question can be asked. And BK, thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to the fight in well, I don't know by the time this airs, it's probably about 2.5 weeks away, maybe 3 weeks away. So I'm really looking forward to you putting on a show and getting that statement victory like you plan on doing.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having me, and yeah, it was such an honor to be in your podcast, and very excited for the future. And yeah, I'm always willing to be back into your podcast again.
Of course.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed this podcast, and hopefully you'll see more of me with Alex. So
100%. Yeah, maybe you and Don together as well. That would be a good one.
Oh yes, that would be nice.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, BK.
Very good idea. Thanks, Alex.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Awesome. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here, and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. So then, what do you called it? You ended up deciding on the name Gracie.
Obviously, because James and I have gone in different directions and to spend some time in different clubs, then it was a case of, well, which are we gonna go with, and certainly the two sides of the family are very different, and I think that's the thing that people don't recognize generally. I mean, I think generally when you're in a club, that word is gospel, and that's that. You know, you don't really see the big picture a lot of the time. But on the different sides of the family, it's very different within the Gracies. And there's always this whole debate about, you know, this side is sportive, this side is self-defense, which one's best. And there are good views on either side. You know, I mean, you'll find the Reddit threads where you've got a guy from Gracie Baja side as an example, and he'll say, yeah, but your blue belts, they can't roll. They're rubbish in competition. That's true. That's valid. You get a guy from the Gracie Academy side, would say, you guys don't know how to defend yourself. You're doing the sport. In a street situation, you wouldn't last as long as I would. And that's also true.
Yeah.
And you train for what you need. And certainly in that situation, you know, obviously the Gracie University side, the focus initially is on self-defense. So if you imagine all of the techniques, the armbar from the guard, the triangle, top mount, the sweeps, they're all done with punches. So, you know, there's a punch safe variation of all of those techniques, and they're taught as the primary part, so the combatives program.
Right.
Excuse me.